All right, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And I will begin with our clerk and the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Present.
Vice President Taylor. She was here.
Yeah.
She's here, I guess. We'll just mark her. I'm here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kelly.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
Madam President, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. The next agenda item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone would please stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, agenda item 1.04 is action to adopt the agenda. And so I would be looking for a motion on this item. I will, before we have that motion, I would like to just take this time to remind the viewers that are with us, that have been with us before, and for those of you that are new with us, due to the current state of emergency declared by the governor and the COVID-19 restrictions, we are obviously doing this meeting virtually and are accepting public comment via email only. The email address to send that public comment is publiccomments@washoeschools.net. The number of emails we've received has been a very high volume, as you might imagine. At the start of this meeting, we were well over 230 public comments. If your email was submitted after 11 a.m. today, your comments have been sent to the Board of Trustees, but will not be posted on the homepage of our website until tomorrow. We just had, again, such a high volume of public comments. Those public comments will be posted on our website homepage by tomorrow, but they have been received by the Board of Trustees. I know at the start of the meeting, we were talking about how we've all spent the entire day reading through these emails. And the way that we will handle public comment for this meeting is we will take opportunities to read the names of individuals that submitted public comment, either at the general public comment period or when associated with an agenda item. We will read the actual public comments individually on our own, and the names will be announced live on the live stream. All right, so get that out of the way. And so the next thing I'd be looking for is a motion on the adoption of today's agenda.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Cottle. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, our next agenda item is the approval of consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.18. I do believe we have public comment on a few items for the consent, so I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the names of individuals that submitted public comment on our consent agenda items.
We received public comment from Charles Lednicki on consent agenda item 2.17. And that is all.
All right. Thank you so much. So then I'd be looking for a motion from the Board of Trustees to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.18.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Okay, There were a number of questions on those consent agenda items. Those have been answered, and questions presented by board members, and those answers to those questions have been posted on board docs with this agenda item. All right, for our next agenda item, we do have general public comment 3.01. We will be reading at this time the names of individuals that submitted public comment for today's meeting that is not associated with a specific agenda item. And I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the names of individuals that submitted public comment, general public comment.
We received general public comments from Brenda Keisel, Karen Neidhold, Susie Rumans, Stephen Waters, Jessica Robnett, Lynn Simmons, and Jen McDonald.
Thank you very much. So just another reminder at this time again that you can submit public comment to the email address publiccomments@washoeschools.net. We will continue to receive those public comments throughout today's meeting, and we'll take pauses throughout the meeting to read through those public comments that are submitted during the meeting. As I mentioned at the top, any public comment that was emailed to that public comments at email address after 11 a.m. this morning will be posted to the homepage of our website by tomorrow. Due to the heavy amount of emails we received, they will be posted by tomorrow. Okay, moving on in our agenda, we have agenda item 4.01, which is presentation to and consideration by the Board of Trustees to name the newly remodeled theater at Incline High School, the Duffield Theater at Incline High School, in honor of the commitment to the school by the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation. This is for possible action. We are joined by our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, Incline High School Principal, Dr. Andrew Yaxheimer, and the Incline Theater Project Manager and Booster Board Member, Jay Strauss.
All right, so I'll go ahead and get us started. Thank you, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees for this opportunity to present to you. For the record, yes, I am Troy Parks, newly appointed Chief Academic Officer. But I had the great fortune of being an area superintendent in the past, and that was in Area 1, and I was able to supervise at that time Incline schools. And as you are likely aware, we have great things going on up in Incline. And today we have some really good news and an update. If you're not aware, they have been working on the Incline Theater at Incline High School. This has been a community-wide effort over these years in Incline. And now you're going to see an amazing theater that they have for their students and their community. And this project in no way, shape, or form would have been possible without the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation. In moving forward, the Duffield Foundation has also contributed funds for teachers as well as stipends for teachers and for staffing. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Yaxheimer, who's going to give us a more in-depth history of how this project came about and the contributions by the Duffield Foundation. So Dr. Yaxheimer, Principal at Incline, would you please take it over?
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Yeah, and congratulations on your new position. Your the district's gain is our loss for sure. You were a tremendous area superintendent, and so we will miss you up here in Incline and your support. But the district is lucky to have you in your new position. If I can share my screen for you with you, I will go ahead and show the quick presentation here. So the theater at Incline High School was built, Incline High School was built in 1968. And our theater was actually added on a couple of years after that. But it was an old theater. But at the time in 1968, it was state of the art. But today we had broken seats, broken lighting, outdated AV, no dressing rooms on the wings, peeling floors, small stage. And we do hold a community-wide event, which I know many of you have come up to participate in, called the Star Follies, or at least watch. And so we really felt like we needed to remodel our theater to accommodate the current AV and the way we use our theater. So the funding timeline really started back in 2017. We have been discussing it for a couple of years as a capital project. So in 2017, we did a feasibility study. It was about $38,000, and the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation funded the feasibility study for us. That same year at our crab feed, which is an annual fundraiser, our community raised over $100,000 to remodel the theater. When we put it out to bid, we decided we had various options. And so we had option 1 all the way up through option 3, option 3 being, redoing everything, or, pie in the sky. We put it out to bid. We didn't have enough money to do the best remodel that we possibly could. So we did raise additional funds in May 2019. Then the Duffield Foundation generously donated another almost $600,000 to the project. And that got us 90% of the way. So this last year, then we began construction. The theater is now completed. It just finished this last week, in fact. So we had to make the decision if we wanted to do the state-of-the-art AV system and put in the projector and the sound system. We made the decision to go ahead and do that. Our boosters had enough money in their reserves, so they put the money up, and then the Duffield Foundation stepped up and actually contributed another over $100,000 to finish the project so that it would be the best theater that we could possibly create with the space that we had. So just some before and after. You can see on the left, the before, they're the wooden seats. So many of the hinges were broken, so they couldn't use the desks. And then on the right, these are the pictures of new seats. We have aisles, lighting in the aisles, tabletops on all of them for students to use. There's power strips every other row, so students can plug in their laptops and charge while they're watching whatever presentation. So state-of-the-art seating, very comfortable. Before, you can see the old wooden rows. The roof and the lighting was all we had no acoustic panels. We had just very poor lighting. You can see on the right now, we have beautiful new seating. On the walls, you can see the acoustic panels. The new lighting you can see up front. And so it's just beautiful state-of-the-art lighting and control systems. And here's the control systems with the AV. Again, that's just one of the technicians installing it and testing the new lighting and sound. And then stage wings were a big improvement. We had one dressing room, which was really kind of used for storage, and it wasn't really that usable. So the stage was, the wings were cleaned up, expanded for dressing rooms. There's another dressing room on the other side that used to actually be our school police office. We moved our school police actually into a different building that they remodeled the front of our, or not the different building, different part of the building, I should say. But they remodeled part of our front office for our school police officer. And so he will actually be in a more central location, which will actually be much more beneficial, we feel. And then our flooring, you can see, I mean, it was just beat up, getting torn apart. It was very poor. Now we have nice carpet. It's very finished, much more acoustic, much better for acoustics. And then our stage, every year when we did our Star Follies, we had to bring in, we had to actually build an extension onto the stage every year because it was too small. So now you can see on the right, we actually extended the stage by 3 feet. And now our drama department has a much larger stage to work with, and so does our Star Follies every year. So we're very excited about the expanded stage and what we can do with it. The total project cost was right around $900,000. Over 80% of that funding has been generously donated by the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation. A total contribution of $728,000, which is would have been, this whole project would not have been able to happen without their generous support. So with that, we would like to name the theater, the Duffield Theater at Incline High School. And that is where we are. So we are asking for the board permission to rename our theater at Incline High School, the Duffield Theater at Incline High School. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoxheimer and Dr. Parks. Look and see up. I see Trustee Kelly. Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. And I just want to first off say, how impressive this whole project has been for the Incline community. I mean, first for the Incline community contributing well over $100,000, and then here comes the Duffield Foundation contributing, like Principal Dr. said, over 8% of the remaining funds to completely redo this theater. And of course, the Duffield family, they've done so much for our students up in Incline. They partner with Incline Village General Improvement District to refurbish baseball fields, which are now up at the Incline Park, which are now used by Incline High School's boys baseball team. And they also help to fund the Boys and Girls Club, the construction of that club up in Incline, which our students utilize for all sorts of different reasons and ways. So I just think that, this is just another wonderful example of this particular family and their foundation working with the school district, working with the Incline community to do something that is really positive for our students up there. And certainly would love to let other trustees weigh in if they like. And then when the time is right, I would like to make a motion if that's okay, Madam President.
Don't see any other hands. Oh, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to echo Trustee Kelly's comments. And Trustee Kelly, I'm not sure we can hear you. You were breaking up a lot, so I'm not sure if that's a problem we need to address. But I know that I certainly want to echo how much we appreciate the Duffields and their support. They've been there for the Boys and Girls Club. They've been there for the elementary school. They've been there for the high school and have been truly community partners that should be recognized and valued in this way. And as you said, we are very grateful to the Incline community for stepping up for the funding that they have provided for this project. And I want to congratulate Dr. Yoxheimer and his team for the great work that they do at Incline High School. Thank you, Madam President.
Trustee Minetto.
I too would just kind of like to echo what the other two have said. As being a theater music person, that just looked like a dream world to perform in. It looks amazing. We're very blessed. It's just gorgeous.
Thank you. Trustee Kelly, it was sort of off and on breaking up and crackling a bit, so we can have you make that motion, but we'll just sort of let you know if that comes up again in the future.
Okay, I appreciate it, and I'll just make sure to speak clearly and articulately. So for all that's being said, I move that the Washoe County School Board Trustees rename the Incline High School Theater the Dave and Cheryl Duffield Foundation Incline Theater.
I'll second.
Motion by Trustee Kelly and a second by Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? Well, congratulations. It is a truly beautiful space, and I hope that we have an opportunity to get up there and see it in a social distanced and safe manner.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate your support on this. And I know the Duffields will be very pleased and be happy to tell them. And you're all invited up to come up and see our first performance whenever that happens to be.
Nice
Thank you
job,
so much.
Dr. Oxheimer. Nice job.
Thank you. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
All right. And if that is it for that agenda item, we'll move on to 4.02, discussion and possible action to affirm the recommendation of the Group Insurance Committee for a group health insurance rate increase of 0% for plan year 2021. This is for possible action. We are joined by our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, and our Risk Manager, Jackie James.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time today. For the record, Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer, and as you mentioned, President Raymond, I am joined by Jackie James, our Risk Manager. And I'll just give a little bit of introduction and then hand it over to Jackie. But as many of you are aware, the district has a self-funded employee benefits program, which means that after co-pays and co-insurance for members are collected, the district pays the remainder of claims costs up to a certain maximum from the insurance fund. On an annual basis, we work closely with our insurance broker to evaluate claims expenses versus the revenue that we receive in the form of premiums paid to the insurance fund, and then make adjustments to the plan or rates as needed to ensure the solvency of the fund moving forward. Like I said, just wanted to give kind of a little bit of introduction to frame the conversation and turn it over to Jackie, who can review the information that we would like for you all to consider for the 2021 plan year that would begin on January 1st of 2021.
Good afternoon. Thanks, Emily. As you may recall, on January 1st, 2020, the Washoe County School District switched from Hometown Health Plan to Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Fast forward 2 months, and we had experienced closures due to COVID-19. And as a result of these closures, we have seen a decrease in claims due to canceled surgeries and procedures, and members not going to medical appointments with their primary care physicians and a specialist. When LP Insurance began to analyze the data for the rate projections for 2021, there were a lot of assumptions that would have to be made for the rest of this year because of the uncertainty as to what's going to be happening. So with only 2 months of actual data from Anthem, actual claims data for January and February, since the closure did begin in March, and that's when we started to see the decrease, it was a challenge as to what the expenses were going to be. So once the state began to reopen, we have seen some of our medical expenses begin to rise again, but not to the level that they were before. So we do have members who are still reluctant to schedule their surgeries or their medical procedures because of all the uncertainty. So in looking at all this information and taking into account the new contract with Anthem, as well as the rate increase that was implemented by the Insurance Committee and the Board of Trustees for this year, and the new benefit plan changes for this year, it's the recommendation to the Insurance Committee that there will be a 0% rate increase for the plan year 2021. This recommendation was unanimously approved by the Insurance Committee on June 25th, and now it's before the board for approval. Going forward, as you've heard us talk about before to the Board of Trustees as well as to staff, there are many things that we feel that we can all do to be good consumers of our healthcare. And so we're going to work to get that communication out to staff as well. But some of those are telemedicine. So during these closures, telemedicine has increased in utilization with our members, as well as Live Health Online, which is an Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield service where our members who are on the PPO plan pay a $24.50 copayment per visit, and members on the high deductible health plan would pay a $59 copayment, as well as there are different prescription services out there where members can access what their prescription will cost them and look for the best price at the pharmacy. And some of those are GoodRx and Single Care are a couple of those that our members could utilize. It not only saves the member, because even though they have a copayment, say their copayment might be $10, if they utilize one of these, they might be able to find a pharmacy where maybe the cost would be $5. And so there could be a savings to the member as well as to the plan if members utilize this service. And finally, there's a new service in town that just started in April, and it's called Dispatch Health. It is a mobile urgent care service. So they will come to your home or wherever you might be located at. The dispatch health members that would arrive at your home would either be a nurse practitioner or a physician's assistant. They are always accompanied by either a paramedic or an EMT. And there is an emergency physician who is on call during the entire time in case they need to speak to that physician, or if the patient wants to speak to the physician, they can call them. They're able to do almost everything that an urgent care could do. And for our members, it's still their $65 urgent care visit. So it's convenient, it's in their home. They don't have to sit and wait for an appointment in an urgent care facility. They call up and schedule an appointment. We actually did have a member who's utilized this service, and they had nothing but great things to say and said that they were at their home within 40 minutes. So I think that was pretty exciting. And again, they just started up. They're open. Their services are 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so I think that's pretty exciting. They can do a lot of things that obviously, like I said, an urgent care performs, as well as some of the things that are even performed in an ER. So with that, are there any questions?
I'll take a moment. I know we do have public comment on this item, and I'll ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the name of the public comment.
We received public comment from Natha Anderson at the Washoe Education Association.
Thank you. All right, trustees, any questions, any comments? Don't see any.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
How would you find the information, or where would you find it for the telehealth and all the other services? Where would you find that at?
Well, the telemedicine, a lot of those are from the physician's offices. So your primary care or a specialist that you might be going to, instead of doing an in-office visit, they could do a telemedicine visit with you. A lot of physicians are going to that. So they would let the patient know that. The Anthem service that they provide is Live Health Online, and that you can find on the Anthem website. They have a mobile app that you can download, and we also have that information on the risk management website, as well as the Dispatch Health is something new, and we are going to get that information out to our members. We're working on a little video to send them out on different things that they can do to help us keep our costs down. And we will also have that information put on the risk management website.
All right. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I think this is a great set of options. Thank you, Jackie. And I know our members will be excited not to have an increase. So I would move that the Board of Trustees affirms the recommendation of the Group Insurance Committee for a group health insurance rate increase of 0% for the plan year 2021.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Nice, easy action item to get through.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is the 4.03, which is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide direction related to the findings from the Reopening Schools Survey conducted June 5th through June 26th, 2020. This is again for possible action. We're really eager to hear from our our Chief Accountability Officer, Ben Hayes, and learn more about the survey that closed just a few weeks ago. So I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. For the record, Ben Hayes, Chief Accountability Officer. And as the title said, I'm going to use today to go over this presentation, presenting kind of the major results from the survey. So I'll share my screen now and we can get started. Okay, and then is that up?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so as President Raymond said, we ran the survey from June 5th through June 26th, which was about 3 weeks, and did a lot of communication for it to get the response rate as high as we could. And Irene Payne, our Chief Communications Officer, might say a little bit about the outreach in a few minutes. But what we ended up with between paper surveys, online surveys, both provided in English and Spanish, was about 18,523 family responses, which was a record for any survey that I can remember the district doing. So we did capture a lot of family voice. 4,800 staff responses, which is also a record, and that was about 28 to 100 teachers, which is pretty high. Our number of teachers is around 4,000, so we got about 60% response from teachers, and then a lot of other school staff. And then about 3,300 student responses, which was pretty high because remember, this was out once school ended. So we went after student voice and got a little bit. The main focus areas of the survey, and we tried to make it as short as possible so that we could get as many responses completed as possible. So they focused around reopening. The main first one was health and safety, and then certainly social distancing and the physical environment once we went back to school. And then some questions around learning context, learning priorities, especially after our experience with distance learning. And finally, attitudes on returning in the fall. So I want to talk real quickly about some of the response demographics so that this might provide a little bit of a lens in interpreting the results. We did not get as many of our kind of underrepresented populations as we wanted. So you can see the Hispanic or Latinx, they make up 41% of our student population, but the results came in at about 11%. So that obviously it's not proportional in what we want, but we did get a good voice. And I'll show you in the next couple slides kind of what that means, but we did get at least 2,000 responses from those who identify as Hispanic. And every other population was at least 100. I think the smallest population was 133 for our native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders, who make up about 1% of our population. So, and all the other populations were 200, 500 or more than that. So we got great voices is what I would try to say on this, even though it's a little bit overrepresented in our white respondents and a little bit a lot underrepresented for those who identify as Hispanic. You can see Asian, those who identify as Asian are a little bit underrepresented. Same with those who identify as Black or African American, multiracial, and then Native and Hawaiian and Native American seem to be pretty close to their proportions. So all of that, in this next slide, the way I kind of would say to interpret these is here's how and remember, we got a good response from each of these populations. So if anything, you can see that the Asian population, or those who identify as Asian, are a little bit more conservative on returning, or quite a bit more conservative on returning. There's no real patterns that are totally opposite. They all tend to go similar directions, but you can tell that some of the populations, each of the populations are a little bit more conservative than the white population. Which remember was a little bit overrepresented. So if anything, I would use these if you kind of want to think of the lens of our families that are proportional to our district. kind of err on the side of a little bit more careful with safety, a little bit more cautious. So this is one of the major questions. I presented that to you so you can kind of see the overall attitudes. Another major question is, at this time, are you planning to have your children return to school for the 2021 school year? And again, you can see those who identify as Asian are a little bit more conservative, but none of the trends go in opposite directions. So I guess you can interpret yes as kind of the highest in all of these. And then it depends is a pretty significant thing. And that's, I know, what the next presentation is all about. And then the no's are pretty small. So these slides are basically saying, if we had more of a perfectly matched proportional response, and remember, we got 19,000 responses, then it would lean a little bit more towards conservative, but it wouldn't change the general trends and directions. And for our students, I just want to show this real quickly because it shows kind of a similar thing. We got a little bit more proportional of a response, but it's still a little bit underrepresented in Hispanic among Hispanic students, and a little bit overrepresented of those who identify as white. And kind of the same trends as you saw in the previous slides, their families, the students followed those a little bit more. So a little bit more cautious among Asian, African-American, Hispanic, and multiracial families. So I'll go into overall results now. And if I go too quickly, I just don't want to take up too much time, but I want to get the main points across. But if I do go too quickly, please, I'm more than happy to answer any questions as they come along. So the very first question on the survey was, please select your top 3 priorities regarding health and safety practices if schools were open to open again for in-person classes in the fall. And you can see consistently across the board, the first priority, the most popular priority for family, staff, and students was temperature checks. I know that there's going to be this is going to be part of the next presentation in terms of kind of the reliability and some of the feasibility with getting a bunch of kids crowded in. But this was important to, again, all respondents, families, staff, and students. For families, the next 2 priorities were regular scheduled hand washing and staff being trained in CDC guidelines. For staff, COVID testing and antibody testing came in at number 2. And then a little bit, or ways behind that, was the availability of masks and face coverings for everyone. Students, again, temperature checks, then face coverings for everyone, and then finally staff trained in guidelines. For social distancing and physical environment, we asked a similar question. Please select your top 3 priorities for cleaning and kind of social distancing practices if the schools were to open in the fall. This one was a lot more consistent. So you can see across the board with a large response, the first priority was enhanced cleaning occurring in the schools, followed by the availability of hand sanitizer and the use of hand sanitizer. And then third among, again, all populations was limited seating in the classroom to maintain social distancing. Students actually had a tie a little bit ahead, slightly ahead in terms of staggering the schedule to reduce crowding. So again, this slide in terms of social distancing and what the physical environment is like, I think all of our populations are feeling very similar in terms of their top priorities. Students you can see them, they have more experience with the schedules. So in the crowded hallways, so you can kind of tell that that's why they put that in there. Learning context. So if schools are allowed to reopen in the fall, how strongly would you support each of the following options? So this kind of got at what would learning look like? What does school look like? And this is where it gets a little bit different among our populations, but pretty similar overall. So families and students, the top priority was with about 2/3 or 2/3 supporting or strongly supporting full-time return to the regular school day and regular schedule. Staff, their top priority was blended learning with daily sessions. So in other words, students would attend certain days each week and then complete their work kind of in an asynchronous fashion at home during the week. That option was the second priority or the second most agreed to by families. So certain days each week, kind of, you can picture an A-B type schedule. And then for families, the third most agreed to was blended learning and with half-day sessions. Now, I'll stop real quick and note that families, or all three of these columns, there's a big jump between full-time return and then all the way down to 37% agreeing to blended learning with certain days each week. And then finally blended learning with half days, down at fewer than 1/3 of the respondents. Staff were a little bit closer. So remember, their top one, just over half agreed or strongly agreed to blended learning certain days each week. And then just under half agreed to or strongly agreed to both full-time return to the school day and blended learnings with the morning and afternoon. And then finally, students rounding out after the full-time return to school, it drops all the way down to 35%. Full-time return to school later in the fall. So I think some other schools around the nation have kind of said, let's hold off until after Labor Day or as late as October. So that could have been what they were thinking there. We didn't provide specific dates in the survey, so they didn't put in or recommend a certain date of starting. And then finally, blended learning, students go to school each certain days of the week. That was the third most agreed to for students. Opposition, on the other hand, was pretty consistent. So full-time return to distance learning, for families and staff, definitely was the most opposed. And that was close to the most opposed for students. You can see that came in number 2 down there for students. And then the second most opposed, for families, which was pretty close to the number 1 and right still at close to 2/3, was blended learning with weekly sessions. So attending certain weeks each month there, that was pretty strongly opposed for staff and families. And students, that was their most opposed. So so obviously distance learning or weeks out of school at a time is what the biggest opposition was in those items. We asked some questions based on kind of distance learning in the spring. What are the things that you like and dislike if we were to do some portions of distance learning in the fall? And these were really, really consistent, and time spent on learning new things and time spent learning how to succeed in distance learning were very, very highly supported and requested by all 3 students, staff, and families. The families and students kind of like the idea of live meetings and lessons with teachers, especially with smaller groups, if we could make that happen. But live meetings came up well among all 3 groups, but especially among students and families. And then all 3 groups, teachers too, supported assignments that can be accessed and completed at students' own pace. So it's kind of asynchronous learning. So attitudes on returning. So we asked the question, which of the following statements best describes your overall feeling about returning to school? And the most popular option was that we'll return based on whatever safeguards the school district has in place. And that was the most popular choice for families, staff, and students. When we break out different race and ethnicity populations, the only difference for those who identified as Asian, that was not the top priority. It was a little bit lower. And for that population, it was a little bit higher on will return if there's a vaccine available. But for the overall population, it all trended the same way. The highest option was will return based on whatever the school districts offer, which implies some trust. And then will only return if social distancing and hand washing and face covering guidelines are enforced. And then the next line is encouraged. And you can see what a difference there is between enforced and encouraged in rows 2 and 3 in this table. So that tells us as kind of staff that we have to be prepared and support teachers and building folks in enforcing those and having the supplies to make sure that everybody has access to it and can enforce it. And then rounding out, we'll only return if there's a vaccine available. You can see that's fewer than 10%. And we did not ask the students, we didn't feel comfortable asking minors about vaccines. So that's why you see a blank on the student one. And then the other, there were different things, that comments that I provided a 2-page summary of all of our open-ended comments along with this presentation in the board docs. And we have a couple slides on it later, but things that come up in these kind of things are just be safe. How make sure you plan on how you're going to accomplish social distancing with this many kids. Think about childcare and things like that. This question, again, this is an important one, or the one that I kind of tracked throughout the whole survey, and that was, at this time, are you planning to return to school for the 2021 school year? And you can see overwhelmingly our community is planning to return, and that's a good sign. The yeses go to from 2/3 roughly for families, 3/4 for staff, 2/3 for students. But it's still a significant chunk. Say it depends on what the school district, the plans the school district makes for the year. And as you've all seen through the comments and the emails and in this survey, there are a lot of intricacies that people would like to trust that they're taken care of. And then no, and this one's hard to interpret. The 5% of families don't plan on returning, 2% for staff, 6% for students. This could either be that they don't plan on returning, or they're looking for an online option, a full online option. And some of the comments to me interpreted the latter. So a lot of people are looking for a full online option. That's what those no's are. So we asked a final question on kind of different challenges that things might present, different scenarios would present for families returning, students returning, and staff returning. And the biggest one, as you can see, was carrying out distance learning is going to be a difficult burden, with 73% of members. We're up to 27,000 responses across the board. That came out as a big one, and dropping down significantly, but still up there is my child cannot carry out distance learning from home due to lack of childcare. And I should say, in reading through the comments, and we got close to 40,000 open-ended comments I'll just use this opportunity real quickly to thank Jennifer Harris and our accountability department, who went through and kind of used really strong methods to kind of theme these. And it came up a lot that a lot of our and this won't surprise you, but a lot of our staff, a lot of our teachers have kids in our school district. So these came up for them as well. And you can see about 27%, 30% will rely on school district transportation. I know busing is a big issue for social distancing, and Pete Etchart and his team have kind of done a lot of work there, which is impressive. Will be in the next presentation. And then before and after school care will be a big one. This last one will rely on district meals. I think that's more of a reflection that we didn't reach as many family kind of in our Title I schools that we should have, or our lower SES families. So that probably will, or most definitely will be a bit higher. I alluded to the open-ended responses earlier. I won't go into all of it, but there is an attachment, and they're posted with the board materials on this, so I know you all have them, trustees, but I'm going to put them on the survey website too, so that people can get all the results at once, the kind of numerical ones and the open-ended comments. And again, I won't read this slide to you, but safety was the biggest concern for getting back amongst staff and families. calls for choice of formats, so calls for flexibility really in different families, different needs. Consideration of the needs of diverse learners. So this was a big one in open-ended comments. And when I was going over the demographics, I should have brought this up. Our special ed, our population of students that have an IEP or an individualized education plan makes up about 14% of our district, and it made that population made up about 18% of responses. So they had a voice that was well represented, and they were the exact same thing as exact same, I guess, attitudes on returning and preferences as the general trends. I was surprised to see that it was so close. And so all the overall results that I've presented for the last 10 minutes, our special ed population kind of fell right in line with that. But in the comments, they were pleading to make kind of strong plans of how we would kind of reach our goals in the IEPs. Masks, this is no surprise to anybody that's been paying attention to the whole world, was a big area of comments. Most people, or a lot of the comments, were against the use of masks for a variety of reasons. I think more and more data has come out since the survey ended. Remember, this ended on July 26th, that probably is in favor of masks, but I will let our Director of Health, Margaret, talk about that later. And then finally, consistent use of measures that are grounded in evidence as we go along. And this is the comments were along the vein of, as we go along and learn new things, adapt as a school district to kind of be grounded in evidence, not reactionary, but as the science evolves, pay attention to that for planning. So I will leave it there for questions. I hope I didn't go too fast. And if there's further data requests or something, I can dig into the data and definitely provide more. But that's the gist of what we found through the survey. Remember, there was 27,000 responses when you combine families and staff and students. And there's no great clear-cut kind of direction that they provide. I think the way I interpret it as most want to go back, but they're also very concerned about safety factors.
Thank you very much, Ben. You just mentioned that total number of respondents. Can you give us a little context on how that compares to surveys we've done in the past that have been sort of district-wide surveys?
Sure. So for students, we typically get about an 80% response rate. So out of all students in grades 5 through 12, typically about 80% of them respond to the survey. And that's because they're kind of a captive audience. We have them in schools and we have computers that they can go down and take them. So that was the only one that was a little bit lower. But for families, we've never gotten above 8,000 responses. So this what you see with the 18,500 was by far the largest response we've ever had. And even when you look at the proportionality, it's usually below 10% for those who identify as Hispanic, and more towards 69, 70% for white. So we did a lot of outreach. And remember, we did, and I'm hoping Irene will jump in a little bit after this, but we did online. And then for anybody that didn't have an email address with us, we sent them paper copies of the survey with a prepaid return address envelope. And we printed out copies of those to take to mobile harvest food bank events so that people could grab the survey there. And then Irene, are you on? Can you talk a little bit about the outreach?
Absolutely, I can. So good afternoon, President Raymond, trustees, Superintendent McNeil. For the record, I'm Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. So as Ben has said, we did a huge piece of outreach around the survey, and in particular focusing on our underrepresented populations, because that's always been a demographic that we struggle to authentically reach. So what we did is we posted on social media, on our Facebook page, but actually we also posted on the Washoe County School District Spanish Facebook page. We had PSAs, so public service announcements, running on 3 of our Spanish language radio stations. We had the local news, the local Spanish news outlet did actually 2 stories for their Facebook page, and that actually engaged around 50 to 100 different folks talking about the survey, really engaged about the survey. We did 3 separate Connected, which is the automatic phone calls and emails, both in English and Spanish. So we did that for 3 weeks, emails and calls. And then we reached out personally to communities in school to help get the word out, to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, to our Black pastors, and we enlisted the help of Tiffany Young, who heads up the Equity Task Force. So, and then as Ben said, we worked with the food bank and we had flyers going out at pickup stops for mobile harvest. So we really did do a reasonably effective job at getting the word out. And I think that is demonstrated by certainly it's less than white for underrepresented populations, but still we got a huge response from our community, from our families for this this survey.
One more thing that I'll say, I'll append the presentation that the board got. I kind of dug into it today to make a table that here you can see the what does school look like question broken out by different populations. So if you're concerned about underrepresentation or overrepresentation, you can see that the trends mostly go the same way. So the blue indicates a higher kind of response of agreement, and red obviously is lower on here. So you can see return to the regular school day and daily session, or blended learning with daily sessions, different days of the week were the higher ones, and they all kind of trended the same way. So I will amend or put this table on the presentation. And as I
Thank you,
said,
Ben. Yeah,
we'll post that to the survey website as well.
great. That is a really helpful document, and thank you, Irene. I think you know, we have had many conversations at the board level about how we can increase the participation for our families of color when they respond, and our students of color when they respond to these surveys. But it's clear that you know, we made some improvement with this survey in that area. It still is worrisome to me, especially looking at the response for the Hispanic community, especially when we know, looking at the stats for our county, that a higher percentage of Hispanic members of the community have been infected. And so that would have just been, you know, a useful, you know, demographic to get a fuller picture of. But I'm feeling really good about the results we got. It is great to see such participation. So before we move to the trustee questions, I do want to just make note that we've received public comment since this agenda item started about the survey. So if you could all, while we're going through our questions, take a moment to just look through your email at the emails that have come in specific to the survey, and I can ask after we go through our comments, our recording secretary to read the names of those individuals. But I think I will just make note of one thing that came to my mind. I know it came up in some of our public comment that, you know, the timing of this survey having completed just shortly before we really started to see a spike in our cases may have impacted this differently. And I think we're all aware of that. You know, it's to me hard to gauge, as we've said from the beginning, that COVID is such a fluid and ever-changing situation. We go from sometimes, you know, day to day, sometimes hour to hour, with pretty significant changes to the impacts of the virus on our district. And so, you know, I think we have to look at this obviously as sort of a snapshot in time. And I know my fellow trustees would agree that this is, you know, not necessarily what would have been the responses were the survey out there, for example, you know, this past 3 or 4 days when we, you know, seen not just in our community, but across the nation, some of those numbers spike. So that would be my only comment. I'm really impressed with the work. Thank you so much, and really impressed with our community for taking the time to respond and to, you know, put such a thoughtful effort towards, you know, communicating their desires for not just themselves as students, but for, you know, our teachers and our families. So, all right, Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, and thanks, Ben, for the work on this. Out of all of our respondents, how many of those were from the paper copies sent in the mail?
For the paper copies with combined English and Spanish, we got just over 160, so 168 or something like that.
Okay. Are we concerned that that could indicate that the population that maybe doesn't have devices is potentially underrepresented by this survey?
For sure. I mean, it's definitely one of the concerns. That's why we try to do so much outreach. And like I said, the food bank events, mailing them to the house, and then the communications team put together connected phone calls to, and they kind of put a hotline, which is my telephone number, to call and request a paper survey. And I did get about 37 of those requests. So, but yeah, it's definitely a concern, and it's devices is something we're working on for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other trustees have questions or comments on this agenda item? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Ben, and your team. And I, like other trustees and President Raymond, really want to thank all of the folks who weighed in on this. I know looking at the number of 64,000 students and 27,000 total responses, folks might think that that is not a representative sample, but it's actually quite an astonishing sample. Though it's not scientifically representative, I think, Ben, the work that you and your team did to look at various metrics of, you know, the demographics of who responded was appreciated. And I echo President Raymond's comments that we do have some groups that are underrepresented in the survey, but that doesn't invalidate the entire survey. It's certainly not, and I want to state this as an individual trustee, it's not the only piece of data that we are looking at. We are looking at data from health and medical experts nationally and locally. We're looking at the concerns that have been raised by staff members who will be on the front line and by families that have special needs. They have, you know, an autoimmune disorder in the family, et cetera. So lots of things to balance, but this is really, really helpful to me in my decision making. You know, I know for many of us, it's certainly true for me, this is probably the toughest decision of my 40-year career in public service. And the work that you all have done to reach out and solicit the concerns and the advice and the feelings and perspectives of the people we serve is just really admirable. So thank you, staff, for the work to make this happen. And thank you, respondents who took the time to give us your thoughts.
Dr. McNeil, go ahead.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. I just want to reiterate what all the trustees have said, to thank our community for filling out the survey, taking the time to do that. And importantly, you know, we went back and forth as far as how long to have the survey out in the field. And we felt the longer it was out in the field, the better. And so I just really appreciate the amount of time that Ben and his entire team and our communications team put into this, because they had a very quick turnaround in order to make sure that we had the results ready for you as the trustees so that you could take a look at them. But I also want to thank our community, because without this information, we cannot make some of these decisions in some of the planning. And I want to thank our reopening task force for also pushing out the survey to their particular networks, the chamber and our faith-based community, and making sure that they did the outreach as well too. So nice job, and thank you very much, Ben.
Yeah, and I will just take 2 seconds to echo thank you to the community for so many of you for providing your voice. And I will say again, 40,000 open-ended comments, and they were all very thoughtful. So thank you, community.
All right, I will ask our recording secretary to read the names of the individuals that submitted public comment for this item. And then again, if the trustees have not already done so, if they could read through the emails that we've received just in the last 30 minutes to make sure they capture those public comments.
We've received comments from Amanda Jones, Ashley Beck, Lauren Gardner, Wrangler, and Andy Guzman.
All right, thank you very much, JJ. I know that this was open for action, but I'm not sure that if there's any desire to take action at this time. It was a really informative presentation, and looked to my trustees to see if anyone has any further comments or questions. All right. Okay, on to the biggie of the afternoon. And I will take a few minutes to make a couple statements at the beginning. So 4.04 is presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide approval of the options to be submitted to the Nevada Department of Education for the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year, based on directives and guidance from the federal government, state government, and Washoe Health District to ensure the health and safety of students, staff, families, and visitors to district buildings and facilities. This is for possible action, and I will turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil. I know there are a number of presenters on this item, but I will start by just saying to my fellow trustees, we all received the matrix to take notes on if that's useful for you. If you have another note-taking device, I encourage you to use that. Dr. McNeil and I have kind of noted a few places during the presentation where we'll take a pause and give the opportunity for questions. We know that we all have questions, and I want to make sure that everyone has time to go through those questions. We won't rush you in any way, but what we'd like to try to do is sort of keep it focused on the presentation. So as we're going along, if you could, when we get to those pausing points, kind of keep your questions to what has been presented prior to the break there. And then as we move forward, again, there'll be plenty of time to go through questions, and then we'll have obviously a lot of opportunity at the end of the full presentation for more questions, comments, and discussion at that time. And so I will go through when we have those breaks and just make sure anyone that has a question gets an opportunity to speak, and we'll won't be interrupting the speaker during their part of the presentation, but there'll be, again, plenty of opportunities to pause. As I mentioned at the top of the meeting, this afternoon's meeting received a heavy amount of public comment. At the start of this, just before 2 o'clock, we were at over 230. We've received many since the meeting started at 2 o'clock. If you submitted public comment after 11 a.m., it will not be posted onto the homepage of our website until probably tomorrow. We have received the emails and we will continue to receive the emails throughout this agenda item. So please continue to email us at publiccomments@washoschools.net. Once we are through the presentation, I will take a break where we can pause and read through the emails that we've received since the meeting started. Again, we just really appreciate the engagement on this issue and encourage our families, our staff, our students, our community to continue to email publiccomments@washoschools.net. All right, with all that being said, I will turn it over to Dr. McNeil and she will introduce our presenters for this agenda item.
Thank you so much, President Raymond, members of the board. For the record, Krista McNeil, Superintendent for the Washoe County School District. Before we get into the presentation, I just want to make note that we will have several members of our leadership team help with the presentation today, but I also want to especially recognize our administrators. We have several principals with us today, and without our principals and our teachers on our reopening task force, a lot of these plans would not be able to be where they are today. So I want to recognize Chris Hackbush, our principal at Reno High School, Joel Prosciutto, principal at Dilworth Middle School, Prim Walters, principal at Diedrichson Elementary School, and Jim Verdi, principal at Spanish Springs Elementary School, and for all of their efforts and time in helping put these plans together. And I have Dr. Lamarca, who's going to help me navigate. He is sharing his screen right now, so thank you very much, Dr. Lamarca. And if you don't mind, would you change to the next slide? There we are. So just again, to kind of frame where we are today and our guiding principles. And when we talk about guiding principles, these are the guide rails. When we talk about what we know that is important, we talk about do no harm. We do no harm to our students. We do no harm to our employees. We want to make sure that our students, our families, and our staff and the basic needs are met. We want to make sure, as was brought up in the last presentation around devices, that we have equitable access for our students. And we want to maintain extremely rigorous and high expectations for our students, because that's what we are in the Washoe County School District, high expectations for our students and our staff. And then follow all practical federal, state, and local health related guidelines. And so as we step back into phase 2 and what that guidance is regarding the governor's directive as far as 022, we wanted to make sure that we're following all directives, obviously, and then importantly, that if a additional meeting is needed for the Board of Trustees to make final decisions, you all have that opportunity on July 21st, which will still allow the 20-day public notice. And then obviously Directive 024 around face coverings, and we'll have a presentation later on, a section in this presentation talking specifically around face coverings, because we know that's a large concern for our community as well as for our staff members. And then we must submit to the Nevada Department of Education plans regarding a distance learning, in-person, and hybrid learning model. And we will go into great depth and detail around what each one of those plans means and what they look like. So when we talk about each one of those plans, we take into consideration our academic goals. We're a school district, and so obviously academics is our mission. That's our mission, and that's what we do as educators. But we also want to make sure that we are meeting the basic social emotional needs of our students and staff. When we talk about that, we want to make sure that our students and our staff feel comfortable and also that their emotional needs are being met. When we talk about equitable access, that means both in the distance learning as well as the brick and mortar. And so what that means for technology and our devices. And then obviously we've heard many, many comments around distance learning and what that means as far as academic gaps. And we want to make sure that those are evaluated and that those are addressed as we come into the 2021 school year. And then obviously standards-based grade level instruction must occur within our classrooms with the support of professional learning communities. There we are. I want to applaud our governor and our state superintendent. Yesterday we received, and it is actually on our website posted for the document as far as the proposal for the FY21 budget. And the Nevada COVID fiscal report is posted on our website. One of the largest concerns that we have had is the benefit of clear information regarding our 2021 budget. And it's very difficult to be putting these plans into action. And so we do have that posted on our website. I want to make sure that our public knows that that is posted on our reopening task force website. But then also, importantly, these are some of the assumptions. When we are designing and looking at the plans, we are making those plans with these assumptions that the district is going to be operating in an environment of significantly reduced state revenue. We know that our special session starts tomorrow. We will be providing testimony for that special session. And so we are hopeful that education, we know it's a priority with our legislators, and we know it's a priority of our governor as well. There are going to be significant costs in dollars, times, and supplies, as well as human resources. Certain non-core function of the district may have to be temporarily curtailed, postponed, or eliminated, meaning that our focus is going to be the safety and well-being of our students and staff. And so some of the other programs that we have enjoyed, they may have to be postponed or curtailed. And then obviously the cost to provide services may look a little bit different, and what those services will look like. And we also know, we are also assuming that there will still be active cases, as we know that there is a current spike in active cases around the virus, and that a vaccine, for all intents and purposes, will not be able to be impactful in time for the opening of schools. So continuing with those assumptions, we know that we have had several hundreds and hundreds of emails regarding the desire to return to the normal and what that would look like pre-pandemic. And I think that President Raymond said it very well at the last board meeting. There is nothing more than the trustees, myself, our leadership team, and our teachers and community. We want to get back to the normal. We want to make sure that our students and our staff have that educational environment. And we also know that no single decision is going to please every constituency. These are extremely difficult decisions that our trustees are being faced with, as Trustee Simon Holland mentioned, some of the most difficult decisions that you all have had in your professional careers. And we also know that there will be waves of the virus throughout this year, and what that would look like. We have to be ready to react to what those waves are going to be. We have to be ready as a school district and as an organization to go into a full distance model. You can flip the side there. So I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Beiersdorf, and she is going to go into each one of our models. She will go into depth around what a full distance learning model is, as well as an in-person model and a hybrid. And then we will pause for a question break after that in conjunction with President Raymond's wishes. So with that, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. President Raymond and trustees, again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Deputy Superintendent. And I have the honor of walking you through the 3 learning plans that Dr. McNeil previously mentioned that we must submit to the Nevada Department of Education. So I'm going to start first with the full distance learning education plan or model. School districts in the state of Nevada must have an option available for families to receive high quality standards-based instruction if school is closed or a student is not able to access the school site. Specifically for Washoe County School District, our full distance learning plan rests on 3 different models or 3 different programs. The first one being our North Star online school, which, as you know, is an accredited grades kindergarten through 12 school in Washoe County. It's been with us for a number of years. There is also the Edgenuity online credit accrual, credit attainment program, and that is available to students in grades 6 through 12. And then finally, our online curriculum planning guides also meet the requirement of full distance learning. And these are, if you will recall from our previous presentation, standards-based district adopted curriculum that is available for teachers to plan from and then to use our Microsoft platform, Teams specifically, to provide lessons to our students who are learning remotely or full distance. Full distance learning depends on 5 key attributes, including instruction is supported daily by qualified, certified teachers. So teachers that are licensed in a specific grade level or content area. We know obviously that our students must have access to devices and to the internet. You'll be hearing about that a little later in this presentation. Also, teachers must receive ongoing professional learning support. And we've talked in previous meetings as well that we are starting that actually right now this summer, kicking off with a 21st Century Learning Pedagogy course that's part of a requirement for teachers when they come back to work in August. We also know that requirements of specialized learning, such as students who have an individual education plan, we must be compliant, we must meet the goals in those plans. And then also very importantly, that our students that are eligible for free or reduced price lunch must have access to food. So the full distance learning model or plan would be available to families under several scenarios that you see before you. So families may choose to enroll their child or children into North Star or request a full-time Edgenuity schedule. And again, that's students that are in our secondary schools, grades 6 through 12. Just as a reminder, our North Star online school is its own standalone school, so a student would enroll in North Star. The Edgenuity program is available through all of our middle and high schools, and our families would work with site administrators and counselors to set up a schedule for students to access the Edgenuity program. Full distance learning could also be used in the event that a student or a group of students is being excluded from school due to a suspected or confirmed exposure to COVID-19, or if a school is temporarily shut down due to an outbreak, or in the event that the entire district is temporarily shut down due to an outbreak of COVID-19. And if you'll remember, this option was presented to our Board of Trustees at the June 23rd, 2020 school board meeting. The second model that I'd like to walk you through today is the in-person learning model. So Nevada Department of Education has asked its 17 districts to provide a plan for in-person learning, which means enrolled students attend school throughout the school week, receiving all instruction within the school building. Now, this is based on several key requirements, including adherence to current reopening requirements. So for example, right now, Our plans are based on the state's phase 2 reopening requirements around social distancing, the use of protective personal equipment, PPE, restrictions around close contact activities within the school setting, required enhanced cleaning and hygiene protocols, and screening protocols that must be in place. The in-person learning model would be available to our families, to our students under several scenarios. And I think maybe the first one to really highlight here is that space and staffing permits our students coming into the school building in a full-time status. So is the school building large enough? Is there enough space to be able to put into, for example, the current phase 2 requirements? And do we have enough staffing once we do put those requirements into place to make sure that our students are supervised? Would also like to talk here a bit about the priority and in-person learning model, a priority for what we are planning for our students that maybe have more academic or medical or social vulnerabilities that we want to bring into our buildings on a full-time basis. So for example, students that are in a self-contained special education program, students living in transition or in foster care, students that are new to the country with English learner requirements, including our refugee students, and then other student populations such as our gifted and talented students as well. And then finally, the third learning model that we need to present a plan to the Nevada Department of Education is the hybrid learning model. And this is a model that utilizes both the in-person and a distance learning model to provide a teaching and learning support for our students. So for Washoe, our plans for a hybrid learning model, and you will hear more about these later specific to middle school and high school, include students coming into our school buildings for part of the school week. And then when they are not in the school building during the school week, they're receiving distance learning instruction and support for the remainder of that week. While students are in the buildings, all provisions of in-person learning, so again, social distancing, PPE, the phase 2 requirements, etc., are the same. And then when students are not in the school buildings, the provisions or the requirements for distance learning, again, access to certified teachers, to food, would remain the same as well. So if in-person learning is not available because of space or staffing limitations, hybrid learning will be available to our families. So even though a hybrid model, again, would be a consideration if there was not enough space or staffing in the school building, still our students that are considered vulnerable, such in academics, medical, social needs as well, would be served in the school building in a full-time status. So again, students in special ed self-contained programs, students living in transition or foster care, and students new to the country with English language learner requirements.
Right, well, thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf. I will now turn it over to our trustees for questions or comments on these 3 different models that we are proposing to present to the Nevada Department of Education. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of things. Thank you, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf and our reopening task force for the thoughtful work on these models. I wanted to emphasize a couple of things and ask a couple of questions, if I might. I first wanted to emphasize we received several emails in which the writer thought that North Star was a Christian school, and it is not a Christian school. North Star is a public K-12 Washoe County School District school. So just wanted to clarify for folks, that's a public school. It just happens to be delivered online. Not sure where that confusion came from, but we want to make sure people know North Star is a public Washoe County School District school that is online. A question regarding distance learning. So if students go back to school and it doesn't work or feel safe for them, can they switch to the online program? Can this be done at any time, or would they need to wait until the semester? And then will North Star be able to accommodate all who want it? That has been a question that we've had some concerns about on email. And if it can't accommodate all who want it, how will it be decided who gets to enroll in North Star?
So thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. So yes, to your very first comment, yes, there is another school apparently in the Midwest, someplace called North Star. Our school is North Star Online School. So thank you for that clarification. So I'll start with the North Star program. So ideally, students will enroll in North Star at the beginning of the school year or midway through at the semester, at the beginning of the second semester. The North Star learning model is based on a Pearson education product, and much easier for students to begin their time in North Star at the beginning of the fall or the spring semester. North Star right now is continuing to take applications for students that are interested. I know our Office of School Leadership is working very closely with Principal Hadley to make sure that our parents, our families that are interested in North Star are getting into North Star. So that is happening right now. And then regarding a family that may choose to explore an option for full distance learning for their student at their zone school or at the school the child that is attending, they would work closely again with their principal and with their counselor to get that student enrolled into either, as I talked about earlier, Edgenuity, or the district's created online curriculum planning guides that are also available K through 12, supported by teachers at the school site. And that can happen at any time in the school year.
That's great. Thank you very much, Ms. Beiersdorf.
Sorry, Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. And Ms. Beiersdorf, I appreciate the presentation. One of the questions I had, and this was kind of one of the trends that I saw in the public comment, was a concern about distance learning and the rigor and the types of academics that would be taught. So my question is, and this would be for students that enroll full-time in distance learning, and then for middle and high school students that rotate into their week or so of distance learning. What are some of the changes? What are some of maybe the improvements of distance learning that families can expect to see in the fall as compared to what they saw and experienced in the spring?
Right. Thank you, Trustee Kelly, and very good question, and I appreciate that because I've been asked that quite a bit as well. So if we go all the way back to middle of March when we first learned that our buildings would be closed, at that point we did not realize at the time or know at the time that they would be closed through the end of the 2019-2020 school year. And we were also heading into spring break, if you remember that as well. So the decision was made that staff at the district level through several of our departments would work together to design standards-based lessons of support for students that when we came back, teachers would work with students to implement. And then school was canceled, buildings were shut a little bit longer, and we decided to continue with the model that we were using. Not ideal, we absolutely know that, but at that time, it was a model that we thought was the most advantageous to help our teachers and help our students, as we didn't know kind of what the end of the school year was going to look like. We were also concerned, as you know, Trustee Kelly, that not all students had access to devices. And while some students would be able to access online curriculum or online lessons from their teachers, many of our students were not able to. So as a result, we also put together our learning packets that we distributed through each of the different phases of school closure that last 9 weeks of the school year. So moving forward to the start of the new school year, and lessons that we learned from the end of last school year, the work that we're doing to get devices to our students, the work that we're doing with our teachers to provide more professional learning about what it means to deliver instruction virtually. And then also the work that we're doing with our site principals, our administrators as well, the whole system having a better understanding of what we probably needed to get ready to do as we start back to school. We're in a place now where our teachers will take over the instruction with their students, starting off the school year, starting off with new learning, the new grade level standards, the new content standards that students will see at the beginning of the 2020-21 school year.
Yeah, that sounds great. So you're saying then that teachers will have more control, a little bit more flexibility over the lesson plans than they had previously. And then I'm assuming then that the lesson plans that are delivered in the fall are going to count. I know that was a big concern that people had in the spring, that because a lot of the work was not counted towards the end, it wasn't counted towards a grade. Students lost some of their motivation, but in the fall it's going to count. And that motivation will be there, and then teachers will have more control over what's being taught?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. And also too, I think also as well, very much a greater reliance, teachers working and collaborating across grade levels in a school, across content areas, across high schools, across middle schools, working together to plan for content that may need to be delivered virtually to students. Yes.
Great, thank you.
All right, Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. Thank you, Dr. McNeil and our new deputy and our new chief academic officer. Just a tremendous amount of work, and the team, the reopening team. A tremendous amount of work has been done leading into this. You can absolutely tell. And I know there's a lot more presentation to go. But I'm going to first agree with my colleague that this is one of the hardest decisions I've ever made. That's for sure. It impacts the entire community. And for those who are watching and listening, just know that we take this very, very seriously, and really want to do simply what's best for the communities that we serve. My question, all that being said, my question, Deputy Soup, is, I remember we were talking a little bit before, I think this was the last meeting, and talking about those times when, and let me know if I'm getting ahead. Okay, because I could have read it, or it could have been from the last meeting, right? I think I have email dead brain going on or something like that, right? But we do read your emails. But anyway, that when they talk a little bit about the model of the hybrid model, the one you just ended, when a teacher is in the classroom with a certain group of children, but then she or he also has a certain group of children at home, because we're doing the Monday, Wednesday, you know what I'm talking about. What will that look like?
Well, yeah, great question, Trustee Taylor, and another question that's coming at us as well as we're talking with our teachers and our principals as well. And if I could quickly give a shout out to the Teaching and Learning Committee. Some of the members are here that will talk to you a little bit later today, and that's made up of principals, teachers, parents, higher education members as well. So we've been talking through this as well. So there are the amazing thing about our school leaders and our teachers is they're so creative, and they're thinking about different ways, once we determine what it will look like, come August, different ways of making sure students who may be in a hybrid learning model, what is happening when they're not actually in the classroom? How are we keeping them up with their school work? And you will hear a little bit more about that later, Trustee Taylor.
Okay.
But for a teacher who, a freshman algebra teacher who is delivering a lesson to a group of students, and there are students that aren't in the classroom because they are learning at home, we have principals and teachers talking about live streaming a lesson, perhaps, if that's a capability or an ability to do so. We also know that a teacher who is working with 20 students, perhaps, is going to have potentially a difficult time checking on the students that may be home as well as they're learning at home. So we have to be very nimble and very creative in how we're using our, how our staff is collaborating both at the site level and district support staff as well, to make sure that our teachers have time to plan for delivery of both models of instruction. There could be situations where perhaps there are five algebra classes that are happening at any given time at one of our high schools. But based on our hybrid learning model, again, you'll hear more about that in just a little bit. We're able to have one of those teachers not directly work with students in the classroom just because of how the number of students look at that particular time. And then that teacher, he or she might be working with the students at home as well. So I very much believe it will look different from site to site. I think it will look different based on staffing from site to site. It will depend on how many students are in the building, how many students are accessing distance learning, how many students might be in an Edgenuity program versus one of our teachers delivering the lesson directly to the student. And then also too, when I think about synchronous and asynchronous learning as well, a student could be in that algebra class on a Monday, and then come Tuesday, the student is working on an independent project or some kind of independent work that may not require direct assistance from that teacher at the exact time he or she is working on that particular lesson. So I think it will look very different. We've talked to Trustee Taylor, all hands on deck, that all of us throughout the district are working to help support our teachers, especially with this hybrid learning model, because it is something we've never done before. So there are still things to work out. I don't want to tell you we totally have it figured out, but we will work very closely with our principals and with our teachers, just to make sure that we're getting it done. So I think more to come on that as we get a little bit closer to it, but it's definitely a concern, and it's one that we're very much aware of, Trustee Taylor.
So thank you for that, Deputy Beiersdorf. So basically what we're saying is that they're hopefully, again, and I know some of it is site specific, right, based upon the team they have. So in some cases, we may be able to, for an example, with the 5 algebra classes example at a middle school or whatever, that maybe one of those algebra teachers is freed up at a particular time or whatever. So they could lend support to whomever may be distance learning in algebra during that time, so that you don't have because I mean, of course, the concern is teachers want their kids to learn, and they want them to have the best opportunity they can. But I can't imagine a teacher in the classroom trying to work with these kids, right, that are 6 feet apart and all of that. And then you have kids online doing the lesson that's kind of complicated, or you're just getting into a certain part of algebra, and how do you balance that? That's the whole,
right.
Absolutely.
And school districts, higher education, I mean, everyone is working through what these look like. And then in the past as well, at our previous board meeting, we talked a little bit about the idea of a cadre of teachers as well.
That's what I was thinking of, yeah.
So there's that as well. So it's, I don't necessarily know if it's going to be a one size fits all for every school. I think we might see teachers who are working to balance who's in the classroom and who's out of the classroom, learning at the same time as they're delivering a lesson. We're hearing lots of ideas. People are really thinking about this and what it's going to mean for them coming back as teachers and delivering instruction to students.
True. That's true. Talk a little more about the, I'm sorry, Madam President, this is my last follow-up. Thank you. I'm learning a lot and answering some questions I have listed. Talk a little more about the cadre of teachers. That's what I recall us chatting a little bit about at the last meeting.
Right, yes, exactly. So there may be situations or considerations perhaps for teachers, other staff as well, but for teachers who are not able to return to the buildings. And I know Chief Human Services Officer Emily Ellison can talk to that a little bit as well. But we think that there may be an opportunity to have a cadre or a team of teachers that could provide support not just for one specific school, but perhaps across schools. So I'll go back to the algebra example, that perhaps there may be a teacher, again, the idea of the licensed certified teacher in that content or that subject area that might be providing support to algebra students at 2 different high schools or perhaps 3 different high schools, again, depending on the numbers of students.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Deb. I appreciate it. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much, Deputy Superintendent. I just had a couple of questions. The first one's around in-person. I just want to make sure that there isn't confusion. So the in-person model means in-person with state restrictions, not in-person. You all figure out how to make it work, correct?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, absolutely correct. Following current guidelines.
Okay, because I want to make sure that's clear that we do have some things we have to follow. We're the decision makers, but not really the full decision makers. And so in-person really could mean in some locations hybrid because it may not be possible. Correct?
So in person, so when I talked earlier about the students that perhaps are in a more of a vulnerable population, so I use the example of students on an IEP who might be in a specialty program, special ed program. They would be coming into school in person every day, and it could be in a school that is on a hybrid model. Does that make sense? So though while we have a hybrid model, and I think I'd like to point out as well, or because I think this has caused some confusion as well, hybrid model are students coming in and out of the building based on the schedule that is established. Staff would be coming back on a full-time basis. So in that hybrid model, we could have students that are there on a daily basis because they've been identified as part of a vulnerable population.
Okay. And in the hybrid model, I just have 2 concerns on the hybrid model. Dr. Taylor hit on the teacher workloads. That's one of them. And the second one was disproportionate impact on low income and working class families. So how is the district going to ensure that low income and working class families are receiving the same educational product as those that are not in those, not low income or working class in a hybrid or even full distance learning model?
Well, and I think Trustee Cottle, I can take us back to the last quarter of the previous school year, and I think a question that I had earlier, that the concern in accessing district developed curriculum the last 9 weeks of the previous school year was students that had to access through the packets, perhaps versus students who had access to a device and were just able to engage in a different way with their teacher. Because though the materials were designed at the district level, they were implemented and supported by our teachers. And I think as all the trustees know, very concerned about equitable access and equity at the end of the previous 9 weeks, largely because of access to devices or to some kind of device that could support it. So I think that's true going forward as well. ensuring that our families, that our students have access to a device. So perhaps it is a teacher who is live streaming their algebra lesson at 8 o'clock in the morning. And in some cases, we know too, it won't just be a device, it will be access to the internet too. That is a barrier as well. We've also, as we've worked to bring these models before you today, Trustee Cottle, felt it was very important that if a middle school, if the recommendation to the trustees, as you will again hear later in the presentation, the recommendation from a middle school and high school is a hybrid model due in large part to space, not enough space to bring students back full time and still be able to implement phase 2 requirements that we are currently under. We needed to be consistent across all middle schools and all high schools to be equitable. We may have some schools that have a little bit more space just because the enrollment is not as high maybe as it is in another school. So, and then working very closely again with our teachers and our administrators and our support staff and our district staff as well in reaching out to our students, not just for attendance purposes, but checking in with students, making sure they're coming into the buildings, making sure that it might be a day that they are not scheduled to come into the building, having access to nutrition. So lots of considerations to ensure that perhaps our more impacted students are receiving the support that they need as well in a hybrid model.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Just a comment, I think something maybe for all of us to think about as we go through the afternoon. I think back to the high school graduation conversation where the board put together guidelines and each school community was able to put together something towards those guidelines. It may be worth really considering throughout today and future decisions to rely heavily on our principals and teachers and the school-based communities to formulate plans that fit them around guidelines developed by the board. It keeps the big time decisions, the local level that are impactful to families. So I think it's just something to think about as we move through the afternoon. And that will conclude my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I know Trustee Simon Holland has more questions, but I just want to make sure Trustee Calvert or Trustee Minetto, do either of you have any questions? Yes, go ahead, Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Deborah. I've talked to a couple parents and other constituents, and their concerns are around students that possibly are falling behind. And so they were wondering how or what would be done in the fall and going forward to catch those students up.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. And we're concerned about all students heading into the new school year as a result of our buildings being closed the last 9 weeks of the previous school year. But we are committed from day one to be implementing and focused on new grade level standards, new content standards. We talked early on as a leadership team, we talked early on as the teaching and learning committee that it was very, very important. Well, we didn't have time. We didn't have time to spend the first 9 weeks of the new school year making up for what may have been missed the previous 9 weeks, the end of the previous school year. But it is incumbent on all educators to, as we always work to do, to understand where perhaps the learning deficits or the needs of all of our students are. And that's going to need to happen through a very thoughtful assessment approach. And I think I use kind of a little a there when I say assessment. We have no plans to test our kids as soon as they come back to our buildings, but we need to know where those deficits are so we can scaffold and we can build up the skills so then they can start accessing and being successful in the new grade level or content standards for the 2021 school year. So our Department of Assessment under the leadership of Dr. Sandy Aird is working very closely with our curriculum and instruction departments, our gifted and talented departments, our EL, our English learner departments, all of our area superintendents, and then eventually all of our principals and teachers as well, to put in a plan that is thoughtful and doable and is still builds that sense and that love of learning for our students, because they've been through a lot and they haven't been in a school building by the time school comes back in August, for months and months. So we're very, very cognizant and aware of those concerns, because we have them too, Trustee Calvert.
I'll just add really quick on to that, Trustee Calvert. We're working very closely with the Nevada Department of Education as well, because we know that our teachers are concerned, as are our parents, as far as learning loss. You've heard the COVID slide, and we're working in conjunction with the Nevada Department of Education as far as taking a look at assessment requirements, accountability standards, and if there's possibilities for waivers and such types of instructional strategies that will help with that as well.
Thank you to both of you. But like I said, these are just concerns that people have come to me with, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Trustee Minetto, any questions for you at this time? Okay. Trustee Simon Holman, if you don't mind, I'll just go through mine real quick and then we can turn it over back to you. All right. I wondered, with the full distance model, I've visited North Star a number of times and really impressed with that online school and the way it works. I know friends who've had their children attend. The most experience I have with it, though, is with kids that are middle and high school aged. And I'm curious, if a family did decide that for their family, for their student, the right approach is to go full distance learning, and they have an elementary student, what does that look like? If you could sort of, paint a little picture of what the full distance learning model at North Star looks like for an elementary student. Are they having face-to-face interaction with a teacher, or is it really self-directed with the parent support?
Thank you, Trustee Raymond. Thank you very much, President Raymond. So the beauty of North Star is that it is a Washoe County School District school supported by Washoe County School District teachers and administrators. So the learning platform, as I said earlier, it's a Pearson education program, which is very, very rigorous, very high quality, standards-based online program. But it's also supplemented and supported by the North Star teachers. So traditionally, students will come into the North Star school site and meet with teachers, get tutoring help, meet with their peers, so they have interaction with other students of a similar age. The school traditionally also plans for field trips tied to curriculum throughout the area. And I know Principal Hadley and her team very much want to continue to do what they can do, what they are able to do around requirements that will be in place. So for elementary, it's checking in with a teacher. It's a teacher providing one-on-one tutoring. It's small group lessons. It is independent work with parental support. And when our students and our families talk to the staff at North Star and learn more about the program, this is something that that is explained as well. So the idea, is not a student is in front of a computer for 6 hours a day doing their learning that way, but quite a bit of support and interaction with North Star staff.
Great, thank you. The other thing I know from visiting North Star is that students do go to the physical location occasionally. Would that still be allowed, or how would they control for social distancing if a student was in full distance learning and was able to get there, I guess, if they wanted to.
And I know the North Star staff would love to see their students coming in, absolutely, but they would be expected as well, and a plan would be in place to ensure that that particular facility was following whatever social distancing, safety, hygiene protocols were in place at the time. So absolutely.
Great. I think it's really a wonderful option to provide for our families that aren't comfortable returning to the classroom. As I said, I just think North Star is incredible. I think it can be a hard adjustment for a student that is not used to that kind of independent style, and especially with the elementary students, I think you know, there might be that concern, but I appreciate hearing your response. And I know, having talked with some of the teachers there too, that they really do build those relationships and create those connections with their students, even though it's remote and they're not face to face with them. They get to know them, they build the relationships, and it does, although it's not exactly like being in the classroom, it does have many of those components that that are so important for the social emotional aspect of our students. I don't want there to be a perception that if a family were to choose this full distance learning model, that they would be, you know, really just homeschooling. It is very different than that. As you said, it's a Washoe County School District school. So I appreciate that. For the, for the hybrid model, and this may be, scooching over into the next area. So just tell me to wait and I'll get my answer then if that's the case. But, you know, we've heard from some families, and I think it'll be more clear when we go through the presentation about kind of what the elementary model will look like if we do go with the 5-day. But if a, you know, for instance, if we were to go with that model, and would a family be able to choose hybrid when the school is, or the elementary level, let's say, is 5-day a week? Can you do both in person and hybrid? Or is it kind of, you know, I know we're saying that there is an option for our families to do full distance learning if they aren't comfortable with any in person, but I'm not sure I'm phrasing this or making it clear what my question is, but can a family choose hybrid if they don't want in person, and that's what's being offered?
Yeah, yes. President Raymond, yes, absolutely. We want to work with our families. You know, the situation we will be faced with in the fall is difficult enough. So we know that there may be situations, especially with elementary students, that perhaps a family may need to have their child in the building a few days a week and then out of the building a few days of the week. So yes, our schools absolutely will, our principals, our teachers, our counselors will work with our families because we know there might be some unique situations.
Thank you. Just one more comment and then my last question, and it sort of ties into what, or it is, you know, piggybacking off of Trustee Cottle's statement. I just want to reiterate that, you know, we've had a lot of comments about why can't, you know, we're offering this choice for full distance, we're offering the choice for hybrid, and so why aren't we just offering in person as the choice for those that choose that? And at this time, you know, my feeling as one trustee is that if we were to offer that, we would be violating the social distancing and gathering size restriction. Now, having said that, onto my question, I guess, is, you know, we don't have actual numbers yet of students and families and what their choice would be if they, you know, had to decide today which model they would choose. You know, whether they would choose full distance. I guess that really would be the determining factor of how many students will be in full distance. and what that looks like then and what kind of relief that would bring to the classroom size, when would that kind of either survey or question go out to the community to get that firm kind of number, or how will that happen to know what number of students will be going full distance and what relief that would bring to our school sites?
So President Raymond, that is a decision that we need to reach out to our families as soon as we're able to. So I believe and Superintendent McNeil, I'm sure will want to jump in here too, but I believe as soon as we know what our approved models are, then we are able to then take the next steps in determining what choices our families may make. We talked about earlier about the cadre of teachers. We talked about North Star. I think a lot more of these decisions that need to come soon will be made once we know what those models are, the approved upon models for elementary, middle, and high school.
Okay.
And I'll just add real quick. I mean, I think we can extrapolate some of the data from our reopening surveys as well as our distance. So remember, we had two surveys, one for online or reopening, and then we also had a distance to see what lessons we've learned on the distance education model. But I do also want to say that what a survey such as that will allow us to do is to allocate appropriately. So in other words, if we have to shift allocations over to North Star, or we have to shift more allocations over to an Edgenuity type program, that would allow us to do so once we get the numbers as far as which family would like to opt into what type of plan. And I'll just quickly say that the hybrid model is based around phase 2, right? And those restrictions that we are under as far as social distancing requirements and the number of people that can be into one space at one time, which under phase 2 is no more than 50. So if we go into a phase 3 and whatever those particular restrictions would be, whether it's still face coverings, hygiene, those types of things, we would look at adjusting what that model would be. But right now, the hybrid model is based around the phase 2.
Great. Boy, what a puzzle. I mean, we've talked a little bit before about the chicken and the egg, and there's just so many pieces that we have to consider here. So thank you. All right, Trustee Simon Holland, then Trustee Cottle, and now I do see Trustee Minetto has a question.
Thank you, President Raymond. I just wanted to make a record. I know a lot of folks are watching this, and I know a lot of folks are listening, or they will listen to it later. And I just wanted to make sure to reiterate some things that have come up quite frequently in our emails. One of the questions people have asked is, why is the Board of Trustees meeting virtually, but you're asking everyone else in elementary school, for example, to come to in-person school full-time? And I just wanted to build off of what Superintendent Dr. McNeil just said, that we're directed by the governor to meet remotely during phase 2 guidelines. So just for folks to appreciate, we have had a work session in person using social distancing and masks. We did so on June 26th, but we very much respect that it does feel like there's a double standard, but it is because we are required to meet remotely by the governor during phase 2. I also want to refer to the fact that each of the models that Deputy Beiersdorf has been presenting that have been developed by the reopening task force, each of those models was mandated by the state for us to develop. So we will, in the next section of this presentation, get into the details of what is being recommended for our district. But again, we were mandated to provide those. And the way that our district reopening task force has developed each of those models has been based on science and on the directives of medical and health officials and the governor's office. So again, we're not doing this without a tremendous amount of research. We have local medical professionals, the Medical Society. We'll hear later in the presentations, our Washoe County Medical Society of Doctors has recommended that we have a full-time reopening in-person learning option for students. And of course, the American Academy of Pediatrics also recommended. But I really appreciate the Medical Society because it's current and it's local, and they have been closest to our local conditions and just sent us that letter, I believe yesterday, telling us that their recommendation was to make sure we had in-person learning available. I also wanted to add, just based on the conversation, and I appreciated your question about, what's the timeline for us to find out which options families are going to choose. And I want to encourage, I'm not sure whether I misheard, but I would really not rely on surveys for that, but that we actually have some way that families have some sort of formal indication of their intention. Because as we've heard from lots of folks, not everyone, but we've heard from many survey respondents that they may have responded differently today than they did a month ago. So just wanted to add those comments. Also, one last thought and a question for Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, just to maybe not answer, but to be thoughtful about. We've been told that some of our schools don't have adequate bandwidth for all teachers to be doing Zoom or Microsoft Teams meetings from the school site, and teachers will be at school delivering that content remotely. So I just want to make sure that as we go through the presentation, our IT infrastructure issues will be addressed, because we don't want to have a situation where we're requiring a hybrid model and we can't get the curriculum out to the students because we don't have the infrastructure bandwidth. So thank you, Madam President. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Great points and great question. Trustee Cottle, I'll go to you next.
Thank you, Madam President. This will be just a quick comment, maybe a question. Somebody sent me a link from a media report from 2 hours ago that the Federal Department of Education will reject all hybrid models for returning to school. And I know that's very new information. I mean, how would that play into it? We can't afford to lose federal dollars for anything. Obviously, I have a lot of concerns with the federal government telling us what to do, but I mean, how does that play into this if the federal government Department of Ed's going to basically say hybrid models won't be accepted? What would that even mean? I mean, does anyone really know? Has that come from the state yet, or any information on that?
So Trustee Cottle, Superintendent McNeil, for the record, I had watched a little bit of the seminar today from Secretary DeVoy and President Trump. Nothing has come out from the Nevada Department of Education as far as what that guidance and what that particular guidance would be. I'll just go on the record though and say that in order for us to have in-person or in-person model, which Secretary DeVoe was in favor of, then our district would need millions of dollars to provide additional staffing. And so if the federal government is going to be, providing some additional resources as far as funding, and if additional federal funding is provided, then that would be something, that I think districts would be very interested in. But in order to have a full in-person model, we're not able to do that at this point in time. Number one, because of the requirements around social distancing and what we are under phase 2. So I think those two things have to be matched up as far as what the restrictions are that a school district is under, and then obviously the additional resources that it's going to take in order to do an in-person model.
Great, that's helpful. I just wanted to mention that since it's out there now. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, Trustee Minetto and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, President Raymond. Just a couple questions. hybrid, I've heard people say they're concerned about their children being on different cycles. And you've kind of said that we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. Is that correct?
Trustee Minetto, again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So different schedules on a hybrid with siblings in a family. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
We do. Yes. We are going to do everything we can to make sure that we mitigate that, as well as for transportation purposes as well, to make sure that we're keeping siblings together. Yes.
All righty. And when parents decide this is the way I want my kids to go to school, is it a commitment for a week, a month, a semester? I mean, and yet if they're not our children, they're somebody else's children. I mean, how do we, because it could be changing all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, you will hear later in the presentation, and as you know, the recommendation is that all elementary school students would return. So say a family chose to have their students come back to elementary school, and then chose for their reason to have their child go distance learning, and then perhaps chose for their child to come back to school, in person. We absolutely will be flexible, and we will work with the family around that. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just a few follow-up questions. Is what, and this has come up often in our emails, and please again, let me know if I jump ahead on any of these. What is the plan if, and whether we're in full return, which again, I know we can't be in full return, we're on phase 2. So let me take that off the table then. If we're in a hybrid, any kind of in-person, whether it's elementary school, which the recommendation is to go full-time, or middle or high school, what will be our protocols if a student tests positive, or if a staff member tests positive, or perhaps if a student has been exposed or a staff member, if someone's been exposed because they have, say, a family member who has tested positive. What's our protocol for that?
Vice President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, for the record, we have Margaret Allen, and so we will be getting into those specific questions later in the presentation. If you're okay waiting until that time, or I can put her on now, but we will have. No. She'll go into that as far as what the protocols would be.
Yeah, no, we can wait on that. I just have a couple others. I want to make sure I'm going through my notes here. Oh, now I just want to, because right now we're I know we discussed potentially having a cadre of teachers. I still want to go back to the balancing the workload thing, and we're looking at potentially having a cadre of teachers that can help handle the distance learning piece. Is that a primary goal for how we help teachers so they don't have to do double duty, if you will?
I would say, again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Trustee Taylor, I would say, first and foremost, we would work with the school site to determine the support that might be at the school site itself. And then if the site is not able to support, or the load is too much, then we would look at whatever this cadre of teachers might look like. And then I also want to emphasize too, we have amazing educators, as you all know, that serve in a number of departments in the school district. So also support from those educators as well to help here too. So there will be a lot of support, again, a lot of creative ideas to make sure that we're helping our teachers.
Okay, thank you. I know we touched on it, but I needed to close the loop on that. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President. I think what I have is for later in the presentation as well. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Right now, we're not taking any specific action on these models, but we are going to move into a section where we get into more in-depth information, details about the health and safety components, transportation, and many of those things. And we do sort of plan again to do these little breaks after each main area so that we can address questions. So I will turn it back over to Dr. McNeil or whoever the next presenter is.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And I believe we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, is going to take the multi-track year-round slide.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil, and trustees, thank you for your outstanding questions. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, and multi-track year-round is something that has been explored. And as a former principal at a multi-track year-round, I must admit this was one of my first thoughts that this might work at the elementary school level. In a 3-track system, if you picture it, you would just simply divide your students up into 3 different tracks, and 2 of those tracks would be on at any given time. And so you'd have approximately 66% of your population attending school in the in-person model. At first glance, that sounds like really a good idea. But then when you look further into the challenges of the multi-track system, what we would have to be doing right now as we speak is determining which families go to which tracks. There's quite a process to get input from our community around what tracks they prefer and how much room we have on those tracks. You can imagine that's quite the process. We'd also be very challenged starting late in the year, getting in the number of calendar and time that we need during that calendar. We have to finish up this school year before the next school year starts. Normally on a multi-track system, you would see it run from July to July. And we would not have that opportunity to start in July because we haven't made any decisions yet. Another challenge that we would face with multi-track is we still are allocated in the same way we would be in a balanced calendar. There's no extra allocations. And so the challenges would also be that if we were to go to a 3-track system, it would essentially force us into costs around additional funds for teachers, as well as administrators and our classified personnel. We've also, if you recall from the past, when we were looking at our overcrowding situations and we were going out with WC1, all of us really considered possibilities of if we weren't able to build schools, what were we going to do? And we thought through the possibility of even at our middle schools and high schools, and we quickly came to the conclusion that we'd much rather do double sessions at our middle and high schools. When you start looking at the intricacies of master schedules at the middle and high schools and athletics, it becomes very problematic to have kids moving in and out of school on a monthly basis when you consider those topics. Next slide, please. And I believe this is our Director of Health, Margaret.
It is, President Raymond, did any trustees, did you want to take questions at this point in time for multi-track and anything?
Yeah, I'll just see if, I know we had emails about multi-track, but also I think it came up at our last meeting. If there aren't any questions, we can move on, but if everybody's good, okay, thank you, we're good.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and board members. Thank you. I'm going to talk just a little bit about the health and safety, and I know there's questions related to this. We are taking a multi-layered approach. There's no single health and safety measure that will protect us from COVID. So we're looking at it in a lot of different aspects. We are going to do self-screening to be done at home and by the employees. We have talked about this with health experts. We're seeing more of this in the recommendations that are out there. And I know that self-screening and temperature taking was high on the survey. And again, like other questions, I wonder if we had phrased that differently, or if we had the knowledge when we put the survey out about temperature taking and how it really, it's already too late to be doing the screening at school, you know, how those answers would change. So we are going to continue with the self-screening and remaining home if there's any illness or symptoms. We will use personal protective equipment for students and employees. We're working on enhanced cleaning and hygiene protocols, again, social distancing and restrictions for close contact activities such as sports. In partnership with the health department and local pediatricians, the self-screening model we feel will be the most effective. Again, fever is often a late sign. It's disruptive to families when they get their children off to school or on the bus, and we're calling them from school to, you know, come and pick their child up. So we are recommending self-screening at home. We'll do some education to help families understand what this entails. And then it would, if we were to do mass screenings at the schools, we feel that it would really impact the process of getting students into school and again, impact safety of others if we're pulling kids out of line to be checking temperatures. If a child does present, you know, comes to school and has symptoms, we're going to follow our normal process for an ill child. They will be sent to the school health office where a clinic aide or a school nurse will assess them. We're going to be doing some in-depth assessment of them. We are currently working with the health district to come up with a questionnaire that will help guide us in our referrals for students. And I believe that the next slide is going to be Adam Searcy, but I'll take questions because I know there's probably some about exclusions.
Thank you very much, Margaret. Vice President Taylor.
Oh, okay, now I'm muted. Thank you, Margaret, very much. I'm going to just go back to a question from before, and if because you cover what will happen if a child is found to be positive at school. What if a child is found to be positive, but they're not at school, but they have already been to school? You know, they went to school on Monday, and then Tuesday morning before they go to school, their parent is taking their, or not Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Or Tuesday if it's an elementary school kid, right? The parents taking their temperature and then find out that, oh my goodness, this child may have tested positive, or they're exposed at home. And the same thing for a teacher.
So working with the health district and the local physicians, what we are looking at is, again, following the CDC guidelines, but we're looking at, because we're going to be going into flu season, we are going to more than likely look at any type of symptom on the COVID list, and there's a variety of them, would need to be investigated further by us. And then we're going to see, has there been a contact? Each case is going to be individually screened, and we will work in conjunction with the health district. So for example, if a student's parent calls in saying my child was exposed to, you know, grandmother last weekend who is tested positive for COVID, what we're going to do is we are going to talk to the family, get more information, and then refer them to the health district. The health district is going to do some case tracings. They're going to be calling the families, saying, you know, how long was she in contact with the grandmother? Was it at a distance? Was the child or the grandmother wearing a mask? Or they might refer them to their family physician, who will make the determination. Is this a a COVID exposure or is it not? And then we will rely on the health district and the physician to say, this child is not high risk, can return probably in 72 hours. But we are working on all of that information so that we can put it in a format to get out to families so they clearly understand the criteria that we're using for staff and students who are potentially exposed to COVID or have it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to follow up. If I may, Madam President.
Yes.
Thank you, Margaret. I know this is a lot to put your arms around, you and your medical team for the district, and I really appreciate it because we need you more now than ever, probably, right? So let's say we go through that, and the medical professionals in the community say, Angie was exposed when she was at grandma's house, or Mrs. Jones was exposed when she was at grandma's house, and Mrs. Jones in the meantime taught yesterday, or Angie was in class yesterday, and we know that yes, there was, they didn't have a mask on, so there was exposure. What do we do from there? What happens with Mrs. Jones as a teacher, right? And what happens with the classroom because little Angie was exposed, or whatever the case may be?
Again, we are going to be working very closely with the health district to notify them to try and get as much information as we can about what the exposure was, were people practicing social distancing, and then the recommendation. The health district has said that they need at least 72 hours, 3 days to do a case follow-up. And so the sooner we know and the sooner we can get that information out to the health district, the better off we'll be. But we're probably going to exclude for 3 days until we find out, especially if it was a close contact.
I see. Thank you. So that means if there has been exposure, until we know exactly what the deal is, Angie stays home for 3 days, or Mr. Smith stays home for 3 days.
Again, Margaret Allen, for the record, it does depend on the contact and how close. Were they in contact for long periods of time? Was anybody wearing any, protection? And so I wish I had some real firm answers. We're hoping to give some very close guidelines for exclusions. We meet with the health district this coming Thursday, and we will agree with the health district and the physicians on how we are going to handle exclusions, because again, we'll have flu symptoms that closely mimic COVID, but we don't want to exclude unnecessarily. And so our physician partners have really stepped up and said, we want to help you with this.
I see. So, and I ask this in this manner because that's a question I've gotten often, and we've had many emails about it. If a child or if a staff member tests positive, and so that's why I kept at it, because they continually want to know this, and certainly we can all understand that. So really, the answer at this point will be we're going to work with the medical professionals, and we'll know more detail. But at the end of the day, we're going to follow along with those recommendations, whether it's exclusion right away, and it may be case by case, which does make sense because every exposure is not the same.
Correct. Every exposure is different, and we have very different identified scenarios. So we have close contacts are identified through contact tracing. So the health district, that's one scenario where the health district would call us and say, okay, Ms. Jones in this classroom tested positive. Here's what we're going to do. Here's our recommendation. We have a suspected case, but not confirmed. We may come together and say, for all suspected cases, we either need a physician to rule out COVID-19, or we need testing to rule that out. And then again, we have a confirmed case of COVID. This is what we're going to follow. So there's various scenarios, and a lot of it is going to depend on staff getting clear information on why people are sick.
Okay, thank you very much, Margaret. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. That's really helpful. And I think the key for me for that, is communication. Whatever we do settle on with the health district and those medical professionals, once it is determined what those kind of tipping points are and what guidelines we establish, we just have to be proactive in getting that. And I know you agree and everyone at the district agrees, but we just have to be able to communicate it. I'll just quickly tack on my question because it does go with that. I kind of think I know the answer, but with our FERPA laws, if a student were to test or the teacher were to test positive in a classroom, what would the notification be to the rest of that class or school?
That is going to follow similar letters to parents for outbreaks. And so we have samples. We're working on a document now that we'll review on Thursday with the health district. What would that letter look like? First of all, the notification is going to come to us so that our outbreak team is notified. We've got a potential problem in this classroom. And then the health district will give us direction on exclude these people, again, based on the information, the case tracing information that we give them, they will direct us on, do we close this classroom? Do we exclude the whole students that have been in this classroom? Do we, it'll be a case by case, but again, working in conjunction with the physicians and the health district on what do we do when we have a positive case in a classroom.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I see, I think the order will be Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. The first question I have is every year, it happens consistently, and teachers will say it, that students are sent to school sick. And regardless of what is put out there, a student will still come to school not feeling well. So how is the district going to screen for that? I know that we're saying that temperature checks aren't feasible, but considering that was high in the survey and this issue does happen every school year, regardless of what it is, what is the district's response going to be to making sure that we don't have sick people walking through the front doors? How are we going to address that?
I think part of doing, helping people understand the course of the disease and understanding that, if my child is sick over the weekend and I give them Tylenol and their temperature's down, some people have the idea that I can go ahead and send my child to school. You really have to be at least 24 hours without the use of fever reducing medication before you send them back to school. So again, this information that we're working on with the health district and with local physicians is getting that information to parents. We will continue to have parents send their kids sick because maybe they're not acting sick at home. The goal is to get those kids to the health clinic and to get them screened, isolated and screened further to make sure it's not just a common cold, that it is maybe influenza-like illness. And maybe to see, is this really COVID, so that we catch it as soon as possible. Again, the nature of viruses, usually people will come up with a temperature late in the afternoon, early evening. Oftentimes children don't even have symptoms. And so we will do some aggressive screening in the health offices.
Perfect. Has any thought been given to giving teachers the CDC recommended questionnaire to ask their students in class? I know that we're seeing it at the university. I know it's a different clientele, consistently asking people that CDC recommended questionnaire. And if the student answers yes to any of those questions, they're pulled from everything to investigate it. Have we thought about giving teachers different strategies and tools to identify students that could potentially not be feeling well, to remove them from the population as fast as possible?
Yes, we have the recovery team has really worked hard on various tools. And one of the things that we'd like to do is to institute a wellness check during the day, maybe in the morning and again in the afternoon. What is our wellness check? Am I feeling 100%? Do I have any of these symptoms? To start educating teachers, children, parents on, these are the symptoms that I need to be looking out for. And again, to stay home when they're ill. But we have several self-assessment screening tools that are available. There's things that are available for children. And so it's going to be mass education.
Perfect. And I know that for high schoolers, it's probably easier to ask them those questions. I know for elementary, you probably have to do the kid version to try to see, you know, what they're feeling. The last question I have, has the school district given any thought to offering pooled testing for our staff throughout the school year?
Testing for COVID or the antibody?
For COVID, specifically the pooled testing. I read about it that athletic departments are using pooled testing because it's cheaper and the majority of tests are negative, so you're able to push them out faster and then isolate positive tests. But essentially you get each test for half the cost because you're only testing half the sample. Any thought on that, to offer that to our staff?
I just received some information from a vendor. I know Dr. McNeil has received several emails from vendors who are interested. Our risk management department has not really vetted that fully. I think there's some pros and cons to it. There are a lot of false negatives. And again, I think that there are some employers that are testing people, especially in the healthcare realm, where they don't want employees coming back. But we have not made a decision on any type of pool testing or antibody testing at this point. It has been considered.
Perfect, thank you. Personally, I would recommend it as much as we can to offer employees testing and to mass testing so that we can essentially respond as fast as possible. I know we can't force it on our students. I would recommend it that they get tested periodically, but we can definitely offer that to staff. I would recommend it, however we figure out how to do that. So thank you very much for answering the questions.
You're welcome. And again, Margaret Allen for the record. We are discussing with the health district, can we mandate testing for students or for teachers? And, you know, looking at that, we can strongly recommend it. And then if we're having a big problem, then the health district can come in and quarantine people and exclude them and take legal action if they needed to.
Thank you, Margaret and Trustee Cottle. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. And Margaret, thank you very much for being here. You know, we all appreciate and value your expertise. And so I appreciate you kind of explaining, you know, from a nursing, from medical and hygienic perspective, you know, what we're looking at in the fall. The school board saw it a little bit earlier ago, the surveys, and Trustee Cottle hinted at this as well, that, you know, the overwhelming choice for staff, families, and for students, the number one precaution or procedure that they wanted the school district to have in place when school started was temperature checks. And so I think it's important. I mean, we're saying here that, you know, it's not practical, it's not very reliable to check every student at the door. And so I was just wondering if you could expand on that, you know, why it's not practical, why it's not reliable. That way, for everybody, for all the thousands of people that put that as a top choice, as a school district, we can say we appreciate you selecting that and thinking about that. But here are the very, very valid and important reasons why we just can't do it. And I was wondering if you can expand on that.
Yes, there's a number of different scanners out there, and again, there's error rates for every piece of equipment you use. So some of it is very, very costly. The first thing was the information from the epidemiologists and the infectious disease physicians that said, you know, while temperature taking is good, it is rather a late sign, or in children, that's not one of the symptoms that you see a lot of in COVID. Children are usually going to present with little to no symptoms. The other thing was, what is the benefit of it if, you know, we can't get students into classrooms? if we're bottlenecking them at one entrance to check temperatures that may or may not be valid. And then, you know, was there a process? Would we encourage students who maybe have been running or sitting in a hot car or sitting outside standing in line? Would we encourage the violation of social distancing by trying to get in line to get tested? And then pulling them out of line? Would there be a stigma? Oh, you didn't pass your temperature test, you must be COVID. And so, you know, the bullying aspect of it. We do see, we feel that health begins in the home, that if we can help families understand they need to, not only for themselves, because they have to go into the workplace and be healthy, but for their child to start teaching them, giving them these tools to self-assess at home. And then if they don't have the tools, how do we get them thermometers to self-test? Or, you know, when they're not feeling well, we bring them into the health office and we start assessing, doing a deeper assessment. Maybe there's issues in the home that need to be addressed, you know, that we can help the family with. So again, by the time a student gets on the bus, they've already exposed several other students, and the parent gets to work, is angry. I put my child on the bus, they were fine. So we really want to encourage self-assessment, self-testing at home.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you. Another question that I thought about. I know that as a district, we send information through Infinite Campus to start the school year, different forms, different announcements. Is there a way that we can send parents almost like a checklist on things to look out for before sending your student to school? I truly believe most parents are going to want to do the right thing by the health and safety of their students and everyone involved, but they may not know exactly what they're looking for, exactly what they should ask their students. It may be worth working with the health department to send parents a one sheet on, this is every morning, this is what we should look at, this is what you should ask your student. And that will help the self-checks. I think some parents, for self-screenings, they would just ask their student, you feel okay? Yeah, I feel good. Okay. But they may not really know like what to ask or what to look for this. So anything that we can push out to families and Infinite Campus, I would recommend. That's our opportunity to start the school year to get that info out. So I don't know if you've thought about that. You may already have something in the works, but just an idea.
Yes, I really appreciate that, Trustee Cottle. And we are public health information officer and the health districts and hopefully our physicians will work together to get some media information out there early on. And then we are working on packets of information, clearly, you know, defining what to look for, these self-assessment checklists, and then trying to find out, do they have the tools to take their temperature? And if not, what can we do to help them?
Perfect. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. I will go ahead. My question that relates to this slide is, and we touched on it at the last meeting, and I just would like to have someone reiterate kind of our plans or proposed plans for addressing attendance for students that might have to be quarantined, and then also kind of what we're working on the staff end, for when a staff member has to stay home for that quarantine period or because they're sick. And so if we could take a minute, if this is the right place, to address those two things.
Absolutely, and I know that we have Dr. LaPenta, at least I thought I saw Bryn there for attendance. I know that that's been a large concern as far as, you know, what that would look like as far as exclusion if a child is in quarantine. And then I think Emily Ellison is also there available for the staff member that may be quarantined, because I know that we've had questions as far as sick leave days and what that would look like. So Bryn, are you there?
I am here.
There you are.
I think there's kind of a two-pronged process when a student's been excluded, which would include students who are feeling ill and students who are not feeling ill but are quarantined. There's a new module that we're going to be taking from Infinite Campus in late July that should help us with fluidly moving kids from perhaps a hybrid model or an all-in-school model to a distance learning model if they're not sick. I think we're meeting with the state tomorrow to talk about attendance codes, because I think the health department is going to want to know who is still participating in school and who isn't, who's ill and who is just on quarantine but not yet ill, or maybe never ill.
Thank you very much. And I think, you know, I sort of go back to that do no harm as one of our main guiding principles. And I just know that it's not the intent of our district to, especially at a time like this, punish a student for staying home. And back to Trustee Cottle, I think we do have, as members of a community, a responsibility to be more proactive about our health and how our health impacts others. And so if that does mean staying home, you know, that might be a shift, you know, in our usual kind of protocols, that we might have gone out and done things if we had the sniffles or a cough before, and we just don't do that now. And I do just want to make the plug that for our community members out there and employers that, you know, we all need to work together on this. And if that means that parents are taking sick leave to be home with sick children, then that has to be, you know, accepted whenever possible. So.
And President Raymond, I couldn't agree with you more. In all of our attendance documentation for the 2021 school year, we've included right up at the top, stay home if you're sick, that it's important to stay up with your class and to be in school, but if you're not feeling well, it's also important to stay home and get better. And no one will be retained or fail a class strictly due to attendance. It's about falling behind. And so one of the things that I want to talk with the state about tomorrow is we need to be not counting the students who have been shifted to distance ed as absent. They should not be absent. So even though we're going to need to be using attendance codes to collect data on those students for the health district, it needs to not be an absent code. It needs to be a present code. So I couldn't agree with you more. Thank you.
Right. Emily, over to you now.
Yes, thank you. Emily Ellison, for the record, Chief Human Resources Officer. So I'm working closely with Margaret to understand the guidelines from the health department related to exclusion, because that will certainly inform our policy. One thing that's important to note, though, is that with the passage of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act early in the pandemic, employees are afforded up to 80 hours of emergency sick leave that can be utilized for the types of situations that we're talking about. And then once we have a better idea of the exclusion protocols from the health department, we'll be working closely with our association partners to figure out how all of these pieces fit together in terms of utilization of the emergency sick leave versus employee leave accruals to determine the best path forward from an attendance policy perspective. So we're very cognizant of the potential impacts of first person exposure or secondary exposure and what that means to the overall health and safety of our school communities. And so more information definitely to come, but there are some options available to make sure that employees feel supported.
And just Margaret Allen, for the record, we will stay in close communication as we did during the pertussis outbreak with both Emily and her team and Bren, because we don't want a child who's excluded because a family member tested positive when they can be at home doing distance learning. We want to make sure that we're not seeing kids drop through the cracks because the health district or their physician has excluded them for 14 days, even though they're not sick.
Great. One last item that may fit here. I'll look to you, Dr. McNeil, if this is a good time to address it. We received many emails about subs and the shortage of subs. And I just wondered if this would be a time to address those concerns, or if it fits better later in the presentation.
No, I think now is a good time, and especially because Emily is, I'm staring right at her. So I think that would be great as far as if you can answer some of those questions as far as, I mean, it is an issue as far as subs.
Absolutely. We know that that's something that we've struggled with in the past. If there's a silver lining to be found in this situation, it's that we've had a tremendous interest from people who are exploring the opportunity to become substitute teachers, or guest teachers, as we call them in our district. And so my team has been working diligently to turn all of our paper processes into electronic processes so that we can get those folks ramped up and ready to go for when we need them. And so aside from an operational perspective, we're also focusing over the next few weeks on a recruiting campaign as well. So we have a number of folks in the queue who are ready to go. We're going to continue that effort. I'd rather have too many than too little. And so we know there'll be a substantial demand. And if anybody is watching and you are interested in becoming a guest teacher for the school district, we would love to talk to you more about those opportunities and what that might look like.
Great. Well, thank you all for answering my questions. Ms. Ellison, Ms. LaPenta, and Ms. Allen. I think next up it was Ellen Minetto, Trustee Minetto, sorry.
Thank you. So now if we can't get subs, does that mean people with teaching certificates will then be borrowed from the greenhouse, or I'm no longer certified? Sorry, that ended on my birthday a few months ago. But I mean, can we ask that of people?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we can help get you certified again too, if you'd like.
No, I could do that.
Emily Ellison for the record. So I think one of the things that we have all agreed on, and I'm sure Dr. McNeil would comment on this too, is that in the new normal, it's an all hands on deck approach. And so when our schools need supports, we will be there. And I know, just speaking from our past experience with the Protestas situation, I have a number of licensed staff who either hold a full credential or a substitute teaching credential, who went out and worked at Demonte Ranch for several days. So we want to make sure that our students and our staff are not struggling if there is that kind of an issue. And so we absolutely have a plan in place to make sure that we can redeploy the necessary resources to where they're needed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll go to Trustee Cottle and then Vice President Taylor.
Yeah, Emily, I just have a quick follow-up on this, essentially the staff that you currently have. Have we double checked with everyone to make sure that yes, you are willing to still sub in this next school year with COVID out there, or have we not done that yet?
We actually have, and so every year we go through a process that's called the Letter of Reasonable Assurance process, and so that helps us to attempt to take a census of who will be returning, who's gone on to other positions, that sort of thing. And in a typical year, that's a postcard process that people participate in. We made that a digital process this year, and we actually have had a substantially greater response than we normally do. And so based on those returns, plus the folks that are in the queue who've expressed interest in becoming substitute teachers, and then combined with the recruiting effort, I anticipate that we'll be well positioned.
Perfect. And then a follow-up to that, has there been any discussion about what type of professional development substitutes need in this new environment? I know that our teachers and staff are going to get a lot of that in that first week, August 10th area, at least what the district wants. What about subs? What are we going to do for them to ensure that when they go into schools, they know exactly what protocols are if we're asking teachers to screen students, what are you looking for? How are we ensuring that substitutes know what to do in those scenarios?
Yeah, so in terms of comprehensive professional development plan, we absolutely need to address that. My thinking is that a big part of planning from a staff perspective for this coming year is kind of what you were talking about earlier. I know we don't want to necessarily use a survey mechanism, but really get a sense from employees around who is and isn't comfortable returning and under what conditions. And so that will help to inform, at least from my perspective, what the demand for our guest teachers will be in terms of long-term substitute teaching, and then also the kind of day-to-day on-call responsive substitute teaching. So when we talk about those two buckets separately, our long-term substitute teachers who are either covering for extended leaves or who may be needed to fill particular vacancies, that sort of thing, we typically include them in the back to school professional learning that happens prior to students returning. And so we would do the same thing this year. And then as it relates to our day-to-day fill-in guest teachers, I'll work with Debbie Beiersdorf and her team to figure out the best way to get that information to not only our existing subs, but the new substitute teachers that'll be joining our ranks. So the details still need to be worked out a little bit, but yes, definitely on our radar.
Great, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Emily, there we are. This is your time, I guess. My question just fits in with what the conversation we're having now. What is our approach, or have you had an opportunity to put that together yet? Because I know you're sitting around with nothing to do. For those teachers or staff members that may have underlying health issues.
That's a great question. I figured I'd be talking during safety and health for that very reason. So the Americans with Disabilities Act as amended, the ADAA, provides us a framework to provide accommodations to employees who fall in some of the high risk categories that we're talking about. And so we're going to try as much as possible to use our kind of existing protocols and guide rails, if you will, to facilitate those conversations. But there's several components. So one other thing that we're working on with the health district is really getting some common definition around what is high risk. And then I mentioned a little bit earlier around census taking with our staff so that we understand kind of who's in each bucket, and then communicating to staff if they're interested in taking advantage of one of those distance learning opportunities because they are high risk, then utilizing the ADAA structure to gather that information and vet those requests.
Thank you, Emily. I think that's a great idea to think about. Where else can we plug them in so that there's still one, we need them, right? Let's start with that. And then also they don't have to make a difficult decision, and not provide income for their family. But they also don't have to put themselves at risk when they know they're in one of those categories we have to protect. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Are there any other questions or comments related to this slide? All right, if it would please the trustees, I think we'll go through one more slide and then take a recess. I don't see anybody saying no to that, so.
All righty, I think it's Mr. Searcy.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities Management Officer for the record. Pleased to be here. I wanted to start off this slide just by reiterating the multi-layered approach that this slide's titled with. This is all very familiar approach that we've been talking about the last several meetings, but really, while most of the text on this slide pertains to surface disinfecting, we've already talked about just the emphasis on staying home if you're sick. That's a layer that really is being enhanced this year with the current conditions. The daily self-health assessment and the daily health self-screening is another layer that will reduce the potential risk of transmission within our schools. We've also talked previously about the enhanced HVAC fresh air intake into the building that will further reduce the risk of transmission in our schools. Is another layer. We're going to talk later this afternoon about social distancing within our schools and face coverings, both very important layers in protecting our students and staff from COVID-19. The next layer, really this slide is intended to address is enhanced cleaning protocols. And really, the frequent cleaning, as this slide describes, the frequent cleaning of high touch surface areas will absolutely help reduce the spread of COVID-19 and other diseases. We have for many years and will continue to daily disinfect these surface areas through our custodial staff with a product, a disinfecting product that kills COVID-19 and other diseases, and has been reviewed and approved with the health district. What our approach in response to COVID-19 will be is to provide additional opportunity or accessibility to that product. The custodians will distribute it to the classrooms and make it available for use throughout the day, rather than the custodians merely disinfecting the classrooms in the evenings once a day. Staff will have an opportunity to safely use this product inside the classrooms on a regular basis, thus achieving an enhanced cleaning protocol with frequent disinfecting of high-touch surfaces. I just wanted to also mention very important layers that aren't bulleted on this slide: hand hygiene. In all of our schools, we have thousands of sinks and soap dispensers. That is the primary, if you do get a coronavirus on your hands because the surface hadn't been disinfected before you touch your face or eyes or nose, you'll have an opportunity to wash your hands. We do intend to implement scheduled, supervised hand washing protocols into our daily routines at all of our schools. And finally, in addition to that, further, we will be introducing alcohol-based hand sanitizer into all of our schools, throughout all of our classrooms, and in our hallways and common areas, to make that as readily available as possible for frequent surface disinfecting and hand hygiene. Very important. I just really wanted to take a moment to run through all of those layers, because I think if people just appreciate that each of those layers cumulatively really do have an impact on that risk reduction inside our schools, it paints a more complete picture of the strategy that we're taking here. And this final bullet was intended to address the point that we are asking all of our community members, the students, the parents, the staff, all of us have been sharing the responsibilities that have been thrust on us associated with coronavirus for the last several months. And as it relates to frequent disinfecting of surfaces within the classroom, there is going to be an opportunity for teachers to potentially use a safe but effective disinfectant product, which is outside of the duties normally associated with their position. And we just wanted to note that. But this is a common theme that we've all been experiencing, is that sense of shared responsibility to keep us all healthy and moving forward. So be happy to talk about any of these topics. That's really all I had to share on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adam. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you. Thanks, Adam, for the presentation. I really like the idea of the supervised hand washing. Not only is it good practice for now, but we could really build some good habits in our elementary school aged children as they grow up to keep washing their hands. The question I have on this item, going back to the survey, this was a very important item to our students, families, and staff. So what quality control measures are in place to ensure that these cleaning measures are being done appropriately for the health and safety of all?
So fortunately, the custodial staff, the school district has been using a product for several years that is effective and safe in the classroom environment. So we know how to use it, we know how to handle it, and there will be basically a training issued. It's simple. There's not even gloves necessary to apply and wipe off the desks with basically paper towels and throw those away. So we're looking to use a disposable approach. So rolled paper towels, not reusable, washable cloths, to try to eliminate any, mess or possible cross-contamination associated with the actual wipe down. We're going to be using what we call a flip top cap. So basically, like it sounds, just a flip top cap rather than a spray applicator that has a tendency to aerosolize a product. We're going to actually wet the paper towel, and we'll be guiding the individual lead custodians, will guide the staff and the leaders within the school community on these simple steps, instructing the teachers, if they do use the product, not while students are in the classroom. We're going to need to do this when there are breaks in the occupancy. It does have a 5-minute, they call it in the industry, they refer to it as a kill time, 5 minutes that the product needs to be wet on the surface in order to eliminate the virus. And so simple things like that we will put into practice. And then the custodians will be the keepers of the product. So if the teacher uses up their quart bottle and needs more, they'll need to refer to the custodians to manage any of those tools, whether it's the squirt bottle, the paper towels, the hand sanitizer, or the disinfectant chemical.
Perfect, thank you. So there'll be enough cleaning going on during the day that it doesn't necessarily change the overnight cleaning. I see on the slide that nightly cleaning is going to remain the same. So we feel like there'll be enough cleaning throughout the day that we don't have to change anything else.
Yes, I should emphasize, however, after the recess on slide 17, I believe we're going to talk a little bit how we do feel the need to maybe reprioritize some of the custodial activities. We'll be focusing on this disinfecting high-touch surface areas, but other activities that our custodians typically take care of, whether it's grounds maintenance or vacuum cleaning, things slightly less critical to our core issues at hand, might see an adjustment in level of service.
Okay, and then my last question is on a staffing front. How is our staffing? And then the part B is, how are we going to handle the cleaning of schools if we have custodial staff that need to be off for a number of days for either a quarantine or an illness?
So there's going to be a lot of personnel fluidity depending on which plans we pursue and which schools may or may not be on a temporary distance learning scenario. Fortunately, we have a very dedicated staff within the housekeeping department. Most of them have remained actively at work throughout this entire pandemic and are actually very flexible. Of course, we all develop relationships with our custodians at our schools, but to move from one school to another for custodians is very common and something that we can be nimble with. So it will be a very active endeavor, but I'm optimistic this team, will be able to meet the challenge.
Great, thanks, Adam. And I know we all appreciate the work that they're doing throughout the past few months.
Very much so.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And Adam, just want to echo the comments, how much we appreciate the work of the custodial staff. They are often the behind the scenes folks that a lot of parents and families don't realize are really the front line of making our children safe. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to address two questions that have come up in emails. One is, can we be very confident that all of the supplies that we need will be available in the classrooms, in the schools when school starts? We've heard from teachers that they've had trouble getting supplies before all of this happened, that hand sanitizer wasn't always available. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to share your confidence level on that. And then second, if you could address if there are any new protocols or changes to procedure based on the new reports by the World Health Organization of the transmission via aerosolized droplets, that it stays in the air longer than had been thought. If you could just comment on those two things. Thank you so much, Adam, and thank you to your team.
Absolutely. And thank you for recognizing those custodians. You know, the PPE, the product availability has been a dominant area of focus for months for us. And I mean, in short, the phrase very confident, I'm going to go ahead and say very confident. We're fighting hard to achieve this goal, but we're winning. Hand sanitizer in every classroom, disinfectant in every classroom, soap, paper towels in every classroom to the extent that it's necessary, as well as face coverings to the extent that they are required and necessary. We have ordered sufficient quantities. We have received many of these items already. And we have worked with, you know, there's a variety of products that meet that requirement. You know, it's not like a sole source type of scenario, and there's a variety of vendors. It's no small endeavor to try and not only acquire these quantities, but distribute them and track them in a sort of like FEMA-esque, like capture the potential for reimbursement type of thing. So there's a lot of messy details associated with this, but we've got a lot of folks working hard on this, and I'm very confident that we will achieve all of these planned safety and health measures in our schools, but before the first day of school. As far as the WHO recommendations, you know, I can't say that significant adjustments have been made directly in response to that, but as it relates to maybe the air circulation throughout the building, you know, I just want to clarify, I kind of mentioned that briefly previously. We're not pushing any more or less air throughout our buildings. We're maintaining the temperatures, you know, heating or cooling our buildings as we do normally. What we're doing is bringing in more fresh air into the system. That comes at an energy cost. You know, on a day like today, for example, we're pulling in more 90-degree air and having to pay a little bit more in energy to cool it to 74 degrees and then reintroduce it into our classrooms. But what that does is it circulates potentially additional coronavirus-laden indoor air out and replaces it or dilutes it with additional outdoor, fresh air. That said, you know, I mean, I guess the next best layer of defense to any, you know, airborne transmission is going to be a face covering type of scenario. And that's after the recess.
Okay, thank you so much, Adam.
Any other questions or comments on this slide? Nope. Okay, are we good with a 15-minute recess? Okay, we will, let's see, where's my clock? It is just about 5:20, so we'll be back at 5:35 to continue the presentation. We have received over, I believe, about 50 public comments since the start of our meeting. So if you haven't been keeping up with them as we've been going through these items, if you could take a few minutes, and I'll still make sure we have time before any action is taken to read through those. You'll turn off your video and mute yourselves. Thank you. Well, I see the majority of our board with us, and so I think we will go back to our, I'll call the meeting back into order, and we will move forward with the presentation and discussion and possible action on agenda item 4.04, which is to provide approval of the options to be submitted to the Nevada Department of Education for the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year, based on directives and guidance from the federal government, state government, and Washoe Health District to ensure the health and safety of students, staff, families, and visitors to district buildings and facilities. And take a moment just to remind those who are joining us this evening that you can still submit public comment to the email address publiccomments@washoeschools.net. As those public comments are received during the meeting, the board members are taking time to read through those public comments, and will also provide more time after the presentations are wrapped up. If you have already submitted public comment, all comments received before 11 a.m. this morning are posted on the homepage of our website, and you can review those and view those public comments on our homepage. Public comment emails received after 11 a.m. this morning will be posted onto the homepage tomorrow, and you'll be able to see those public comments at that time. But again, we have been receiving them as board members, we have been reading them, and we're continuing to read them as we receive them today. Okay, so I believe we are on slide number 16, transportation.
Good afternoon, President Raymond and Superintendent McNeil and honored trustees. It's a pleasure to be with you again and get to kick off this session. So I'm looking forward to doing that. And Paul, could you move the slide up so I can, so we can show it? Thank you, sir. So from our standpoint, obviously, as Mr. Searcy indicated before, it's a multi-layered approach, and everything that we're looking at throughout the district, in any opportunity we have, it's going to be a multi-layered approach in dealing with this virus and the opening of school and transporting students to and from. And obviously we have some opportunities that maybe are a little bit different since we're in an 8-foot by 40-foot box with the students and like, so what we have to do in maintaining the safety of that and maintaining the cleaning and disinfecting of that is a little bit different than we might have in the classrooms. So from our standpoint, obviously we're looking at the safety first. One of those options is, or the opportunity for us is, instead of just students getting on the bus and going to their seats, we're going to be loading back to front to minimize contact. And obviously there's a strong possibility that we will be assigning seats so that, you know, if you're picked up in the beginning at this stop, this is going to be your seat for the rest of the semester and like moving forward. And then when we unload at school, it's going to be the same thing. When we load at the school in the afternoons, taking students home, same issue, load front to back. And then as they get home, we'll have to set up stops to unload front to back from that standpoint. From maintaining ventilation and the like, we don't have the HVAC systems that you would have in the schools. So we would have to go with some aspects of the, as my father-in-law used to call it, the 465 method, which was 4 windows down, 65 miles an hour. So we would have to have our windows down for the buses to allow airflow. We will have our roof hatches open as well. And then our air vents in our buses open for additional airflow with that to keep that circulation going throughout the ride. We'll have hand sanitizer dispensers available on the bus. We have those on order, and as we are getting them, we're installing them at the bus. They'll be at the front by the stairwell, so the students will have them as they get on, have the opportunity to use that as they get on and get off. And then of course, face coverings, because we're in such a confined space, regardless of how much distancing we have, it's just a very small space overall. And then from cleaning and disinfecting the buses daily, we will be doing that at the beginning and the end of routes, and a route being a combination of runs. So there'll be more stringent disinfecting and cleaning protocols with that, because there'll be more time allotted to that. And then for the disinfecting between runs, so say middle school opportunity of dropping middle school students off, and then they go to pick up elementary school students, there will be a disinfecting time in between that, where they'll be hitting the high touch areas that the students would hit on touch on a consistent basis, just going up and down the aisle. So that would be like the front stairwell, the door and door glass, because you'd be surprised how many students touch the bus door as they're getting on and getting off. So that would be being done. The handrails, those types of things. And then of course, the corners of the seats and kind of back on the seats a little bit as they walk down the aisle, because they do touch those as they go. So those will be the primary issues that we would be dealing with. And then it's not a bullet point here, but if we did have a situation where we had a indication of a contagious illness on the bus, then there are protocols in place to put that bus out of service, do some extensive disinfecting with that, putting it down for a minimum of 24 hours so that there is no chance of someone else getting involved with that or coming in contact with any kind of contagious illness, and then moving forward from there. So quick to the point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Are there any questions on this item this time? I know we're coming back to transportation in a few slides. Okay. Oh, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I couldn't get to my raised hand fast enough. Rick, thank you for all the work that this involves. Similar to the questions we've asked about custodians and about educators, will there be enough backup personnel? We have bus drivers that have to get quarantined or become ill.
Well, as in the past, it's for the standpoint of transportation, it is all hands on deck. So we've been to the point where I, as the director of the only safety officer on site or in the district, and then my assistant director is the dispatcher, handling the phone calls. So yes, we have the personnel to do that. Obviously, as always is a concern for us, is just having adequate staffing. We have followed up with those for a letter of intent to return, and we've even made phone calls to all of them, and we're going to make phone calls again just to see if anybody's circumstances have changed during the summer, so that we get a better idea on that. We're working on that. Some of the other aspect of that is we've talked about combining positions in the past, so we will be following up with that of, say, using a part-time nutrition services worker to drive students. One of the obstacles we have with that is them getting a CDL. It's an intensive and extensive situation for them. It's at least 3 to 4 weeks of 8-hour days and driving and the like. And a lot of people, I can understand, would not want to drive because they're a bit intimidated by the bus. But we are looking at some opportunities of using other district vehicles that they wouldn't necessarily have to have a CDL on, that they could transport students. So say an activity bus or a van, they could go through a more consolidated and condensed training program on student safety, student management, inspections, those types of things, obviously the sanitation and the like. And then maybe they would be used to handle our cross-zone transportation students. So say that would be a CIT student or a couple of CIT students that are going to their origin of their zoned origin school, but they might live out in, say, Cold Springs. We would need to bring them into, say, Booth Elementary School or something like that. I'm just using that as an example. But those would be the types of things we would look at for to better utilize other staff to help us.
And then if I might, Madam President, follow-up question. I know that we have had within schools arrangements being made by families. The question came up, can parents who know they're not going to need district transportation let you know that they're giving up that seat or those seats? And would that kind of analysis be worked out at the school site, or is that something that should be done through the district? You know, how might that work?
Oh, we've had some conversations on that, and with the superintendent's offices, and the like, and the opportunity is to have the initial discussion with the schools, and schools talking to the parents if they were going to be utilizing those services. We've also we'll be looking at, can we put something on our website to say, are you going to use our services this year or not, and give us a student ID or student names or whatever would be safest from that protocol and standpoint, as far as information being given out, and then moving forward with that so that we could better utilize that aspect.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks, Rick, and thank you, Madam President.
No problem. Go next to Vice President Taylor, then Trustee Minetto, then Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. And Rick, as always, thank you for the hard work that you and your team do to just be nimble in all of the various challenges that have come your way since I've been on the board. So I really do appreciate that, and you do it with such a good attitude, and just make it happen. So thank you for that. I have a quick question. I know we went over, we saw this presentation, or most of it anyway, at our previous meeting, but I just want to really reiterate. Now in this, if we were to do because right now we really can't do an all back to school model because it's against state protocol. So if we were doing a hybrid model, would that basically mean doing the same routes every day?
Yes, it would be contingent on that aspect of where we have areas. Now, it might differ on stops a little bit, just based on, particularly in the more rural areas, we might be picking up, say at the back of Cold Springs, but then due to the schedule, we may not need a couple of those stops. We may have a couple of other stops that would be close, but maybe not necessarily the same stops. So there would be some fluctuation, but that would be indicated on our automated e-link system so that parents could look that up and see where their stop is for their child, and what we're looking at, if we can enhance that so that your ride is these days, on this day and this day. So
okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Trustee Minetto.
Sorry, thank you. Oh, but now I have to remember my question. Oh, so, we've got to get the buses clean in between every route, and that will end up taking more time, right?
Correct.
So, then we pay our bus drivers more.
Well, yeah, in that situation, it would be extending minutes on their time, on their daily schedule. So yeah, there would be an addition to that. No, that would not be gratis on their point. But so it would be built into their schedule that there's that opportunity for cleaning or disinfecting in between runs. So we anticipate that might be an additional 2 to 4 minutes between their run opportunities. But we're working on that and doing our beta testing on that. And you're going to have an average because some people are going to do it quicker, some people are going to be a little bit slower. So,
and I had heard, I don't know, or thought or something, that there could be extended, like them working like 10 hours a day or something because of different routes. And
if we were running those models that we talked about in the past where 10 students to a bus, yes, that could have been very possible. So, but as we get into the models and moving down to transportation, we'll be talking about those down lower in the presentation. So,
all righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, and thanks, Rick. 2 quick questions for you. As you know, the first week or 2 of school can be chaotic in transportation, getting everything settled together, where are the kids, stops, how many kids are on a bus. What's being done this year to try to make sure we have as little disruption as possible the first 2 weeks. Students and families know what the rules are, that we don't have too many kids on a bus in the first couple of days. I know that happens. What are we doing this year to try to mitigate that with everything else going on?
Well, good question, Trustee Cottle. Obviously, a lot of it's communication. I mean, we, as you stated, we do have those opportunities to work with at the beginning of the first few days of school, just because students are getting accustomed to where they're supposed to be, what their stops are, they want to be with their friends. It's a lot of different variables. Obviously, in this situation, we have to be a little more stringent in those areas. So this is your stop. This is where you'll have to be. And we need to communicate that to the parents. So we will be sending out Connect Eds to our eligible students that ride. We will be, following up with other communication, putting it on our website as well, so that, or our webpage, so that we have that information again available. So it'll be a combination of a number of different things, and obviously I think will be incorporated also with just the overall district communication of what we have to put out there.
Perfect, thank you. And you mentioned there's going to be hand sanitizer on the bus. Is the
Correct.
bus driver going to tell the students as they're getting on and getting off to use it? Because I know in the winter, students get on with their gloves. They take their gloves off in their seat. They put their gloves back on as they're leaving. And I could see scenario, especially the younger kids, that they're not going to use the hand sanitizer, especially in the winter. Are drivers going to be encouraging that as they get on?
Yep, they will be encouraging that as they get on. And then obviously if there's, that would be both in the morning and afternoon. So that would always be a standard protocol that they would encourage students. Obviously they can't necessarily force them, but they will encourage them to do that.
Perfect. And one other question came up with the face coverings. Are drivers going to have disposable face coverings available? Because I know that it would be a public relations disaster if bus driver leaves Johnny at the bus stop and takes off because Johnny wasn't wearing a mask. So are we going to have those available so that the driver can give it to students that don't have them?
Yes, we will. That has already been discussed and part of the overall protocol. So we'll have that on the bus for those students. And we anticipate that there will be students that will show up without it. So
perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions at this time? All right, then I will turn it back over to staff.
So for the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer. Thank you for having me tonight to discuss the custodial procedures and protocols that we anticipate with school opening and having students and staff in our buildings. We'll be prioritizing the cleaning procedures so that we do the high touch areas at night, the common areas and spaces, and carpets will be last on that prioritization just because with our current resources, custodial resources, we want to make sure that we provide another custodial during the day to help assist with those high touch areas. So maybe carpets in the classrooms may be cleaned every 3 to 4 days with a vacuum, not talking about steam cleaning, but actual vacuuming of those. That's one of our processes that we go through is carpets vacuuming for those. Possible reallocations of shifts and custodials to other schools, because at our elementary schools, we have a daytime site facility coordinator and a nighttime custodial that does the cleaning process at night. And we would be providing an additional one during the day at the elementary schools to do those high touch areas and make sure that we can go through those schools a couple times a day to keep up with that. Staff will obviously help us, but we think we need to provide that extra level of having custodians there. So there could be some reallocations and we would pull those from the middle schools and high school staff as needed to help with that. But we would also possibly see a reduction of landscaping and ground maintenance at the middle school and high school as we pull those groundskeepers in to help us with that custodial prioritization cleaning and making sure we hit all those areas to make sure our staff and students are safe. And with that, that concludes my slide and I'll turn it over to Lianka for the nutrition services slides.
Tammy, if you would just hang on one second to make sure we don't have any questions. And actually, I have a question about this.
Okay.
So, you know, we've heard in the reporting of layoffs and the casinos and other industries in the community. And I'm just wondering if there was an interest in hiring or an ability to hire additional custodial staff. Again, knowing that we've seen a significant job loss in the area, if this is an area where we could be recruiting to hire new custodial staff.
So we're always recruiting to hire custodial staff because we are always moving people around as they retire and attrition with that and moving people into schools. So we're always recruiting, and we would love to have additional custodians. But not knowing where we are with the budget too doesn't help us to answer that question. But we also have district-wide custodians that we pull from that we have as a resource. We have substitutes we can pull in, and we have our utility crew as well as our housekeeping supervisors that we can pull in to assist with that. We also try to make sure we stagger those shifts so that we can maintain 2 different shifts so they're not cross-contaminating each other. And so we're really want to make sure we maintain that. And that's why we would pull one to the day shift and then leave those that other night shift by themselves to keep them separated so we don't have that contamination possibility.
Wonderful. Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Tammy. And you kind of alluded to this in the answer you just gave, but we've had a lot of emails and actually continue to get emails on just how confident teachers and families should be that the custodial staff can really keep up with this need. Because sometimes, you know, obviously there's shortages and whatnot. So I heard your answer, and I know you have a plan for it. So can we say with certainty that the plan in place should work? We know humans happen, things happen, and so on. But generally speaking, can we give those people some level of comfort that, hey, there is a plan in place, and we have the people to make it happen, and so they can be assured that the cleaning will take place?
We do. We have a plan in place. We will continue with our prioritized cleaning process in our schools. And we have the staff that, I mean, our staff is willing to jump in all the time. We do have extra people with our housekeeping crews that we have that can go in, and it will be all hands on deck if something happens, right? I mean, there's no job that none of us would be not willing to do to make sure that students and staff are safe.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, I think, you know, all hands on deck, that's a phrase that we've heard, you know, about 10 times tonight. And I really appreciate that, because I think that's just the time that we're at an all hands on deck, you know, time. And that's just the way it is. We've never been here before. And I think, is it okay to say, like, if I continue to get people asked that and say, look, you know, because I believe we have a plan, and that is operational. Don't get me wrong, I do. But hey, look, if someone says, well, you know what, if I have a problem, they should share that with somebody, so then we can. So, you know, if there's a loop, there's a hole, we missed something just because we're human, right? Meaning, then just let us know and we can take care of that.
Communication is the key. And if you let us know, we're happy to take care of it. Our custodians are great workers and really care about their facilities. So and they care about their students at their facilities. So if they let us know what is going on and communicate, we're happy to take care of it and fix some of those loopholes that we may see as we're human.
Yeah, again, and this is new stuff. I mean, I want to just concur what you say. The custodial team and many, if not all of our schools, are really a part of the school family. They take great pride in keeping those schools clean. They take great pride in the relationship they have with students, and they really play some significant roles. So I would just concur. You have an amazing team that's working in those schools, and I absolutely know, I don't doubt for a minute, that they're going to do everything that they can to keep things clean and keep everybody safe. So thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
All right, if no one has any more questions for Tammy, I think you were passing it over to Leonka.
Leonka.
All right. Okay, good evening, President Raymond, trustees. Leonka Solis, Director of Nutrition Services, for the record. So Last time, we presented that nutrition services was going to be working towards developing back to school trainings, finalizing our menus, working with our vendors. So all of those are well underway. But tonight, what I'd like to talk to you all about is the other commitment that we had, which was developing some service options for meal service. And really, we wanted to develop these options with a focus around safety and distribution and efficiency. So to that end, we developed 4 different service models, which can be implemented one or multiple at schools, depending on the school's needs. So currently our supervisors are assessing each school to kind of see what their needs are, looking to see if, we have locations to put some of these mobile carts out there, looking at what the projected enrollments are going to be, pending some decisions that are going to be made tonight as well. But again, we really feel that with this 4 service model option, we'll be able to really tailor it to the school's needs. And the 4 models that we're looking at are a modified cafe service, a mobile dining cart service, classroom delivery service, and a meals to go service. So I'll just talk a little bit about each one. A modified cafe service, this is really similar to what we currently do, utilizing our current equipment, our current serving lines, but the students would come through at staggered times. We would utilize the visual markers that I think we're all kind of used to seeing out and about to provide visual cues for social distancing. And the students would come through, take a unitized meal. We're going to unitize all meals and all of these services as much as possible, and then take it back to a designated area. And we kind of left that designated area for consumption throughout, because we know that, again, each school is going to be unique in what that might look like. That could look like, a cafeteria area that has seats marked off to allow for social distancing. It could look like taking it back to a classroom or to a courtyard. So again, we wanted to allow some room for flexibility there. The next, also with that modified cafe service, we would be looking at, again, removing salad bars, share tables, condiment dispensers, and again, everything is going to be unitized so that those high touch areas are removed. The next one is a mobile dining cart service. So this one would be an option for our secondary sites, where we would strategically place mobile carts throughout the campus and serve those prepackaged unitized meals there. So when I talk about using a variety of these options, you can see how we could open up the traditional serving line as well as offer the mobile dining cart. And depending on the middle or high school, that could look like 2 service carts. It could look like 5. Again, we need to assess the needs and then look at our labor for that. The third option is classroom delivery service. We would like to utilize this mostly at our 40 community eligibility provision sites. So these are those sites that already receive breakfast in the classroom, and everybody in the school eats for free. If we keep with that model, right, these schools already have the service model in place and the equipment to execute this. So expanding classroom delivery to sites that don't already have universal feeding could add some complications. Definitely would take more labor, obviously, to deliver to classrooms. And we feel would put a little extra pressure on teachers, because at those sites, the teacher would then have to count the meals, right? Where if everybody's free in the school, then it's a very easy kind of ticker counting system. And it kind of removes that compliance piece from the classroom teachers, which are they're gonna have enough on their hands. So that's our third model, the classroom delivery. And then lastly is the meals to go. So the meals to go in the event of a full closure or any blended model where students are participating in any kind of distance learning, we would be able to provide meals for them to take to go and to consume at home. This model, I do want to say, is the one that we are still working really closely with NDA and USDA and internally to determine how to best execute. We have some options. We can do curbside pickups, as we've been kind of doing over the summer. We can do meals at dismissal to go. We could also potentially provide to-go meals when the student comes through to get their regular meal, so that they could take with them off-site for the days that they're not going to be, that they'll be participating in distance learning. I say that we're still working with USDA and NDA around this one because there is a lot of compliance pieces that go behind counting these meals as students consume them off-site. So this one still needs a little bit more just compliance kind of tweaking for us, but operationally, we should be able to do all 4 of these models. The biggest factor I want to say in any of these is going to be meal service times. So again, if we're looking to allow for social distancing, we're going to have to allow enough time for the students to come through and to kind of be able to follow those markers. Classroom delivery, like I mentioned before, will impact labor, and all other models to some extent, right, due to the increased service time, could impact labor a bit. But again, we're going to look at every school site, we're going to assess it. Meals are going to be unitized, like I said, and we're going to really be scaling back some of those menu options and a la carte options to try to do our part to help with the speed of service. This slide here really just kind of talks through how each model fits into a phase 2 or phase 3 option, and then by school level. So this is, we envision elementary schools doing the modified service, classroom delivery, and meals to go. And then we anticipate secondary schools using one or all of these models, right? Because those secondary schools are the ones that we are anticipating a potential AB model where students aren't there. In the event of an outbreak, we would revert back to kind of a similar model that we've been using this summer, except that Washoe County School District Nutrition Services would continue to offer breakfast and lunch meals, again, utilizing that meals to go model, and the food bank would then take over dinner distributions. We would go right back to working with our partners internally, as well as the food bank, assessing food security needs, and then working with our communications team to provide communications on where meals could be accessed, again, in the event of an outbreak. So yeah, we really feel that all 4 of these models, a combination of them, will work and will, more importantly, allow schools the flexibility that they need to address their specific needs. So that wraps up nutrition services. If there's any questions before I hand it back to Dr. McNeil.
All right, thank you so much, Leonka. And, as I think each of us have expressed throughout the presentations so far, just incredible work. I really could not be more proud of our district at this moment. I think it's really clear the planning and energy and focus that has been put into, at all levels, a plan and an approach for handling a completely unprecedented situation for public education, not just our district, but nationally and globally. So thank you so much. This is really a great plan, I think, and I'm impressed with the work. So Trustee Simon Holland, and then Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President, and ditto those comments, Leonka. I know many of us have had conversations with people from other school districts, and nobody has had the kind of commitment that you and the employees of nutrition services, and also, again, our transportation personnel who have delivered meals. Nobody's seen that kind of commitment that I talk to anywhere else. So thank you so much for that. 2 questions. And this may not be for you, but since we're talking about food, we have a lot of questions about how lunch is going to work. And I believe I heard you say that the planning is for mandatory social distancing in the lunchroom at lunch, and that you'd have to manage that in lines if that's what happens. First question, so how's that going to be handled? And then second, so it says that parents would have to pick up food in that grab and go. Would that curbside pickup basically just be like what it's been since March for breakfast and lunch? So what are we doing for lunch? Staggering or social distancing, and then would the curbside pickup in the future be just like it's been since March for breakfast and lunch?
Sure. Okay, so the first question, again, we really wanted to kind of have those discussions with our school site administrators because I think it's going to look different at every school. I think some schools are going to have some flexibility around, again, I think we're going to need flexibility around meal service times regardless, but you know, for some schools that might mean just staggering dismissal so that we can social distance in the classroom. For other schools, they might have availability to maybe extend the lunchtime by 10 minutes. Other schools might add a lunchtime. So it could look different from school to school, but and that's why we wanted to kind of have that modified service plus those mobile options, because I think that that's going to help just spread the students out. And then, you know, if we go to a model where we have A and B, you know, cohorts, then we're also looking at least in our secondaries, 50% of the population at one time, which will help with that as well. Will help with the social distancing piece and might not require as many changes to the actual meal period time. So I guess to answer your question, we are going to use the visual cues. We're going to do our best to, you know, encourage students that way to social distance and to move through quickly with the unitized options. But we'll be working with our site administrators to see how that looks at each school. And then for the parent pickup, so we have the availability right now. We have received a waiver from USDA that parents can pick up those meals to go and or students could take them. So that's why we're looking at, again, what option is going to work best. If we don't have to necessarily, and the guidance that we're waiting for has to do with claiming a meal to a student. And if that gets waived, then it's a lot easier for us to just provide the meals to the parents the way we're doing now, right? Because then we don't have to say, who's all in the car? Johnny, Sarah, good, check, check, check. And we could just provide the meals and they can go. But we will have both options. And then depending on the guidance that comes down from USDA, we'll have to decide logistically which one makes the most sense. Is it to give the meals to the child because we have to attach that claim to the child, and operationally that makes more sense? So again, that would either be at the time of service or at dismissal, or do we have the opportunity to have a curbside type pickup like we do right now?
Wow, so much to all of this, so many layers to all of the work that has to be done. Thanks for thinking it all through. Very tough. Thanks, Leonka. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I'm just thrilled with this. This just makes sense. And it's like you took things and kind of twist them and turned them and did this and did that. And yet it's not, you didn't make it into a terrible, well, I shouldn't say this. It doesn't appear that it was a terrible nightmare for you to set up. Now it may have been, but it's, I think it's wonderful. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question, Leonka. I mean, during this since March, I mean, how many meals per day have you've been providing out of nutrition services? I mean, it's just remarkable work.
Now we're right at about 450,000 meals to date since the pandemic feeding began, which was, I believe, 77 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on it, but 75 to 78-ish days that we've provided meals. So we're, you know, somewhere in the 5,500 per day. So, you know, not that we know that there's a gap, and that's why we've been working with the food bank, you know, and they have other options for families as well, because we traditionally would serve between 47,000 to 50,000 a day with all programs. But the team has been working very hard, and very, very proud of all of them.
Well, you really should be. And I'm just really proud, because the fact of the matter is, you know, 47% or so of our students live at the free or reduced lunch level. And we all know, people, you know, kids don't come to school. A lot of times they don't eat, or their family even doesn't eat in some of these instances. So to not, you know, turn our backs on them because of the work that you're doing really, really does mean a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, Trustee Calvert? Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead.
thank you, young lady. And I just wanted to know, I know we've talked about this in the past, but how are you going to handle students that have the special meals and that kind of thing? Are they going to be set aside, or does that make a difference in what you're doing with the cafes and all of that?
Yeah. So we are going to be setting up some meetings with health services to kind of look through what our special diet programs are going to look like. We currently know that most of our, you know, just in having conversations with student health services in the past, we know that the special diets that we accommodate as nutrition services are a fraction of what health services has on record. A lot of those students choose to bring their own meals to school because of the extent of their allergies. But that is certainly on our radar to make sure that we, you know, accommodate those needs. We, for sure, we have to, right? I mean, anyways, it's a compliance piece. But beyond that, we are having those conversations just to make sure that, again, if you know, there's a classroom delivery, that's obviously a lot more controlled. But if they're coming through a modified cafe service or a mobile cart, typically in those schools, the cafeteria manager is well aware, right? Like they have a list and they've worked with their nurse on who needs those meals. And then we're able to pack those from the center or produce them there at the school. And we typically have them ready to go for the student when they come through the line. So really, we would just need to work on the logistics of whether that student would come through the traditional line, or if there was a cart that they were going to access to make sure that we just had their meal available. So we'll still be providing the accommodations. It's just the logistics of getting the meal to the student.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leonka, I just have a question regarding the classroom delivery service. And so your presentation talks about that being primarily for those community eligibility provision sites, which those are the sites that 100% of the students are provided their meal by the nutrition services. And so based on that, I'm guessing that the allergy issue isn't as big of a concern because nutrition services is preparing meals that are not allergy sensitive. Or can you expand on that? I guess I know we've received concerns about eating lunch in the classroom, which would, I hear you saying for other schools would be a site-based decision perhaps, but for these classroom deliveries, what is the protocol for allergy sensitive students?
So we don't serve anything with nuts or tree nuts as it is, so that kind of takes care of that one big one. But we do, you know, if there is a known allergy, again, we work with the administration there on site, the nurse, the classroom teacher. If we were doing breakfast in the classroom and the student has a known allergy, that teacher would be aware of that, and we would make sure that we have a compliant meal to be able to provide for them. So it's really just a matter of just ensuring that that communication is there. And one of the reasons why we wanted to keep the classroom delivery model to the schools that are already kind of used to that model is to minimize the risk, right? So not just the risk to the nutrition services fund overall, because we know that that's a more costly method, but the risk of, you know, kind of introducing this brand new concept to teachers, you know, and to support staff, whereas in the schools that already are community eligible sites, they're used to this. They're used to classroom dining at breakfast already. So now we're just shifting it over and providing the similar model at lunch.
Great, thank you. That was my memory. I've been to school visits and seen breakfast being served in the classroom at some of those schools. So that makes sense to me. It does seem sort of to be more of an easy shift for those schools to just add the lunch routine to that. Appreciate the clarity. All right. Don't see any other hands raised at this time on this issue. And I think our next slide, I'm turning it back over to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And for the record, Krista McNeil, Superintendent of Washoe County School District. So now, in this last section of the presentation, we move into the decision matrix. And the decision matrix, as you all know, these are points where we're going to ask for direction and possible action from the board. And so what we've done is we've organized it to what we feel is a way to provide you with the information, what the proposed action is going to be, important facts and considerations to take within each one of the actions. And then we've very deliberately gone through and listed out pros and cons for each possible action. And then finally, we will end with a recommended action. And so we're going to talk about the calendar, the school year calendar. We're going to talk about transportation decision points. We're going to talk about face coverings decision points. And then we'll end the presentation around the specific models, around the elementary, middle, and high school level models. And so with that, if I could have Dr. LaMarca flip the slide. So
and I think, Krista, I was just going to add that the idea was that we'd kind of go through a presentation of each decision point and have opportunities for questions with each decision point. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Great.
That would be wonderful. So our first point that we would like to talk about tonight as far as an action is our actual school calendar. And so although we are not recommending any formal changes for the school calendar, we would like to propose that we would be using our state authorized professional development days for students in grades 1 through 12, that their first day for in-class instruction or distance learning or in the hybrid model, whether they're elementary, middle, or high school, would be August 17th. So students' first day of instruction would be August 17th. And then during that week, we would do what we would call our kindergarten assessment. So that's when we make appointments with each one of our little kinders and their families. They come into the building and they do the kinder screening. So that would be the 17th to the 21st. And the first day for kindergarten would then begin on August 24th. But for 1st through 12th grade, we are asking for the first day of instruction to be August 17th. And then additionally, we do request the flexible use of the possible use of fall break, which is the first week of October, and then one of the 2 weeks of spring break to make up any possible lost instruction that would be needed due to the virus. So these calendar considerations, obviously the school calendar is required by statute to be approved by the Board of Trustees. The current calendar for the balanced calendar for the 2020 school year begins on August 10th and ends on June 4th, 2021. And it includes a 1-week fall break, a 2-week winter break, and then a 2-week spring break. Bargaining agreements require 2 weeks of break during winter and 1 week of break during spring. And then we don't have the fall break written into the bargaining agreements. So this was part of the presentation where I talked about considerations and that we've listed out the pros and cons. So the plus obviously would be the pros, the minus would be the cons. So in this current calendar, the first semester concludes before winter break. We know that is very important, especially for our high schools. Our high school students truly like the fact that their courses end before they go out on winter break, so they can actually enjoy their winter break. And if they needed to take any additional types of credit recovery, but they take their finals before they leave on winter break. And one of the minuses would be that the proposed change results in 5 fewer instructional days for students. The proposed change does not impact the end of the school calendar. It would still end in early June. The proposed change allows critical preparation time for principals and teachers, and I want to spend a little bit of time on that. So that first week, August 10th through the 14th, what we would be looking at is actually giving 5 days for our teachers and principals and staff to be able to go into their buildings and actually have a good amount of time to prepare their classrooms for what instruction would look like. And then also be able to offer professional learning opportunities for our teachers. We know that our teachers want to have professional learning, whether it's around how to better understand how to use Edgenuity, how to use Microsoft Teams, how to be sure that they understand how to use Infinite Campus. But one thing is that we don't want to take so much time on those aspects, but really be able to provide a good and fair amount of time for our teachers and principals to get into the buildings, get their classrooms set up, let them walk through what the building looks like, walk through hallways, get down their protocols, have the discussions with their principals as far as cleaning protocols. But we really feel that the 5 additional days is extremely important for our schools to be able to be ready to open up on the 17th. And then obviously, should instructional time be required for makeup, the flexible use of time may offset the needed time to extend the school year. That's when we would be using the breaks. And then flexible use of breaks would limit meaningful vacation opportunities for family and staff. And then flexible use of breaks could impact vacation planning. So those were 2 of the cons that would possibly be looked at when we're looking at the calendar. So the recommended motion that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation to have state authorized professional development from August 10th through August 14th, 2020, with students in grades 1 through 12, returning to school on August 17th, including the week of August 17th through the 21st for the kindergarten assessment, with kindergarten instruction beginning the week of August 24th, and the flexible use of the fall break and 1 or 2 spring break weeks should the school district experience a COVID-related shutdown, resulting in a need to make up instructional time.
All right, thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Simon Holland, and then Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Madam Superintendent, and the entire team for all this good work. I have a couple of questions that may or may not impact the calendar, but I just want to make sure and get them out there. The hybrid model would have classes, some form of class in session 5 days a week. We've heard the suggestion that that Wednesday be used as a staff-only day for prep, for cleaning, for PLCs, professional learning communities, and professional development. So if you could just walk me through, if we were to have Wednesdays be allowed for cleaning and teacher prep and teacher prep professional development, how would that impact the calendar? And then I have one other question after that one.
Sure. I know that that was an early suggestion as far as looking at Wednesdays for that. And so I think, Debbie, let's see, Deputy Superintendent, are you, there she is. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, Debbie, as far as the hybrid model on the Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday?
Absolutely. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. And again, Deborah Beiersdorf for the record. So the recommendation, as you will hear in just a little bit when we move to middle school and high school, the recommendation for the hybrid model is what we call an A and a B rotation. And the idea there again is that approximately 50% of the student body is in the building at any given time. And again, not forgetting our more vulnerable students that I talked about earlier in the presentation, those students attending every day. So our discussions, our meetings, we very much wanted to maximize the in-person teaching and learning time with students, with teachers. So we landed on the recommendation for the AB rotation so that every other day students were in buildings. The hybrid model as well, with approximately 50% of the students in the building, will allow for more frequent cleaning of the building, as was discussed earlier as well, with less students in the building. We also, when various task forces and committees and myself and the area superintendents, for example, meeting and discussing an AB hybrid rotation still allows for a school's master schedule to stay intact each day. And master scheduling is a very intricate thing, especially at the high school level when on-time graduation is at stake. So our recommendation, again, you will hear this in just a little while in this presentation, is that the AB model allows us to stay with that schedule, master schedule every day, which would then also allow built-in prep times, as we call them, for teachers to be happening on a regular basis as well. So that preparation time, and then also time that individual school sites, as I talked about earlier as well, in working with teachers to give them the time to plan for distance learning as well as in-person learning, we believed was sufficient and a good approach to the hybrid model, that we did not feel we needed a full day for planning and preparation. Now, a full day for planning and preparation would be a wonderful thing to have. I absolutely acknowledge that. But again, we erred on the side of having our students in the building with their teachers as much as possible.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Superintendent. And then, Madam President, if I might, just one other question. And my dog under my desk is chewing at my computer cord. Sorry if you see me moving around. And the other question is, this understandably and of necessity puts a lot of stress on time that teachers have to be doing things like cleaning and checking kids for hand washing and all that sort of thing. And I'm wondering, are there ways that we're going to be able to offset some of that by either professional development time or changing student learning objective requirements, any of those things that we can do to get some things off teachers' plates if we're going to be asking them to be doing a lot of really important other work that's not necessarily related to, their professional training.
And I think, when we take a look at the elementary and then the middle and the high school model, I think our area superintendents will speak to that. But I'll talk a little bit about the student learning objectives, the SLOs, because we've had quite a few emails regarding that. And, that's in our NRS as far as that requirement for teacher evaluations. And so we would want to work with the Nevada Department of Education on what that looks like for our SLOs. We know that that's a requirement. We know that that's something that we've worked on for a long time just within our school district. But we know that that's something that's additional for our teachers. And so again, we want to work with the Nevada Department of Education as far as what that would look like in the tune of a teacher's evaluation and an administrator's evaluation for that matter.
But there won't be, at least at this point, additional time for professional development. It's just at the school site level going to be developed into the master calendar. Is that the proposal?
And around, the professional learning communities, I think when the area superintendents kind of walk you through what a typical day is going to look like, what those points within the day where, for example, a grade level will be able to have professional learning communities, or a department, such, Debbie talked about algebra. So what the math department would be able to do. So they'll be able to kind of walk through what that would look like.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Superintendent McNeil has got a clarifying question about the calendar. So the last part talks about fall and spring break in case we have a COVID-related shutdown. I thought that the 100% distance learning plan was in place in case we had to shut down. So if that's the case, why would we have to make up days?
Well, we want to be as flexible as possible, Trustee Cottle. And I think what the action is there is that we do have the full distance learning model, but if for some reason, the governor, when we had to do a full shutdown, and that we would add instructional days. So these are additional days that we would be able to add if we felt that it was in the best interest of our students to have those additional days. We know that there's been a lot of concern around the COVID loss, and that we don't have a robust mechanism at this point in time for those additional instructional days. And so we would want to, if that came to it, to be able to have that flexibility so that it is additional time that we would want to build into our school calendar.
Okay, so if we face a COVID-related shutdown and we use our 100% distance learning, we have those days in the event we need them, but doesn't necessarily mean we have to use them.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is related to what my colleague, Trustee Simon Holland, asked. I just want to go back a little bit. Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, I know you spoke about the AB model, the AB, and that does provide some professional development time or some prep time for teachers. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? And then I'll go to my question if I may, Madam President.
Absolutely, Trustee Taylor, thank you. So that the approach would be, the plan would be that our secondary schools would still be able to implement their master schedules built into their so for example, a school that maybe has 6 periods per day, they would be able to run their 6 periods per day, and within that day our secondary teachers have what is called a prep period or a preparatory period, and they would still have that time through the day. Now, I'll also, I think, just reiterate again the creativity of our teachers and of our principals and how time can look different at a school site in order to give our teachers additional time for planning and preparation. So it could look like assistance from other staff members on site, including administrators. breaking teachers or allowing teachers to come out of the classroom to work together on whatever it is that they may need to work together on.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think, you've heard the all hands on deck. I think assistance from our district. I mean, we've all talked ourselves and my leadership team, whatever it's going to take to be able to support our schools. So that's what I was referring to.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So my real question, again, if I may, Madam President, is the assessments. I know many of us have probably thought about this, and I've had some people reach out as well, and I think we even had some in our email chain. We've had so many emails that I could have gotten it from who knows where. But is there any talk at the NDE level, Dr. McNeil, of maybe some relief from, perhaps SBAC or maybe some of the others, or maybe even from the federal level, some of those assessments might get, so that kind of takes that off of teachers and doesn't take away that instruction time?
Yes, there have been discussions around that, and I know State Superintendent Ebert is working very hard around those, as well as her assessment team, and our assessment team is very much in the throes of working with the NDE. But for Washoe County School District, we've been working for a long time with the leadership of Dr. Sandy Aird and Mr. Hayes around making sure that we have a balanced assessment system. Mm-hmm. And so we're taking a look at how that looks for our MAP assessment, MAP assessment, mm-hmm. And what that looks like at the elementary and the middle school level. So if there's opportunities to maybe pull back on a MAP assessment and use a more formative assessment that actually allows a teacher to take a look at their learning of their students and do corrective teaching if that's necessary. But yes, we are looking at that. And then from the accountability standpoint, I know that the state superintendent is very much interested in looking at possible waivers from the US DOE on what that would look like. And there are several states that have actually already gone forward and asked for waivers as far as the accountability models.
Great. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Do you know if any of them have been granted as of yet, those waiver requests?
I don't know if Ben is on here. I don't feel, I want to say New York, but don't quote me on that. If anything has been approved as far as a waiver at this point in time.
Ben Hayes for the record, nothing final yet, even in New York, but I know that there's a lot of talk about it. Certainly, I think especially gaining traction is the accountability, getting rid of something like the NSPF or the framework, the STAR system, whatever you want to call it. But I know that there's also an audience that wants their children tested because they missed testing last year. So if there's some way to do some assessment, but given that it's an odd year, not do accountability, I think that would go a long ways with the Department of Ed.
So maybe do some, but not all. Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, just one more assessment made me think of this. And I don't know what this might look like. This might even be for Ben or for Dr. McNeil. Is there a way, I don't know, 3 months into this thing, we can get some feedback? Not do you like it, do you not? Because no one's gonna like it until we get back to full school. None of us are gonna like it until we can, safely get back to full school. But if there's something that, is there something that maybe we can tweak that might make things a little better or easier or something? And I don't know what that, and maybe that's unrealistic to do because we see that we still can't really disaggregate because our numbers aren't quite, in terms of being able to ask people all the way across the board. But it would be great just three months into this, if we haven't moved anything at all, what could anything be better? I mean, just something that you don't answer, just something to throw in the back of your minds as you're thinking about this. Because it's a tough enough situation until we get back to regular school safely. It's a tough situation for everybody. So I guess I was just thinking, gosh dang it. I mean, I would like nothing more than to get back to regular school right now. And we know that we can't. So, but if there's anything we can do along the way to make it not so awful. So just think about it. If there's an opportunity that arises, then I'd be interested in taking a look.
Absolutely. I think there's always, and we've said that before, we're a learning organization ourselves. And so, we will, I can assure you, just as we went through the assumption, I can assure you we are going to make mistakes, and I can assure you that we will adjust appropriately to make the best for our students and our staff.
No, and I appreciate that, Dr. McNeil. And I agree wholeheartedly. Yes, we're not going to get it all right away. I mean, we've never been here before. There's no template, there's no model, there's no, here's best practices when you're in a global pandemic. I mean, that article hasn't been written yet. So I'm so glad you said that. And hopefully the community and the students and the families and even teachers recognize, we're all going to make mistakes in this whole thing, but man, we're just going to do the best we can to figure it out and along the way. So let's lock arms and walk through it together. I'm really glad you said that, because that's real. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I think, Superintendent, I have 2 questions and then just a comment specific to the calendar. The first question I have is about the use of the fall break. I mean, I understand why you would like to have that break as a potential if we have COVID-related shutdown or something. And I think, though, that we owe it to our community that if we need that break, that we still be able to provide enough time ahead of time to let families know. So, for instance, if we let them know 4 or 5 weeks before that break in October, hey, due to the shutdown or due to these things that happen, we're going to need that. It gives our community more time to say, okay, well, then we won't do that vacation or whatever. But I'd be very concerned if a week or 2 before fall break is about to start, we suddenly say we need it, then we're going to disrupt a lot of planning. So my first question then would be, is there a deadline that you all have thought about where we say, okay, if we reach this deadline, then we will not take away that fall break no matter what? Or so that's my first question. Second question, well, here, I'll leave it at that. After you answer, I'll go to my other one.
Sure. And I may ask, Debbie or Dr. LaMarca to chime in, because I'm not quite sure if the actual teaching and learning committee or the reopening committee has talked about a specific deadline. I mean, I would absolutely be in support of giving our community, our parents and our teachers and principals as much notice as possible. So whether that's, if we start in-class instruction on August 17th, the fall break is scheduled for the first week of October. So I definitely would not want it to go past, mid-September if that's what happens. And part of this issue is that we've talked about getting in as much instruction absolutely as possible before we know that the flu season hits. And so we want to make sure that we have plenty of student contact before that, in the event that we would have to go into a shutdown. So I don't know if Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf or Dr. LaMarca wants to add anything to that as far as a specific deadline.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So the Teaching and Learning Committee has not discussed a deadline regarding notice to families, to our staff, our teachers, principals, et cetera, about the fall break. But we certainly can have that conversation. And I don't know if Dr. LaMarca maybe wants to talk about the reopening task force and any conversations they may have had.
Hi, for the record, Paul LaMarca, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, thank you for the opportunity. At the reopening task force, there was some brief conversation of the use of fall break in lieu of having to put a student on distance. So if we had a student who was excluded, maybe multiple students, maybe being able to use that period of time to support them. There wasn't a lot of discussion. It was really in an attempt to remain as flexible as possible with what's available to us in terms of instructional time.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. And I don't think I would necessarily ask for a deadline now, But I think that, as school starts and as we get into September, I think that's an important thing to think about, because by then we'll have seen, is COVID-19 getting worse? Are more and more people getting it? Are we going to have to start shutting down? I mean, we'll know more a few weeks from now. So that's just something I think if you guys can kind of keep on your radar, I'd appreciate. Second question I have is for the motion. Is this motion for the entire school district, or would Incline Village be on a slightly different calendar? And so that's my second question.
So, I know Dr. Parks is on as far as for Incline, because they are on a different calendar as far as their start date, I believe.
Okay.
Is that accurate, Dr. Parks?
Yes, Dr. McNeil. The idea is that Incline would still follow their calendar, but in doing that, they would also take the week for their professional learning and professional development, and they would essentially start a week later, just like we would, but we wouldn't change completely their calendar, no.
Okay, so Incline and perhaps Natchez or Gerlach, so the outlying schools would still be on the same kind of format as what we're talking about here, just it would change a week or two based on their unique calendar needs.
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess the last thing, and this is more of just a statement, because we're talking about time and calendars. I think that the plan that I've seen so far is a good one. I do worry though about how much we're asking our staff and especially our teachers to take on all the little things, all the little hundreds of little things that they're going to have to do during the course of a school day. And I worry that those little things, as you start adding them up, a few minutes here and 10 minutes there, it's going to start to add up to more and more time. So my only statement would be just to keep looking at anything, any school district mandates or things that we have that require time, just to look and see if those things can be waived or postponed. Because if we have some sort of mandate that requires so many hours of a teacher's time, that to me is not as important as giving teachers those couple hours to do something that is, safer for their students or better for their classroom or whatever.
There's the white wall behind me. It kind of washes out my hair, but what?
So just to keep looking at what we can do to shave off a few hours here or there that we can give to our teachers, just for them to be able to keep doing the things that they have to do every week.
Absolutely. And I appreciate you stating that, and that, if you remember a few months back, teacher and principal workload were actually on the positive pathway. And then we find ourselves in a pandemic. So, we've talked about that as superintendents, that, any type of, whether it's a state requirement or in our own individual district requirements, that this would be the year that we may want to pull back on some of those, so that we can really focus on the instructional needs of our students and to make sure that our teachers have that support.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kelly. Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. The last two trustees asked my questions, but I'm just kind of opposed to that taking away the possibility of taking away the fall break. I just think that's been sacred to teachers and perhaps families. It's just, but anyway, and it would be really nice as if we start whittling away the extra things, in the midst of what we're going through. And then perhaps for the teachers, the extra testing, the extra stuff we have them doing, so that maybe we can keep that whittled away, because teachers don't have enough time and they end up teaching to the test for, so many tests because it reflects back on them and all this stuff. And it's like, I know so much of it's required by law, but it's not very fair to the teachers. I don't know what we can do about all that, but thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. I know we haven't heard from Trustee Calvert. Any questions from you on this item so far?
Thank you, Melina. I am good with everything so far. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we circle back to some of the others, I'll take my turn. I don't have any issue with the additional professional development days and think it's a good idea. I know we kind of worked through some of the, ideas around it at our last meeting. I certainly am a proponent for, having as many instructional days as we possibly can. I think that's critical and sets that expectation that we've talked a lot about. But I do struggle with the flexible use of the fall break. And I think part of my struggle is the word flexible, because I don't necessarily feel like we should leave it up in the air indefinitely. And I appreciate Dr. McNeil, you saying that that's absolutely not the intent, but we're almost already so close to that time period that it feels like I again struggle a little bit with that. And I see it as a parent, I feel this way, and I know it's, our calendar can be a divisive issue and fall break can be as well, but it does sort of serve as a nice brain break after, the kickoff to the busy start of a school year. And I think of our teachers having to kind of relearn a new way of teaching, whether it's flexible hybrid or in person. It's going to look different than it has. And I worry a bit about that week disappearing and being filled in with more of a sort of challenging learning situation, whether it be distance learning or not. I don't have as many concerns about the spring break because it is 2 weeks and it is further out. I think, I liked Trustee Kelly's idea of kind of setting some sort of a time frame that we would commit to making the decision by a certain date so that families can be planning and prepared. I think the likelihood of any of us going on a nice vacation in October is pretty slim, but it's just that idea of kind of having a week to just sort of have a break from it all, and especially again when things are so new and different. So my other side of me does worry though about the loss of instructional time, and I certainly can understand the intent for having that ability to use that week. So I think, I'm sort of leaning towards the idea of either eliminating the fall break part of this from the motion or perhaps holding off on it if we do look at a future date, just to, I worry a little bit that might have gotten lost in all of the other big decisions that we have at today's meeting, and that there might not be as much awareness out in the community that we're considering eliminating or making it a possibility that we would eliminate the fall break. So, okay, I'll go to Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Simon Holland, then Trustee Kelly and Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't take long. You echoed a lot what I was going to say. Spring break is such a long ways off, and it's 2 weeks. It seems realistic to be flexible there. We have a lot of the school year already done. We'll know what instructional time was lost. Being optimistic, I think we can get to fall break hopefully without a whole lot of issues. But then after fall breaks, flu season, and how challenging August and September are going to be. Fall break just seems like a nice spot for teachers to catch their breath and just kind of relax. So I personally think we should hold on to fall break and leave flexibility for spring break if we absolutely need it.
And I'll
Trustee
just
Simon
add-
Holland.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
That's right.
Thank you, Madam President. I too agree with what you've said and with what Trustee Cottle has said. I think teachers are going to need that week desperately to be able to recover and plan and course correct and adjust. One suggestion might be that the motion would prioritize, if time is needed, first we would use one of the 2 spring break weeks, and only as a last resort, if necessary, use the fall break. But I think that leaves people up in the air. I would rather we just say we're not going to take away the fall break, and we would make it up in the future. I really do think parents and teachers and kids will need that time to just collect themselves. Oh, and just a question that came in, how would this calendar impact pre-K? Would pre-K programs be on the same schedule as kindergarten, or how would that work? If someone could answer that before we have a motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Either Debbie or Jen Van Truss, as far as the calendar for pre-K.
Dr. McNeil, and I know Jen, Area Superintendent Jen Van Tress, who now supervises our early childhood education programs, is on the call, is on the meeting tonight.
Yes, hi.
Here she is.
Area Superintendent Van Tress, for the record. Thank you, President Raymond and trustees. The early childhood, the pre-K programs will follow the same calendar as the kindergarten program, which is what they do currently. So they will start that the week of the 24th as well.
And then I'll just quickly add, also the benefit of having the fall break, and this is pre-COVID, is that actually allowed us, if you all remember when we had the norovirus, that actually allowed for a week to air out our buildings. And so that fall break actually did help us to have that opportunity to have nobody in the building. And, if the custodians were there, that they would be able to do some additional cleaning.
Thank you. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Then I was prepared to make the motion, but removing the fall break from the motion, unless there's
Okay,
any
let me just check real quick with Trustee Minetto.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. I clicked on myself. Anyway, thank you. That fall break, it's also a time when teachers do their grades. They have spring break to do grades, they have Christmas to do grades, but they need that time to do their grades too. Putting grades in is a huge ordeal. But yes, it looks like it's going that way anyway, so thank you.
Trustee Kelly, if I could just have a second to consult with Chief General Counsel Rombardo on this. So we have a series of motions that we will be addressing, and a lengthy list of public comment emails that we've received. Do we need to take public comment or list the names of the public comments we've received before we take action?
I think that's well, it's tough because we're allowing people to, I think we should do this. I think we should take whatever has arrived as of this point, and then if more public comment comes in, then we can announce those folks' name as we move on through each different action item. Does that make sense? So we would announce those who have already participated and sent in public comment up until this motion, then take this motion, and then when the next motion comes along, we could, if more public comment comes in, which I know public comment is coming in, then we can announce those folks as we move through this each different time. I do think that's probably the best way.
Okay, thank you. Then I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to join us, and she'll read the names of individuals that submitted public comment related to agenda item 4.04. I'll take a moment to just remind the public that we received a lengthy amount of public comment on this agenda item. Those public comments that were received before 11 a.m. are posted on the homepage of our website for anyone to go through and read. Any public comments that were received after 11 a.m. will make it onto that homepage by tomorrow. We as a board have been receiving those public comments throughout the meeting and prior to the meeting. We've taken one break to read through that. We'll take another now as JJ's reading the names, and then we will, as our Chief General Counsel mentioned, will continue to receive public comment and will continue to log the receipt of those public comments with the reading of the names. All right, I will pass it off to you, JJ, and this will give our trustees a little time to go through their inbox to read any that have come in the last few minutes.
We've received public comments from Julie Riley, Brittany Ewers, Megan West, Elise Rose, Sarah Trimmer, Katie Thompson, Jennifer Jones, Brittany Nelson, Carrie Dyer, Laura Dewar, Tara Batava, Debbie Lamam, Marianne Zucker, Wendy Osteen Wilson, Jocelyn Messina, Adrienne Conley, Dawn Martins, Mark Carruthers, Krista Rossby, Kim Carter, Brandy Stewart, Katie Jameson, Sarah Dawkins, Sydney Trainer, Jean Smith, Amanda Gill, Catherine Cook, Monica Dutchover, Brittany Ewers, Cameo Eris, Crystal Ricard, Amanda Bell, Kevin Marks, Maja Davis, Tracy Bruns, Maria Ruiz, Jenna Larkin, Carrie Hennig, Joyce Sider, Jessica and Jake Capdeville, Jenny Curtis, Trinisha Titch, Amy Birkenhausen, Meredith Whalen, John Metzger, Colleen Green, Bergen Smith, Paul Kroger, William Toledo, Courtney Hamilton, Simon Marks, Debashis Badgachi, Julianne Prettyman, Mimi Sambatsiri, Lindsay Colbert, Janie Lusani, Lori Newman, Shayna Crest, Camille Shanker, Amal Jessier Thornburg, Lacey Baldwin, Allison Sinak, Erin Porter, Beth Martin, Amanda Jones, Paul Hunsberger, Mary Culpepper, Suzanne Lewis, Christy Lohr, Morgan Dusk, Steve McCoy, Laura Barnum, Kathy Miles, Catherine Claypool McKenzie, Kelly Roper, Nakia French, Melissa Sandoval, Gina Derryman, Danielle McIntosh, Annette Miller, July Valerie, Jessica Gorin, Sharon Cabanyan, Amanda Alverson, Manuel Rainier, Carrie Wildhit, Isel Valine, Isel Becerra, Tanya Darnell, Isel Vizacara, Clinton Toledo Milholland, Amber Hayes, Kara English, Lisa Aland, Jason Botcher, Austin Atkin, Claudia Miner, Jennifer Bowman, Nicole Killian, Nancy Gage, Christopher Mann, Stacy Wright, Juan Vizcara, Jennifer Reynolds, Gina Ridgie, Katana Taylor, Bridget Burkhart, Carly Humason, Ellison Mitchell, Steve Hatcher, Cassandra Maitland, James Spiker, Summer Kaufman, Heather Termini, Lynette Balloon, Emily Pekka, Rebecca Haas, Shay Dusk, Nicole Wyko, Sherry Gajewski, Ms. Troy Reinhardt, Rose Santos, Kelly Carney, Melissa Bullard, Lona Calavera, Marianne McCauley, Marissa M., Zach Woodhead, Stephanie Falk, Alexa Nakula, Rebecca James, Tiffany Marty, Emily Woost, Jenny Snaza, Diana Randall, Katie Grill, Gordon Hilkel, Stacy Haltom, Lee Kirchhoff, Stacy Bushin, Janelle Wheeler, Kim Ingersoll, Nicole Berman, Brenda Koval, Amy Piccinoli Ford, a person wishing to remain anonymous, Alex Graham, Brittany Nanini, Carmen Ransdell, Ashley Tiexera Smith, Emily Beebe, Julie DiNapoli, Ed Alexander, Charisse Anumalsetti, Tiffany Deeney, Gina Balch, Andrew Guzman, Michael Spitzer, Michelle Rutherford, Heather Toole, Danny Taylor, Asia T., Brittany Marquez, Erin Krenz, Trisha Beaupre, Marjorie Filborn, Chris and Kim Sorensen, Veronica Feller, Stephanie Robinson, an individual wishing to remain anonymous, Dallas Halsey, Heather Onas, Catherine Hodges, J.C. Osborne, Peter Fleischman, Matt Rager, Jana Rager, Heather Bowman, Veronica Koppel, Kristen DeHaan, Amy D., Patricia Bobo, Karen Parkins, Catherine Howard, Michelle Fogelberg, Debbie DeCalagoro, Rita Gardikiotis, Kristen Williams, Paula Gregg, Samantha Slavic, Paul Grant, Jim Marin, Brenton Som, Rob Shatter, Beth Ewell, Sue Goodenow, Malia Putta, Trisha Constantino, Dawn Arnold, John Lingard, Maria Castedo, Jed Spangler, Jeanette Daniels, Rachel Robinson, Mackenzie Caldwell, Liz McFarland, Andrew Christiancho, Roger Ports, an individual wishing to remain anonymous, Jennifer Marquette, Kimmy, Amy Bentel, Melinda Warley, Elizabeth Curtis, Chris Engstrom, Kristen Farrell, Johan Howell, Jill Bede, Sarah Coleman, Lisa Loader, Julia Fay, Lori Casa, Amanda Dudley, Dr. Carolyn Dolan, Melissa McPartlin, Yolanda Lemus de Perez, Kirk Wessel, Natha Anderson with the Washoe Education Association, Deidre Blanton, Amanda Martinez, Addison Wilhite, Cheryl Hensley, Casey Anunzo, Melissa Gabler, Joan Sanchez, Ann Dutton, Nancy Stafford, Eric Blanton, Quentin Bluehorse, Jim Baffrey, Faye Absumalan, Marshall Culpepper, Holly Murphy, Crystal Roberts, Corey, Nicole Larson, Keds Howard, Christina Callas, Jack Scarborough, Darren Fleck, Jessica Gregory, Laura Murphy, Ashley Monhin, Jessica McKelber, Wrangler, Dolores Atkins, Orion Bobo, Michelle Riley, Ariel Sanchez, Brooke Bernard, Jamie Thielander, Michelle Kirkland, Michaela Ports, Muriel Bloomfield, Ashley Jork, Rhiannon Walls, Samantha Smith, Lori, Sonia Lucartero, Lori Sims, Maureen Wander, Megan Pendergrass, Tina Haller Monzowitz, Raquel Pass, Andrea Ramirez, Aubrey Flores, Kim Carl, Colleen Green, Amanda Jones, Robert Bauman, Aaron Bozet, Juliette Moore, Mark Carruthers, Tim Wood, Dawn Harper, Leanne, Ann Byington, Krista Rossi, Dawn Gearhart, Michelle Sanchez Bickley, Heidi Kerr, Shelley Reed, Renee Wagner, Rob Michalowski, Selena LaRue Hatch, Celeste Sanders, Melinda Cooper, Nicholas Powers, Rachel Robinson, Mary Schaefer, Danielle McIntosh, Robin, Jessica Utter, David Arbuckle, Jane Brown, Sandy Herman, Kevin Schulwich, Dana Berry, Monica Washington, Ruth Harar, Marilyn Newt, Maureen Wander, Megan Tilton, Daphne Falconio, Michelle Hagen, Megan Zerline, Kelly Miller, Shauna Stout, Kristen Wright, Ruby Burnley, Merle Herman, Keith Bingham, Mike Perry, Wendy Zastawinch, Brandy Flores, and Monique Harrell. That is all I have right now.
All right, thank you very much, JJ, for reading those names, but for also keeping them so well organized for us and getting them to us and putting them on our homepage. I appreciate all your hard work with that. And just thank you to the community for all the engagement. We truly do appreciate the input that you have had on these really challenging decisions for us. We said at the top of the meeting, we know that we're not going to make everybody happy, but it is important to us that we hear from you and that we can try to address as many of the concerns that you bring up in your public comment as possible during our presentation. So I will now return to Trustee Kelly for a motion. And then as our Chief General Counsel mentioned, we will check in on our public comment before each of our next motions.
Thank you, Madam President. And yeah, great job, JJ. So I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation to have state authorized professional development on August 10th through 14th, 2020, with students in grades 1 through 12 returning to school on August 17th, including the week of August 17th through the 21st for kindergarten assessment, with kindergarten instruction beginning August 24th and the flexible use of one of the 2 spring break weeks should the school district experience a COVID-19 related shutdown resulting in a need to make up instructional time.
Second.
Okay, a motion by trustee Kelly, a second by trustee Minetto. I meant to actually go to our superintendent just so I will ask the question, and before we take the final vote, if you could address the question about any schools that might have been scheduled for the revitalization calendar.
Right, so we have, thank you very much, President Raymond. So we have Virginia Palmer, who's on the Revite calendar. And so they would have their 5 professional learning days, August 24th through the 28th. And then they would start student instruction on August 31st. They would not have the fall break, and then they would have 1 week at spring break. And that's because they're on the Revite calendar.
They were already planning for that. Okay, great. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, back over to you, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And so our next decision point is in relation to face coverings. And so consistent with the governor's directive 024, the use of face coverings for staff members, visitors, and students aged 10 and above while in Washoe County School District buildings and properties is required. There are medical exceptions, and the exceptions are listed within the governor's directives. Exceptions for children 9 years of age and younger to this requirement. Given these exceptions, administration is recommending the use of face coverings for students 9 years of age and younger. Should the directive restrictions be lifted, administration would strongly recommend the use of face coverings among all students and staff, recognizing that at times the use of face coverings may not be practical, especially when social distancing requirements allow for face coverings to be removed at that point in time. Can you advance it? There we go. So the governor's issued a directive 024, which includes mandates regarding the use of face coverings on June 24th, 2020. And according to the Center for Disease Control, the use of face coverings mitigates the potential spread of COVID and other diseases. The district will provide reusable face coverings for every child and staff member, as we've discussed previously. Students and staff are able to bring their own face coverings as well. And so here are some of the pros and cons. And the use of face coverings provides protections for oneself from exposure to the COVID-19 virus. It is also recommended within, as I just stated, within the CDC guidelines, as well as the American Academy of Pediatrics strongly recommends it, as well as the Washoe County Medical Society and what they issued in their guidance as well. The use of face coverings protects others from exposure. Learning is an interactive process, and facial cues are critical, especially for our younger children who could be impacted by face coverings. However, we know that we are able to purchase at the same cost as face coverings. We are able to purchase clear face coverings for children that may be in vulnerable populations, such as in a strategies classroom. And then obviously frequent touching of one's face covering could create its own health risk or propel exposure of COVID virus. So from here, before we get to the recommended motion, I'm just going to go on the record that I strongly feel that the use of face coverings is a community responsibility. It's a responsibility as myself, as the superintendent of Washoe County School District, that when I go into a school building, that I have my face covering. When I'm within the district office, I'm using my face covering. This is something that's very important. It's been, there is science behind it. It should not be politicized. It is something that we as a community, If we want to reduce the measure as far as the spread of the virus, we know that face coverings is something that we need to be able to do. I do not want to put our teachers nor our principals in the position to where they are going to have to take on additional responsibilities and manage the aspect of having a child show up without a face covering. Again, I am going to go on the record that this is a community responsibility. We need our parents to help support this. If we want to decrease the spread of the virus, if we want to get back to normal times, then I am strongly recommending that we mandate face coverings and that all of us need to adhere to this directive and that it does not become a management burden for our teachers and our principals. So again, the recommended motion that the Board of Trustees approves consistent with the governor's directive, including noted exceptions, the required of face coverings for staff members, visitors, and students age 10 and above while on Washoe County School District properties. Additionally, administration is recommending the use of face coverings for students 9 years of age and younger. Should the directive's restrictions be lifted, administration would continue to strongly recommend the use of face coverings among all students and staff when practical.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. McNeil. Before we get to the motion, then I'll look for some questions or comments from trustees. I'll start with Trustee Simon Holland and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. I am absolutely in support of face coverings being required at school. My only question and concern is what's going to be the enforcement mechanism? And I know we've talked about this a little bit with regard to face masks, face coverings on buses. I'm just concerned about how that enforcement and what are the consequences if students or staff members don't wear masks.
Thank you very much, Trustee Simon Holland. And this question has come up repeatedly. And again, I'm just going to say that I think that this is a community responsibility. What I don't want is for our schools to turn into where we have our front office where we have students showing up without masks. I do not want to put our bus drivers in the position where if a child is at a bus stop and they do not have a face covering, for then our bus driver to be put into the predicament of having the child come onto the bus without a face covering. So I would recommend that we do have face coverings available on our buses that we would be able to hand out. But I just feel very strongly that this is something that as the superintendent and you all as the trustees, that we need to take that ownership off of our teachers and our principals and to really educate our community along with the Washoe County Health District. And I know that Margaret is here as well. And she can provide any input, but a strong campaign, educational campaign, that if we really want to be able to get back to the new normal, that we need to do this together.
Thank you very much. All right, Vice President Taylor, and then Trustee Cottle, and then Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I was really interested, Dr. McNeil, in how you were going to answer that question, because that's a really, it's tough. What do you do? Tell a kid they can't come to school? I mean, it's difficult. Unfortunately, this has become more about, and oftentimes across our country, and I think even some here, it's become more about politics than safety, and I think our message should be. That if we want to get back to school as normal, quote unquote, to full-time in-person school for everyone, that this is the best way to get there. Certainly we've gotten a ton of emails on various sides of the issue, on this, and a lot of the emails for people that, that really say, hey, the research says that, students under 9 and so on, they're less likely to get it. Well, they're less likely to show symptoms of it. We don't know if they're getting it. Many have been found with the antibodies, quite frankly, and they can take it home to somebody who is less vulnerable or pass it to someone who is less vulnerable. So what I'm hoping is, and actually I think honestly by now, face masks, as we know, face coverings are not about protecting you, it's about protecting the people around you. You have to have been living in a cave to not know that by now. I really do think our push on this should really be directed to, if you want to get back to in-person instruction for everyone, the best way to get there is to make sure everyone wears a face covering. And so I'm hoping that message goes forth, goes out there, whether you individually believe in it or not. We all believe in the best thing is to get all our kids and all our staff safely back in the classroom. We can all agree upon that. And the only way to get there in a reasonable amount of time is if everyone wears a face covering. So hopefully we can agree upon that and let that be the message. You don't have to like it, you don't have to agree with it, but that's the best way to get to where we're all trying to go.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Superintendent McNeil, for your honest thoughts on the issue. The question I have is around medical exemptions. What's the district's policy on students and staff that have a medical reason to not wear a mask? How are we going to handle that? Does that have to go through, on the staff side, human resources and our health office? On the student side, the school nurse? What's the policy on that? And then how do we ensure that the individual school community is, I don't know how to put this, but I don't want students and staff shamed for not wearing a mask when they're approved to not wear one for a medical reason. So how are we going to go about this?
Thank you very much, Trustee Cottle. And I know that Margaret had conversations around this as well. So I think she will be able to.
Yes, what we'll do is for children who are unable to wear masks, and I really appreciate Vice President Taylor's comments, that wearing masks is really intended to protect others, not ourselves, because so many children are carriers but don't get symptoms. So for children that cannot wear a mask, we will work with them to get a plan in place that they use some type of face shield, which may help. It may help teachers when they have to speak to students that are hard of hearing. Again, Emily can speak to the staff, but we can help mitigate and educate parents, figure out why they can't wear a mask and try to find something that's appropriate for them. Working with the health district and with their pediatricians. I can tell you that when the health district goes in to do a case investigation, they work so thoroughly that they will track down what is happening in an organization. Is it lack of hand washing? Is it lack of social distancing? And they will figure out why we are having an outbreak. And it could be because we haven't enforced certain measures. Again, I'll let Emily speak to the employee.
Thank you, Margaret. Emily Ellison for the record. So we've actually sent out some information to our employees and to our administrators related to making accommodations for those employees who can't wear the face covering like most of us are thinking about. A similar approach to what Margaret described for students. So whenever possible, if we can make modifications to the methods or environment in which the work is being done in order to accommodate that, we will, or through the utilization of face shields, we hope to be able to support employees in meeting those requirements too. The ADAA does allow for temporary accommodations, and so we've instituted a process to provide for an exemption of 15 business days pending medical documentation, and then to provide for longer term accommodation once medical documentation is provided.
Great, I appreciate that. The follow-up is, does from the health perspective, does the district believe it would be better for the younger kids to wear a face shield that protects the entire face, including the eyes, over a face mask?
I'll take that. Actually, a face mask works better for students to wear in order to protect infecting others. Our teachers are probably the more vulnerable of the population. And so if children can wear a face mask that they're comfortable with, they're going to really help keep the spread down. A face shield is really my protection of getting somebody, coughing on me or whatever. We will have to work with them to see what works best for them. And we do need to also build in times during the day that they can take these masks off. Again, we have to educate our staff on when it would be appropriate to do that, but really help them and families understand how to use a face mask properly. We may very well see some issues that arise after, the world using face masks on children who don't understand it, who have dirty hands. But again, all these things that we're doing, hand washing, proper use of the face mask, proper placing on and taking off a face mask can help people. And we do need to try to find times during the day for younger children, especially to have that mask off, built in, break times. There's some creative ways to do this. I just read an article from the Asthma and Allergy Foundation, and children with asthma have a hard time breathing, but they recommend the use of face masks in children to help mitigate the spread.
Perfect, thank you. I just have the 2 quick follow-ups, Madam President. So if you're saying that a face mask is better than a face shield to prevent the students essentially spreading the virus if they're infected, does a face shield satisfy our requirement? Or is it you have to have a mask and a shield is upon approval for other reasons?
I would recommend that they must have, if they have a medical condition or a valid reason that they cannot wear a face mask, that they must have some type of protection, which is a face shield. And we have actually ordered some face shields so that those are available, and they're relatively inexpensive.
Perfect, thank you. And then my last question surrounds Piccolo. How is this being handled at Piccolo? I know Piccolo could be a whole different conversation on all of these issues, but specifically to face coverings.
Yes, that population, again, there's reasons when you can't wear a face mask, and that's children who cannot actually remove it. Children under 2 should not wear a face mask. If there's medical indications, my thought is at Piccolo, it will be staff using the protection, probably a face shield to shield from any fluids being hurled at them unintentionally during a cough, as well as a face mask in case they don't want to affect that vulnerable population if they have it and do not know it.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I see Jennifer Van Trest there. I just want to make sure, did you have anything you want to add to that?
I thank you, President Raymond. Jennifer Van Trest, Area Superintendent for Area 5 and for Piccolo. Trustee Cottle, just to let you know, we are working closely with Piccolo and the Piccolo staff. We actually have the plan in place where we are able to practice appropriate 6-foot social distancing, practice the face mask, the gloving, the protection for the students and for the staff. We are planning on bringing back all students for 5 days per week, and then giving an option for the distance learning. That's actually going to be part of our presentation in between our elementary school and our middle school, but just to let you know that we do have all of those precautions in place to bring back all of our students at Piccolo.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is helpful to hear, and look forward to hearing more in the coming slides. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just wondering if with the motion, do we need to tweak it a little bit in order to say that face coverings aren't necessary, for instance, when a student is eating or drinking I mean, when I read it now, it says they have to have a face covering on at all times when they're in the buildings or on the property. And I'm just worried that when it comes to eating, food, drinking water, if they're going outside to play, I mean, I can see situations where there might be some confusion or where you just have to remove the mask. I'm just wondering if the motion should try to address that, or if staff feels comfortable that this takes care of it, and that through education and marketing materials and other things that people will know when it's appropriate to temporarily remove their face covering.
I see our Chief General Counsel. Do you have?
Yeah, so I was just pulling up Directive 24 as as Trustee Kelly was speaking. However, it's my recollection, and I don't have it in front of me, and I think the record is pretty clear, but it's my recollection that the directive does say when you're eating and things of that nature, you don't need a mask. That's why we go to restaurants and are able to eat. So you enter with the mask on, sit down, get to your location, and at that point, you can take the mask off. So I think since we're asking that it be consistent with the governor's directive, including the noted exceptions, that we're probably fine with the motion the way it is. That would be my take. And we've created a record, so it'll allow us to advise staff to follow along with this record and this motion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the only thing I was a little bit concerned about. But as long as we really let people know what the directive means and how it applies to what's happening at our school buildings, then I think everybody will understand and be on board. And then in that case, yeah, the motion looks good as it is.
Thank you. Any other questions, Trustee Kelly? Okay, I have a couple, and I see Trustee Simon Holland has her hand raised again. Trustee Minetto or Trustee Calvert, any questions or comments on this one?
No.
Okay. So one of my questions is, how are we paying for all of these masks, and what area of the budget are we dedicating to this? I think it is important. I think we need to provide masks whenever possible, especially, so that if a student were to show up without one, that we're not having to send anybody home or anything, but that's obviously an added expense that we had not anticipated.
So I'll start, and then I believe Mr. Mathers, our CFO, is on the line. But right now we have line items within our budget for any type of PPE or required personal protective equipment. We are taking that out of the general fund so that we can go ahead and order it. We would then be using CARES funding, the approximately $9 million that we are anticipating receiving to help with the additional cost of PPE. And then any additional revenue that we would be receiving, whether through the state, but we would be using that additional revenue as well. But right now we are using our general fund to purchase the PPE so that we can get it stored and distributed as soon as possible. So I don't know if Mr. Mathers is.
Yes.
Oh, there you are.
Yep, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. Just to add to that a little bit, with the closure of schools in mid-March, one of the, I guess, nice facets of that, or the only nice facet of that, is we've achieved some savings in our building utilities costs. We've certainly achieved savings in travel for training, as well as we've been unable to fill a number of vacancies. So all of that has generated savings in fiscal year 20. And as Superintendent McNeil just stated, we went ahead and reallocated those savings to line items in our budget to buy the PPE. I'm sure we'll continue to have costs there, and that will be an issue. But as the superintendent said, we do have CARES Act money that can be used to buy those items.
Great. I know we've talked about that, but just wanted to make sure it was on the record. Chief General Counsel Rombardo.
Yeah, let me just put on the record that Section 7 of Directive 24 exempts folks when they're eating and drinking. It does past that they remain socially distant. But I think Leonka shared with you all the plan on how we're going to do that. So I just want to put that on the record to make it clear.
Thank you for addressing that. And I don't have the directive pulled up in front of me, but I read through it and I read a few articles too regarding the face shields, because I like the idea of that, but my interpretation of the reading of it was the face shield by itself does not replace a mask. It can enhance a mask and the protective properties of a mask if you wear both of them together, but there has to be a medical exception, is my reading of it, to allow for just the face shield. And so I know we had a few emails about that. And I also wondered if this might be a time where you could address, we had a number of requests for looking at plexiglass in place of masks, plexiglass around desks, so that there wouldn't have to be a mask. And I can only imagine how expensive it would be to put plexiglass in every one of our classrooms, but I thought maybe I'd give the opportunity to just respond to that at this time.
So as far as for the difference between the face shield and the face covering, Margaret, do you want to take that one? And then Adam or Tammy Zimmerman, I know that you all have looked at the plexiglass, and I don't want to speak for you, but I would anticipate that it is cost prohibitive as far as the installation of plexiglass.
Yes, Margaret Allen for the record. President Raymond, you're right in that it is best to have a mask and a shield if you can, depending on what the situation is. Social distancing is the best thing. And so I think our plan is to keep children socially distanced enough so that that doesn't become an issue. Again, the face mask would be used when maybe a teacher needs to stand at a certain distance from a student in order for that student to be able to see what she's saying. Maybe it's a hearing, child who's having hearing issues or needs to see that. And we just wanted to have an alternative. Again, it is not a replacement for the face mask, but in some situations, if you can socially distance and you have a face shield, it might give you a little bit of protection from, droplets. But again, it doesn't add the full protection that a face mask does.
Thank you.
I'll just add, this is Adam Searcy for the record, Chief Facilities Management Officer. We have purchased and installed several applications of plexiglass, but more in an administrative or central services type of office worker setting where the individuals really have little to no opportunity to achieve social distancing and are much more static in their roles. So the plexiglass, is relatively inflexible in comparison to the face covering or face shield that's going to move with the student, and is, as you can imagine, something in the neighborhood of 10 times more expensive than just a mask or a face shield. So it's not something that we are proposing to apply on scale in the classrooms.
Thank you. Well, as I mentioned, I do support the motion as it is stated for face masks to be required for all of our students. I think we heard loud and clear from the faculty and staff that emailed us that this is what would help them to feel safe returning to the classroom. And I could not have said it any better than Vice President Taylor at the top, that this is the importance of this and why it is something that I support so wholeheartedly. So I appreciate the work. And I would like to just say too that, I think we might have mentioned it at the beginning, but the task force that worked on all of these little details on up to the big plans includes medical experts, pediatricians, epidemiologists. This was not something that was just put together by a small group internally of staff. It included parents, it included students, and And I appreciate their input and that this is the recommended motion from them. Sorry, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to echo some of that and also thank Vice President Taylor for her comments. I feel that our community, certainly we've received divided feelings and opinions about masks, but our teachers and our school staff deserve this protection. They are, to many of them, they feel that they are putting their lives on the line to teach our children this fall, and they deserve the support. Even if people don't want to wear a mask and they don't want their child to wear a mask, we all owe it to our teachers, our counselors, our school staff, our lunch ladies, our bus drivers, for our children to protect them. And many of them have family members with underlying conditions, and they're very frightened of bringing those underlying conditions home because one of our children, one of our students, may be asymptomatic and may bring a virus in. So we owe it to our staff. We as a community, we as a region, we as a society owe it to those people that are putting their lives on the line to make it possible for our children to return to school. I just wanted to add, I think I'm interested in my colleagues' feelings about not requiring students under the age of 9. We've heard from educators who say, so I teach younger children, so I'm not as worthy of protection as a teacher in another classroom. I'm inclined to support extending that requirement to all students unless there's a medical exemption. And I'd be curious to see what my colleagues feel about that. I do understand that the governor's directive did not require it below the age of 10. In some classes, we have mixed 9 and 10-year-olds. Is the 9-year-old not required to wear a face covering and the 10-year-old is? So I'd like to hear thoughts about changing that part of the motion if people are supportive of that. And then I'd also just note that, again, it does, we were asked what happens if we get to phase 3. It does say in the motion, should the directives restrictions be lifted, we would still continue to recommend the use of face coverings. I think there's not going to be a time in the 2021 school year when we won't want face coverings to be recommended. But there may be a time when there's a vaccine and there's widespread decline in the incidence in our county. Just wanted people to think about if there's any wording in the motion that needs to be added to cover that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. I will just quickly say that I do support it for all grades, all ages. I had sort of thought about it myself, and the only solution I could kind of come up with to change it to not have that weird issue with the 9 and 10-year-olds would be grades K through 3 are recommended and 4 through 12 required. But I do think it is what I think we should do for our teachers. My only kind of caveat to that is just that to allow for the flexibility of if we got 2 weeks into the year, 3 weeks into the year, and it was just a complete disaster to try to wrangle masks on kindergartners, that we have some flexibility to soften restrictions for the really little ones, or if for some reason there were some, I think Margaret Allen alluded to this, some study that came out that said, it really isn't beneficial for those youngest aged students. So I do support it, but just a thought to tag onto that, if there can be provided some flexibility that if we get into the school year and we need to change it, that we could do so. All right, I think I saw Trustee Kelly, then Trustee Taylor, and then Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I mean, I really am glad that you brought that up, because my only worry, especially with the younger ones, you know, the 4 and 5 and maybe the 6-year-olds, is that, so if we pass a motion that is unrealistic, then people are going to either take advantage of it or try to wiggle around it based on what they're experiencing on the ground. And I can't imagine, you know, 5 or 6 or 7-year-olds, well, maybe 7-year-olds would be okay, but, you know, 4, 5, 6-year-olds, I just can't imagine them wearing a face mask 7 hours a day. Or I really worry that we can pass this motion and then the reality hits at those younger ages, and students are taking off their masks and losing them and dropping them, and teachers are spending more and more of their time trying to, again, like you said, wrangle students into wearing them, and it just becomes a cluster. So I think that, I mean, I support the recommended motion, but I really think that this is something that we need to revisit. And who knows, I could be completely wrong. Maybe the little ones are they're so good with the masks. Maybe it's older ages that we have a problem with. But I think it's important that we have something in this motion that allows us to either, of course, change it if the governor changes the directive, or if we just notice something happening at the schools that's really impacting negatively health, safety, academics, that we can change things if we need to. And then one important thing of that directive, the directive states that if anybody is outdoors and they're doing some sort of physical activity, you know, running, hiking, whatever, and they're able to have some social distancing, that masks or face coverings aren't allowed. And so that really makes me think about recess time. And again, I have a son, and him and his buddies, recess is their most important time, and sometimes even more than in the classroom. And I worry about, you know, kids wearing their mask and they're running around and they're climbing around, and it's August or even September and it's hot outside. And I really worry about the health part. So I think that I would be curious to know from staff, when it comes to recess, do they envision students wearing their masks the entire time at recess? Or is there some flexibility if students are spaced out, or if it's really hot outside? I'd like to know what staff thinks about that.
This is Margaret Allen.
And then I think Dr. LaMarca has some points too that he wanted to share as well.
Margaret Allen, for the record. Yes, we have to use some common sense in this. And if we're able to social distance, keep kids 6 feet apart out on the playground, we need to have, you know, give them time to get those masks off. Again, I think that we're not alone in this. We're going to see issues across the world with students, maybe younger students wearing masks. And I think that we will definitely follow the direction of the health district and the CDC. If we see a huge outbreak of hand, foot, and mouth because kids are touching their masks all the time or their eyes, we need to rethink some things. But again, right now the recommendation is very strong for wearing masks, and I think children can wear them safely. We just have to have common sense in helping direct them.
Hi, this Paul Mark for the record. I just wanted to add a comment. As you're aware, on the reopening task force, we have several pediatricians that have joined us in partnership. Early on in discussions with the renowned pediatricians, they warned against mandating mask wearing for young children, and it's related to the last con that was included on the pros and cons page. And Margaret just alluded to it. There is a lot of management and just getting the kids to keep the masks on. They're playing with their masks, and quite quickly it becomes a little petri dish, and they may become sicker because of it. So I like, if there is a appetite to try to bring in a clearer demarcation here. I like that idea of grade 3 and younger. It would be recommended, but not mandated. That's all I can add.
All right, thank you for that input. I will now go to Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Minetto.
unmute. There we go. Thank you, Madam President. Excuse me. And thank you, Trustee Simon Holland, for bringing up this point. I think it's a really important point, and we've heard really loud and clear from our elementary school teachers that they have a high level of concern and feel like they've been kind of left out, if you will, because they're going back into the classroom full time and not having the distance learning and so on. And I do think we owe it to them to keep them as safe as we possibly can. Now, I would also agree that if there's some research that helps us to inform that decision a little more, that those who are tiniest, right? Our tiniest are pre-K, and because this goes to pre-K as well, right? Our pre-K, our K, first and second, or first, second, and third, that they're safer or less likely to be carriers. Then I'm certainly willing to entertain exempting them. But in absence of such, then a third grader or a second grader is just as likely, so to speak, as a fourth or fifth grader to share the virus, certainly unintentionally, because as we've said, many are asymptomatic, but also many have the antibodies, which means they've had it and didn't know it. So for me, I would feel, I can entertain it, but I would feel much more comfortable if there was some research to back up our drawing that line there.
Thank you very much. Trustee Minetto and then Trustee Cottle.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I agree with that. I have a hard time when I have a mask on not touching my face. So I think little guys and then touching each other's, and because 6 feet is this much to a 6-year-old. So that's a hard one, because I don't know if we should mandate it. And maybe how much flexibility is there in the school to say, okay, well, here we're doing this for that kind of thing. I don't know. The little guys, and maybe they're just all wearing them now and they don't think anything of it. I don't know. We need to keep a flexibility to it, as has been mentioned, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess this question is for our Chief General Counsel. Could the school district even enforce this if we chose to do it because of the governor's directive?
Well, I don't understand the question, because okay, let me read it let me do it this way. The directive says that children who are 2 to 9 years of age are strongly encouraged to wear face covering in public spaces. The directive also states that you may be more restrictive than less restrictive in section 6. So I do think we could enforce it if, I don't think we'd be in violation of his directive. Does that answer your question? Or was that what you were getting at, or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, because we're undoubtedly going to have somebody that says my child doesn't have to wear a mask. The governor doesn't say he has to. And then we're going to be in a little bit of a, okay, can we enforce it, or we can't enforce it? I just want to make sure we have that settled before we go forward on it.
Mm-hmm. I understand. Yeah, it would not be in violation of the governor's directive. How we enforce it, that would be, I'm sure, up to those who are far more qualified than I to determine that. Probably Dr. LaMarca would probably have that answer, and his team. That being said, it definitely is consistent with the governor's directive.
Okay, and then this question is probably for Margaret Allen. Is there any indication on why the governor chose 10 years of age? Because I'm with Dr. Taylor. What's the research say? I'm sure he didn't just randomly pull 10 years out of a hat. There's got to be a reason, and I'm curious if we know what that would be.
You know, I don't know what sources he used in his document. There is differing information out there, but the articles I'm reading say anybody over 2 can pretty safely wear a mask. Again, it depends on the individual situation, any health conditions, behavioral issues. And so I will do some more investigation on how he made the decision of 10, because that was confusing to me as well. And everything I'm seeing is anybody above the age of 2.
Okay. I know some of the feedback that I've received from some parents are where the governor said 10 years or older. So under 10, it's, you know, recommended, but not required. So it's probably fine if they don't. And so people are pointing to his guidance. And so I was just wondering if there was actually a reason for it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I do, Margaret Allen, for the record, I do think we may see some changes. Again, everybody's going back into this about the same time. And, you know, I do know that there was an outbreak at a child care facility, and it was clearly shown that maybe masks were not being worn consistently. So again, the health district can track and see what is going on, and it could be that they'll make different recommendations, you know, in September. But for now, I think we need to stick with, you know, the science behind most of the studies I've read, and the people that have been on the reopening committee who have medical expertise.
Well, thank you all for the great discussion. Trustee Calvert, any thoughts on this one? No? Okay. Well, I think, as I said, I do support the requirement for all of our students K through 12 with those noted exceptions, and would support that motion. I just think it is something that, like so much of this, we may see changes and we may see, you know, new information come out. And so, but I think it's what will, again, as has been stated previously, will help to ensure that we can try to get our students back in the classroom, try to get our teachers back in the classroom, and I think it's the right thing to do. So, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I hate to make this meeting more protracted than it otherwise will be, but I'm wondering if we could give staff an opportunity to give us some of that research. There seems to be some question. It sounds like Dr. LaMarca, you may have some different information, and have an opportunity to hear that before we make the decision about what to make the motion around. And I also, again, we need to talk about pre-K as well, because we do have pre-K kids, and I know you had just mentioned K-12. Would that be all right with my colleagues, that we get a little bit more background on the research on younger children before we vote on this one?
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Are you suggesting just a recess and then they come back, or pushing this off to a future meeting date?
Well, if those staff members who are involved in this particular motion, if we could just continue this to a later part of the meeting, and give them some time to give us that information. Still take care of it tonight, because I think people need to know.
Yeah. Okay.
If that works for you, Superintendent McNeil, and staff.
And I appreciate that. I just want to be sure. I don't want to put our staff in a predicament where they're not available, as far as if they have to get consultation from medical providers that may not be able to get them that information tonight.
For the record, this is Paul LaMarca. The comments I made, those were based on the practical experiences of the pediatricians since the COVID pandemic kind of sort of blew up everything. So it's their experience within the clinics at Renown, what they're seeing with the young children that they're serving. So they weren't pointing at a particular research study, but so it's practical experience. It's not research based.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, and I see Margaret's got her hand up too.
Yeah, you know, I think that number one, it comes from the CDC, the recommendation to use the masks. We read a lot of articles, you know, like I said earlier, the Asthma and Allergy Foundation recommends the use of masks for children who have asthma. And those are a very vulnerable population who you would think, if anybody, they would say, well, there needs to be an exception for them. Again, I think the other study I've referred to is the Harvard School of Public Health that talks about children wearing masks and then having periods of time where they are allowed to be outside, social distance without their mask. I do think that there is enough research that is, you know, supports anybody over the age of 2 that doesn't have a medical condition can safely remove the mask themselves, needs to be wearing a mask. But I'm happy to do some more research on that. I haven't really seen any negatives about face masks other than we don't know once we get kids back in school if it is going to lead to bigger problems. I think if we go in knowing there are going to be issues we're going to have to watch for, we're going to have to work with our local health experts and the health district as well as the CDC to see what is happening. So, you know, I do want to have some opening to make changes as we need to under the direction of the CDC or our local and state public health.
Madam President, I just thank you for that, Margaret. I also have seen a very compelling video. I don't know if it got to you, Dr. McNeil, it was just a well done video explaining all the procedures, and I think it's from Singapore or someplace that's been very successful in helping their students and others to turn it around. But they also show students needing to have a safe storage of their mask when they're not wearing it. So there's a lot to it to make sure that it works. But I think as Ms. Allen just said, you know, we'll have kids be able to take the mask off at recess if they can be social distancing outside. They'll take it off when they're eating or drinking. So there is time. The children aren't going to have a mask on for 7 hours. They will have a time to have a break. So I'm in support of our having a mask requirement based on what you've told us, Margaret. I'm in support of having a mask requirement for all of our students unless there's a medical exemption, pre-K to 12.
Would you like to make a motion at this time?
Well, if everyone is ready, we've had a lot of email traffic on this one too. I don't know if we need to.
Yeah, we will
for public comment report.
Take public comment. I just wanted to see if you're okay with doing it now and not waiting then.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the names of the individuals that submitted public comment just in the last hour since our last public comment was read aloud.
We've received emails from Nori Stodmeister, Sean, Paula Cogger, Carrie Parker, Keith Buggs, an individual wishing to remain anonymous, Kelly Knutson, Laura Murphy, Teresa Maples, Wrangler, Anna Sanchez, Amanda Jones, Nanette Chisholm, Daphne Falconio, Shannon Thompson, Amanda Sprock, Megan Richter, Dawn Van Sickle, Maureen Wander, Stacy Haltom, and Michelle Rutherford.
All right, thank you very much, JJ. All right, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try a motion and we'll see where it goes. I would make a motion that the Board of Trustees approves, consistent with the Governor's Directive 024, including noted exceptions, and beyond the Governor's Directive, the required use of face covering for staff members, visitors, and all students pre-K through 12 while on WCSD buildings and properties, except with a medical exemption or other behavioral exemption. Should the directive's restrictions be lifted, administration would strongly recommend the use of face coverings among all students and staff when practical. And I'll leave it to Council Lombardo to correct me if I've said any of that improperly.
I think we're good.
Hey, Vice President Taylor. Are you seconding?
No, I have a comment. I will second. Let me do, I second the motion.
Thank you.
First. Then I have a comment. Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland, you said all students. Should we stay with staff members, visitors, and students?
I thought that's what I said. For students, for staff members, visitors, and all students pre-K 12.
Did I miss that? Okay. Okay.
If I didn't say that, that was certainly the intent.
Got it. You probably did then. Okay. Thank you. As I said, I second.
All right. If there is no further discussion on this item, then I will, Vice President Taylor.
I'm sorry, one more comment. Do we want to get in there that we'll assess at some point? I think it was Trustee Manetto that talked about that. We'll take a look and adjust, or is that just kind of a given? Do we want to, because I do think it's important to have that that opportunity to take a look.
I'd certainly be willing to add, I'm just a little concerned if we make that assessment too soon, people are just gonna say, well, we'll wait it out. I don't know, Superintendent McNeil, if you have any comment on that.
No, I was actually thinking along the same lines, just similar to where we would be, assessing instructional techniques later on, so that at a future board meeting, so somehow to incorporate into the motion that the direction would be to come back at a future board meeting to see how the implementation of the directive is going. Something such as that. It doesn't lessen the board's action. It's just staff is responsible to come back to the board at a future board meeting to say how the implementation of the face coverings is going, and provide not only number data, but then also experiences from our teachers as well. I think that's important too.
So if I could then amend my motion, adding at the end of what has been said, the Board of Trustees further directs the superintendent and staff to return to the board at a future time with an assessment of the implementation. Does that work?
I'm good with that as the seconder.
Okay. So we have a motion by Trustee Simon Holland with the friendly amendment, and a second of the friendly amendment and the motion by Vice President Taylor. Is there any further discussion? I would like to make note, if our clerk could also record it, that unfortunately Trustee Calvert had to leave the meeting. She wasn't feeling 100%, and so she is no longer part of the meeting this evening. So this vote will not include her. So then all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And any opposed? Okay, so then that motion did pass unanimously. Great. I think if we could try to get through transportation and then take a recess. I know we still have a lot ahead of us, but I think we can get through this one and then we'll have a break.
Very well. Thank you very much, President Simon Holland, and I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Transportation, the fabulous Mr. Rick Martin, the one and only.
Definitely the only, maybe not the one, but so thank you again for allowing me this opportunity to talk tonight about transportation and the reopening of schools. Again, for the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation. And from this standpoint, what we're going through tonight is just what phases what recommendations we would make to support phase 2 student learning models and what we should be doing in student transportation to do that effectively, efficiently, and being able to meet the models that are being presented for learning. What we are putting forward is school buses to be at equal to or greater than 50% capacity, contingent on receiving state approval for capacity over 50%, not up to 50%, but over 50%. And those models we're looking at, because the other models that we had, the 12 and 17%, the 30%, just were not effective. We would be doing very long staggered starts, delivery times very early in the morning for students, very late in the evening for students. And obviously we would have drivers and like working, as Trustee Minetto said, 10 hours or more possibly in those particular models to support the resources we have. And we don't have the money or the ability in time to add additional resources for the opening of school in August. So that would be our aspect of this particular presentation. And then also we would be looking at all occupants on the bus would be required to wear face coverings as per the governor's directive, primarily because social distancing is very, very limited and in some cases maybe non-existent on riding in a bus that's 8 feet by 40 feet. So moving forward. So our considerations are 50%, and we used the 84 passenger bus last time as a model, and we are still using that as a model. Our buses do range anywhere from 70 passengers to 90 passengers. So doing the math, it could be anywhere from 35 students on a bus to 45 students on a bus. I did try to stretch that 90, but sorry about that. That was accident there. So obviously from that standpoint, it'd be 1 student to a seat with some being 2 to a seat. We would be able, with our current resources, to transport elementary, middle, and high school. We would have some aspect of staggered delivery times, and as I've indicated in the past, that would be kind of a shuttle system. So say we would have a neighborhood on an elementary level that we would normally pick up 2 neighborhoods. Now we would only be able to pick up 1 neighborhood, drop it off at school a little bit earlier, and then bring it back to pick up the second neighborhood and come in. And we would be doing the same type of model in the afternoon for delivery home. And that would be with the current hybrid schedule that we talked about for middle and high school later on in the presentation. If we went with a in-person model for both elementary and middle schools, then our staggered delivery times would be increased 30%, up to 30% possibly, based on the fact that we would be delivering more middle school students and elementary students at the same time. Again, per current state protocols, face coverings would be required in any of these opportunities here. Moving forward to the 65%. This is obviously a situation that would have to be approved through the state. But if this were approved through the state, we would be able to transport elementary, middle, and high school with all of our current resources. This would primarily be 2 students to a seat on any one of our general education transportation models. Staggered delivery times would not be needed. Obviously, we are over the student count that over the 50% capacity that he would have, or he has recommended, as well as the no more than gathering 50 people at a time. And again, state protocols, face coverings would be required. Now, I'd like to preface at this point, before I get into the pros and cons, is that we did have the Washoe County Health District meet with us to ride our bus, to go through the capacities on that. And through their recommendations, they have allowed us and recommended that we can transport with guidelines and recommended requirements up to 50% on our general education buses per their
per their recommendation, per their understanding of how we would transport and the like, with the requirements we've talked about, front to back, loading, those types of things, masks being required, and so on and so forth. So can we move to the pros and cons? Thank you. Transportation, with these two models, transportation for all federal and state mandated programs stay intact. So that would be our special needs delivery of students, our transportation for children in transition, foster programs, and ELL, or English language learner newcomer programs. The relaxed, and that's a plus, the relaxed social distancing requirements enable transportation for all general education students without modifying walk zones. From my standpoint, that's a big plus. So, going forward with that. Any greater social distancing restriction would result in no high school general education transportation. We talked about that earlier, just those other models, we don't have the resources and the like. So if we went to a more restrictive percentage, the fallout would be that we wouldn't be able to transport high school. Staggered times to elementary and middle schools would require extended delivery times up to 3 hours. Again, those are with the lesser models that could be a situation for us. So again, at 50% or above, that is not an issue. And the use of face coverings on the bus, given the limitations to social distancing, will help mitigate spreads of COVID-19, and that is a plus. And again, from that standpoint, again, we are in a very small box with transporting students. It's, so we don't have that opportunity to really social distance in great measure on those. And then our recommendation would be that the board would approve student transportation being provided by school buses at equal to or greater than 50% capacity for the phase 2 learning models, contingent on receiving state approval for capacity over 50%. And again, additionally, all occupants on the bus would be required to wear face coverings as per the governor's directive.
Well, thank you very much, Rick. I appreciate that update, and nice to hear that you've been working also with the health district to iron out the details on this one. All right, Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. As always, Rick, thanks for your good work. I just have a quick question. I was trying to catch up on my public comment. And so I may have missed this. I wanted to make sure I'm clear. Now, you said when the health district officials rolled the bus and went through that with you, and I agree with the Madam President that I think that's a great idea. What was their recommendation? Did you say they recommended 50%?
They recommended up to 50%.
Up to
so
50%. Okay.
Up to, so we can go 50%.
Right.
With the recommendations that they gave us recommended guidelines and how we would seat students on the bus, how they would be come in front to back, some aspects of masks and some time recommendations too, just to minimize opportunities for a potential spread of COVID if there was a carrier on the bus. So
okay, so if I may follow up, Madam President. Yep. So they were not in support then of the other option to go up to 65%.
They weren't. They didn't recommend this at this time, but partly that's because of the governor's directive from the state, for the fact that it would be over, any of those capacities would be over a gathering of 50 or more. And social distancing obviously would be a bit more limited with 2 to a seat as opposed to the models at 50%, which would be 1 to a seat, but there would be some opportunities at 2 per seat.
Then my final question would be with the staggered delivery times. You said up to 3 hours in some cases. Can you talk
Well, that was it.
about
That was if we did the, I'm sorry, Trustee Taylor. That would be if we were at the lower models. So say if we were transporting 30% of our student occupancy, that kind of.
Okay, so with I know with 50%, it was still, we still have some staggered delivery times, right?
Right, we would still have some staggered delivery times for a percentage of our schools, up to potentially 20%. But we're working on that. Hopefully we don't have to do too many of those And we would be talking more of high density areas. So that might be a situation where we would be picking up at a apartment complex that might have 60 or 70 kids that normally would try to take transportation out of that area. So we'd have to, in the past, we might have been able to do some things to get them all together on the one bus for a short ride. Now we would have to go back for two. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Cotto.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick. So the health department locally said can't go over 50%, but we're still going to pursue trying to get permission to do the model you showed that was 65%. Is that correct?
Correct. And that would be through the state and through the state board. Department of Education in that area.
Is there any timeline on how long that would take to get so you can start planning for a school year? It's coming up pretty fast.
Yeah, it is very, very fast. We're hoping to be able to try to get something like that within the next week or two. So,
okay, perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you, Rick. I just am trying to remember. I think we went over this at our last meeting, but what is the budget impact at the 50% capacity, or is there one?
At this juncture, we would be able to do it with the resources we currently have. There might be a little bit of an allocation, potential allocation increase, but that would be contingent on us having all of our allocations filled, which right now we don't have that. So.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? We talked at length, I know at our last meeting about this item. If there aren't any other questions or comments, then I will ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to go over the names of the individuals that submitted just in the last 20 minutes or so. And if the trustees could just make sure that they're caught up with the public comment that's been submitted.
We received emails from Greg Stone, Benjamin Zober, and Tricia Grinsell.
All right, then if there is no further comment or questions, then I will entertain a motion on this item. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll keep us moving along. I would move that the Board of Trustees approve student transportation being provided by school buses at equal to or greater than 50% capacity for the Phase 2 learning models, contingent on receiving state approval for capacity over 50%. And additionally, all occupants on the bus would be required to wear face coverings. And just outside the motion, thank you, Rick and team.
Thank you.
Second.
Perfectly in unison. So I will go motion by Trustee Simon Holland and second by Trustee Minetto. Vice President Taylor. You're on mute.
Sorry. I've been really kind of going back and forth with this because I really have had my decisions driven by, you know, student safety, and then also doing as much as we can to mitigate the impact on the families and on the teachers. And I think the reason I will support this motion is because there's just so much uncertainty and so much instability that we can't really control right now. This is something that we can control. And, you know, if I'm a parent, I'm going to be a little concerned about taking my kid to the bus stop, and they might have to hang out there for the second round, you know, to come get me. And it may be, you know, early in the morning, it may be cold, it may be snowing. If I'm a teacher, I'm a little concerned about, because some of my kids are going to get there late because of the staggered times. And so those, and I really, I mean, I feel so badly for the teachers and for the families and the, you know, that are in the situation, for the students. This is a thing with smaller risks as long as the students as long as those protocols, as Mr. Martin spelled out, are in place, that I'm willing to go ahead and support this. I would, once again, I would like this to be a part of the reporting back, especially if we do have any kind of an issue and any kind of contact tracing that may go back to a bus, because we are asking for 65%. I'd like the ability to make that change if necessary. I don't know if that should be a part of the motion or if that's just a given.
Well, my, I guess thoughts on that. I think all of this we need to obviously kind of track and be constantly updated on. So I do think, not that it's a given, but we just need to always keep that in mind. But I know we did change the motion last time to include that language, so.
I'm fine with that being included if that's helpful. Maybe we can just add that to each of our motions, that they'll be reviewed at some future time. Or maybe we can put that in at the end. Either way is fine with me. I don't know, Dr. McNeil or Mr. Rombardo.
Yeah, I think at this point you've made the record pretty clear that you want it to come back and you want all of these items to come back. I'm not really sure you need to keep making it part of your motion. I would suggest that the superintendent hears you, and I'm fairly certain she will be bringing them back. So that being said, if you want to make it part of your motions, that's fine too. So either way, I think it's, I hope I can speak for the superintendent and say, I believe it's coming back either way.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it as it is then. If that's okay. Vice President Taylor, is that okay with you?
Okay, so the motion and the second, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you very much. Okay, I need a break. And I know we still have quite a bit to go through. So I'll ask that we try to keep it to 10 minutes. I know that's short, but I don't want to be here too late. So 8:38, we'll be back at 8:48. Thank you. I think it looks like we are mostly back. I will call to order the meeting of the Board of Trustees. And just a reminder that we are on agenda item 4.04, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide approval of the options to be submitted to the Nevada Department of Education for the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year based on directives and guidance from the federal government, state government, and Washoe Health District to ensure the health and safety of students, staff, families, and visitors to district buildings and facilities. We're now moving into a portion of our agenda item where we're going to be looking at different learning models for elementary, middle, and high school. And I would just like to mention and remind my fellow trustees that we do have a meeting on hold on our calendars for the 21st of July, where we have the option to really finalize these models and make these decisions. I still think it would be good to go through them tonight and hear from the staff on what they look like and not completely put it off. But I don't want our trustees to feel that there's great urgency in making decisions around these models this evening. We definitely have, as I said, this hold on our calendars for the 21st. That also allows us the opportunity to get more community feedback and input on these models, and perhaps even more importantly, to hear more about our budget for the next fiscal year, which we will learn this week, hopefully at the special session. So, just to keep in mind, we'll go through the presentations, but if you have more in-depth questions on any of these items, We can email staff about different issues we might see or concerns we might have. And I'd like to ask the staff to consider too that we perhaps include in our reopening page sort of a frequently asked questions page where we can maybe go through some of the questions that we have about the models, but also that have come up from the community about the models, and in fact, even more of the questions that have come up. So perhaps we can consider that at that future meeting date as well, or perhaps staff could just do that, I guess. So I will turn it back over to our Superintendent, Dr. McNeil, to take us through the next items.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. For the record, Superintendent Kristen McNeil. And to your point on the frequently asked questions, I know that our communication staff is working hard at updating, and so we can continually update what those FAQs would be, and especially in reference to the next models. So we will be going through the elementary school learning model, and then we will switch to a couple of options for middle school learning models, and then we will end on high school. And I just want to remind the trustees and our presenters today. So for the elementary, we have Area Superintendent Mr. Joe Ernst, who will lead that presentation, along with Prim Walters, principal at Diedrichson, and then Jim Verdi, principal at Spanish Springs Elementary. We will then have Area Superintendent Lauren Ford walk us through the middle school options, along with Principal Joe Prosciutto over at Dilworth Middle School. And then we will end on the high school model with Area Superintendent Gina Curtis and high school principal Chris Hackbush of Reno High School. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Area Superintendent, Mr. Ernst.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Good evening, Madam President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Joe Ernst, Area 3 Superintendent. As Dr. McNeil mentioned, I do have the pleasure this evening of introducing two outstanding principals that have played a pivotal role in our reopening committees, and that's Ms. Prim Walters. She's the principal over at Diedrichson Elementary School, and Mr. Verdi, Mr. Jim Verdi, principal over at Spanish Springs Elementary School. And as I mentioned, both of them have played a very active role as principal representatives on our Washoe County School District reopening task force, and they've been various leaders of other subcommittees that have come as a result of the task force. As Dr. McNeil mentioned, the next part of our presentation will focus on the proposal for our elementary school learning model. As you can see on the screen there, an in-person learning model in which enrolled students attend school Monday through Friday, receiving all instruction within the school, and the temporary use of distance learning in the event a student or a group of students is excluded, or if a school or the district is temporarily shut down due to an outbreak. So when we looked at the elementary learning model, it was based on the information we have available to us right now and analysis of space and available staffing. In-person learning at the elementary school level is possible. As we mentioned in our July 7th our previous presentation on the 26th, area superintendents took a good deal of time to walk the buildings with our principals to really get an understanding of what spaces we have available and how we can work to ensure that social distancing is occurring throughout the building. The in-person learning model requires, of course, adherence to state phase 2 reopening requirements, many of which we have talked about throughout the evening. That includes social distancing. That includes the use of personal protective equipment. We've talked about the face masks, restrictions to close contact activities. We've also talked a little this evening about the enhanced cleaning and hygiene protocols And we've also talked about some of the screening protocols that we will begin using with families, students, and staff. As with the other considerations, there was a group led by Ms. Walters around the pros and cons as they relate to our elementary school learning model. And when we start to look at where the real positive impact is, the in-person learning model is least disruptive to families, taking into account our working families' needs. Moreover, the in-person learning model is least disruptive to our social, emotional, and academic learning. Having our youngest students there on a daily basis, putting in place some of the safeguards that we've discussed this evening, and having that chance to interact with our youngest students every day is going to keep them connected at the school level, the social, emotional level, and allow for teachers to really get to some real robust learning. Phase 2 requirements will result in students working independently at times and potentially being supervised by non-certified staff. I think that Ms. Walters and Mr. Verdi will be able to talk with you a little bit this evening about ideas they've come up with, working with their staff, working with their site leadership team to really find innovative ways to use all of the available personnel to find the most effective education we can provide while also doing that within the safest confines and operating within our directives. In the event of an exclusion or a shutdown, quality standards-based distance learning is going to be available. So that provides really a rough overview of what we are looking at as far as the elementary school learning model. And so I think as we have done with the previous areas within the presentation, prior to moving to that recommended action, we're here to answer any questions that you may have pertinent to the elementary learning model.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ernst. All right. Do the trustees have any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Simon Holland and then Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. Joe, we thank you for the good work on this. Thank you to everybody on the reopening task force. We have had a question as to what happens to the kids at Cold Springs Middle School who are 5th graders. Will they be following the middle school scenario, or will they follow an elementary model?
And I'll go ahead and let Mrs. Van Tress, she's the area superintendent over Cold Springs, allow her to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Thank you, Trustee Holland, for the question. As far as Cold Springs Middle School, the 5th grade students, the 5th grade students will follow the elementary model. They will be attending 5 days a week.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. If I could, because it's a very similar question, just go quickly with mine that we have a few schools that have 6th graders at the elementary level. So would they follow the elementary model or would they follow the middle school model?
So our 6th graders that are currently at the elementary schools, they'll follow the elementary school model. And our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that are together at the middle school will follow the middle school model, which Ms. Ford will talk about a little bit after the elementary school one.
Thank you. Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Joe, for the presentation. I do have 2 questions. One was from a constituent. School styles like Stead and Lemon Valley, how is this model going to work in those type of schools that have less common areas and more just those block style classroom buildings?
You know, I could speak to it from the lens of walking the building over at Smithridge Elementary School, perhaps similar in having some of less common spaces. And really it was about assessing all of the available spaces that are in the building, thinking about how many students we will be able to get into these various spaces. Again, that's consideration around the library, computer labs, even in some cases, a cafeteria or a multi-purpose room when needed, to really be able to see if that physical space was there. In some situations, we have mobiles that are on the grounds. Those mobiles will offer us increased flexibility as far as working to get to the ratios that we know we want to get to ensure the 6 feet of social distancing. So again, that's one of the more unique schools out in Area 3. But as we looked at the entirety of our elementary schools and really being thorough and walking the buildings with each of the principals, feel that all of the schools will have the necessary space to be able to get to the necessary numbers that we want to.
Perfect, thank you. And my second question is, on an estimated school day, how much time would students spend just essentially being supervised by non-certified staff?
That's a good question, Trustee Cottle. I think that will, as we've talked about in other aspects of the presentation this evening, come down to principals working collaboratively with their staffs, certified staff, classified staff, and working to come up with some innovative structures. I know that Mr. Verdi, Ms. Walters could even speak to some of those ideas that they have right now, as far as really working to have teachers working with their classroom teachers, getting that content from the classroom teachers, and that independent practice taking place with maybe some classified folks, or repurposing some of the personnel within the building to work with them, not as at the same level that our certified classroom teachers are working, but to be able to work with that kind of N size equals 20 and working to address them. So I don't know if Ms. Walters or Mr. Verdi want to speak to that maybe a little bit more directly. That may be helpful for you.
For the record, this is Prim Walters, principal at Diedrichson Elementary, and I'll go ahead and jump in on that. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Ernst and Madam President and Superintendent McNeil and all the trustees. It's a privilege to be here. When you asked that question, that was very important for us to try to get all the students, our vulnerable population, into elementary schools, because obviously the distance learning is frightening for all of us. So what we had to do, what I thought I came up with, was a 3-day rotation. So let's take a single classroom and I would separate them into 3 groups, and 2 of the groups would be in the classroom at the same time, while the third group would be, let's say, in my big kindergarten classroom, or in my big library, or in my multipurpose room. And so for the day, that online students, they would be in the multipurpose room, but there would be a staff that would rotate through the multipurpose room with these students online. So it could be a certified staff, it could be a classified staff coming through, it could be administration coming through, it could be our librarian coming through. So during that day that they were online, they would see many different people, which when you think about what we went through in the spring, at least that's better than having them at home. They may not be with the certified staff that whole day, but they would be with qualified staff to help with the online piece or even intervention. And so for 3 days, so for 2 days, they would be in the classroom with the teacher, and then the third day they'd be online with that rotation situation. I hope that made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it sounds like it's really a site-based decision on how the principal decides to put the day together with their staff.
Yeah, I think it definitely has to be site-based based on the fact that everyone has different personnel and different size buildings. But I think what's really important to note is that those of us that have been on the task force and have really delved into this are willing to help other principals and other sites to really dig in and figure out how we're going to do this and still keep staff safe and not overwhelming them.
Perfect, that helps. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Principal Walters, I'm glad you're here. I'm going to ask this. I want to follow up into that question. So in your school, right, in your school, you're going to have some of your students kind of rotate out, I guess, if you will.
Yes, so hello, Trustee Taylor. Thank you for your follow-up. So we would have them in one room and the adults would go through. So they're not going to be rotating or anything, but for the day they would just be in that room where people would rotate through. Is that what your question was?
Yes, definitely. It's for a minute I thought you were saying they would be home, but they won't. You're
No,
taking
no,
them
no,
into
no.
one of the large rooms.
I'm sorry, when I say online, they would be doing some kind of learning, but not with the general ed teacher.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand. Thank you. That's good. That's just being creative about how do you make it work at an elementary school that already has, plenty of kids, but how do you social distance? And that's how you utilize some of those, and you may be able to have a large number of schools. My question, thank you for that. My question really was hearing from yourself, and Mr. Verdi's on the phone as well. I'd love to just hear, I got your perspective from a principal standpoint, and I'd like to hear more if you have anything to share. And then Mr. Verdi, I'd love to hear yours as well, because you guys are in the buildings and are going to be enforcing masks and making sure social distancing is happening at this level. So just I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Trustee Taylor. Jim Verdi, principal of Spanish Springs Elementary School, for the record. When we started on these committees, it allowed Ms. Walters and myself to have some extra time to do some thinking about how we would make these things work. Like Mr. Ernst said, it's definitely possible and very doable for us in the elementary school to have all of our kids present. I was really excited to see that that was going to be the recommendation to the board. We definitely want to see all of our kids, specifically the younger kids, the K, our early childhood, our kinder, our first. It's super important to have those guys in the building as much as possible. Very difficult to do distance learning with them. As Ms. Walters said, her idea is to do 3 days off and on, a 3-day rotation. I'm in a bigger building. We have over 600 kids. We aren't going to be able to do as much of that. Our idea is to actually just do a 1 hour away from maybe a digital learning type of space. 1 hour every day, and that would only occur in our either 4th or 5th grades. Those are the only grades that we have that higher 28-to-1 ratios. In order to get down to 20, we'd pull a % of kids out to make another classroom. Only 1 hour a day would that occur, going back to Trustee Cottle's question. Otherwise, they will be in front of a general ed teacher the other 5 hours of the day, or four hours, depending upon the academic time we're talking about, right? And also within that hour, we will rotate, as Ms. Walters said, we'll rotate a library into that group. So maybe it only ends up being 30 minutes of a digital learning time, which could actually be, in talking to many of our teachers at the school, doable as well. That means that they're only trying to come up with a 30-minute or 45-minute digital learning platform for those kids while they are away from a regular ed teacher. And so that's just kind of one of the options. Now, you've heard 2 of them from other principals. There are a couple others out there that also seem very doable. And like you said, different schools have different needs and will need to exercise the different models.
Thank you very much, both of you. I appreciate hearing your principal's perspective.
You bet.
Well, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I'll go through mine. I appreciate very much hearing from both Principal Walters and Principal Verdi. I think I also appreciate that this model gives that autonomy to the sites to make some of those really critical decisions around how to structure things, because I don't know that, as you've mentioned, the different structures of just the actual physical school will be different for different sites, but also the makeup of individual class sizes is so different from site to site. And so I just think, having one, kind of prescriptive model isn't what would work for us. And I appreciate hearing from our principals, because I think it does show the creativity and the ability to problem solve at that site level. I am, as a parent, most familiar with the sheep shed school design, that out exterior entrance, and again, the less common space. And in my daughter's school last year, I know the fourth grades, each had 36, 37 students. They were using mobile units. They have students in a former utility closet. And so it is hard, I think, and we heard this in a lot of our emails, it's hard to envision how this works when we have overcrowded classrooms and overcrowded schools. I think you've shed some light on how you can problem solve that, but I do think, there'll continue to be questions about this until we can really see it in action. And I think it's one of those things that we are sort of taking, it's not necessarily a leap of faith, but we're trusting that the task force and the principals that are out there working on this have come up with the plans and know what they can accomplish. I am so happy to see that we have found a way to get these elementary students in the building 5 days a week. And reading through the public comments leading up to this, it was hard to hear from our teachers that are feeling that that they're being looked at as simply just daycare and babysitters. For me, that was never the priority in getting students in the building 5 days a week. Now, of course, we all know that you can't just leave a 7-year-old at home to log on to the computer and do distance learning by him or herself, and that we live in a society that we have working parents, and that this is a challenge. But I just truly believe for our elementary students, it is absolutely best for them to be in the classroom 5 days a week as much as possible, with adult supervision and assistance with that learning. As a parent, heard from so many people who, as parents, it's not so much that I'm not a teacher and that's why I can't teach my child. It's that I'm her mom and she doesn't want to do anything I ask her to do because she's my daughter. And there is just a different dynamic, especially for, I think, our younger students when they're in the classroom with a teacher asking them to do something, or even an aide. So I'm just really happy. The one thing that struck me is the need that we're going to have this position of an aide or a non-certified person, possibly kind of helping our students when they're not in front of the teachers. And I've heard from one of our partner agencies, and I think it's interesting to consider the possibility of working with some of our local nonprofit partners. This particularly, I spoke with Sierra Nevada Journeys, and the idea of, here's this group of young people that have been in our schools, have been educating our students, that are right now not able to do that. And if there's a way we can partner with I'm sure it's similar at the Discovery Museum and at KNPD, and there's this hopefully this pool of supporters out there that can help us get through this time, and that we can help on the other end, because they're not able to, we're not doing the field trips and we're not doing the other types of activities. So that was just something that I was excited to hear, and hope we can explore further. And my last thing is just, we got one email that really struck me about the possibility for extra support in the classroom for the teachers, especially at the younger grades, when there is that extra work around hand washing and making sure that the kids are keeping socially distanced, especially that like kindergarten, first grade level. And I wondered if any thought or conversations had come up at the task force for additional support at those kindergarten and first grade levels, for there to be, if we aren't able to have parent volunteers in the classroom, what kind of support can we provide to teachers so that they do have an extra set of hands in the classroom?
Yeah, I think President Raymond, we certainly, our primary teachers and even our intermediate teachers will definitely tell us how appreciative they are of having extra hands in the room, supporting especially our youngest learners. I think, as with many aspects of this, the further we can move along in regards to identifying the models, that will then allow principals to delve deeper into ways of doing that. You mentioned S&J, and S&J has been a terrific partner. They offer some great ideas around the outdoor aspects, and so we use the outdoor spaces within our elementary schools. So I think right now it is that ability to, as we are finalizing the elementary school models, then from that, I think the principals will be able to dig into additional ways to help support that. You start looking at logistics, simply the arrival to school. Mr. Martin talked to us about staggering start times. Those types of things, you have to look at the logistics at the school level. And as those things are being finalized, it gives them the opportunity to really dig deep into the finite details that'll be necessary to really make this work at the levels we all want it to.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And with that being said, I do wonder, I know I started out by saying that we have time to decide this at a later date, but I just want to make sure that we aren't putting more strain and stress on our administrators if we do delay this decision, and give them less time to work on all those details.
I don't mind jumping in. I would encourage us to try to make the decisions as soon as you can. The more time we have, the better we're able to plan. Like I'd said before, Ms. Walters and I have had a lot of time to think about these things, whereas our colleagues may not have. And I think giving us as much time as possible would be really helpful.
And that running start that both Prim and Jim have been able to have, they've already got to the logistics of providing the 30-minute duty-free lunches. Some of those really critical aspects that we need to keep in place to support our teachers so that they can do the work that they have. But that's kind of another example of, by them having as much opportunity as they've had in participating on the task force, they're able to get into those finite details a little more ahead of some of our other principals at this point.
And for the record, Prim Walters, I just want to add, the urgency of making a decision tonight is so important. I just feel like it would help relieve some of the stress so that we can just get going. I think a lot of the stress comes from not knowing what the choice is. And once you make that choice, then I know that people just will delve in and get going, and the stress will go down. I'd also like to add to your point, Madam President, that, when we came up with this model, it was about trying to get all of our elementary students in the building. But I also want to assure you that as principals, we are also concerned about our staff as well. And so if at any point we feel like this isn't safe, we certainly will be going to our area superintendents and making sure that they hear us if we feel like this isn't a safe model. And so I want to reassure not only families, we do want to get the kids in, but I also want to reassure our staffs that we're here for them too.
Thank you very much for saying that. That is important. I apologize, I wasn't following whose hand went up first. So I'll start with Trustee Cottle, then Trustee Simon Holland, and then Trustee Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have just 2 questions and a comment. One came in from a constituent about special ed classrooms, resource classes. How is that going to work in this model, and what should special education teachers expect in the elementary level?
For the record, Prim Walters, I'll just jump in real quick. As far as resource goes, I've already been talking with my resource teachers about how they can implement the minutes of the IEP through our online when that group is out of the classroom and in that 3rd day of rotation. So they're pushing in and they're using that time wisely to help intervene, but also they'll still be pushing in as well into the classroom with the 20 or less students. So the resource teachers, their job will still be similar. I don't see it changing too much. But when you talk about our self-contained programs, for example, at Diedrichson, I have an SIP program where there's smaller numbers. So at the most 10 students in the classrooms. So, and they're very vulnerable population. So we definitely need them in the classroom, and they will be in there. They will not be a part of that rotation that I'm speaking of. They hopefully will be as close to normal as possible.
Perfect, thank you, that's helpful. My second question is, was there any thought on giving parents the choice at the site level to either be 100% in person or 100% virtual, to give parents that flexibility, which would also in turn give schools flexibility with staff to service students that are online? Because I know that there are some parents that they would prefer to go online. They don't necessarily want to leave their school, go to North Star, only to come back to their school next year. They want to stay put. Was there any thought to giving that choice at the elementary level, and in turn then having staff potentially be virtual on the virtual side, that through WEA and all the other things on who maybe shouldn't be in the buildings? Any thought to that?
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Caudell. I think you bring up a very good point. Our families are connected to the neighborhood schools, and it means a lot for them. We also know that it takes a while. Everybody's in a different place as far as their feelings around safety. So by being able to keep our elementary school students connected with the neighborhood school, using some of our online curriculum documents, using what we've developed as a school district, and again, allowing principals the innovation to work with their personnel to help meet the needs of some of those students that just simply may not be able to come back, and provide some of those distance learning options that you mentioned. Again, I think that's one of those next steps as we work to finalize these decisions. Principals actively communicating with their communities to see which students that might apply to, and then working with staffs to be innovative to address that and be able to do that from the site level. So I certainly think it's a part of the consideration at this point.
Yeah, I would recommend that, just because if you have an elementary school of 600 students, and let's say 200 want to do virtual, they can stay in that school community. And if there's any teachers that, through the process are deemed to be at risk, they can then help teach those students in a virtual setting. And I think, to me, it gives the student more flexibility to be have a better reaction to students that have to be moved out of the classroom for quarantining and the like. So that would be kind of where I am on this. And my comment is, I'm concerned about the sixth graders. I know many of us have this issue with our schools, but me specifically, I have two communities right next to each other. One community, sixth graders are in elementary school. The community right next to it, the sixth graders are in middle school. And so we're going to have sixth graders that are getting different services, and I'm concerned about that. And I don't know what the answer is, just because we're in the middle of our transition, but that is something that does concern me, and how that is different from community to community. So those are my thoughts right now on this.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just two thoughts. I am very sympathetic to the principals we've heard from Ms. Walters and Mr. Verdi about the need to make a decision tonight. And we also understand that the legislature is meeting in a special session. So if we do move forward with this, I think it would be wise for us to include in the motion that it be contingent on the ability to fund it, or some other similar. It's, obviously it's always an ability to pay, but I think we need to make sure that people know that we understand that our funding is not secure until the legislature tells us what our funding will be. So I think that's one point. And I want to confirm with Area Superintendent Ernst. I have heard from lots of teachers tonight, and I assume the other trustees have had similar input, that it's just not possible in my school. My school is overcrowded. Our classrooms won't handle it. And I just want to confirm that that it is your judgment, your expert guidance, that it is possible in every elementary school that we're operating in the district.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. You bring up a very good point. I do believe it is contingent upon the available personnel that we have right now. I do think that we will continue, as we have with all COVID-related items, continue to get incoming information. And that incoming information that we receive from the special session will be something that I think is important to tie into the motion. What you've also heard this evening is our district commitment to all hands on deck. And while some schools may have more personnel related to teacher assistants or various aspects related specific to their school, we are really looking at it school by school by school. And if there becomes an area where we simply feel that a school may not be able to get there, yet really on the whole, and as we are right now, we feel we can get there. But the all hands on deck mentality of addressing that if we see that arise in any situation. But again, area superintendents walking the buildings with our principals, really analyzing current staff that they have available in their buildings, looking at some of our itinerant supports, our ELD coaches, learning strategists. That gives us some of the necessary flexibility to get to the models that Mr. Verdi and Ms. Walters described. So yes, I very much think that we can get it while we embrace the all hands on deck mentality. And I do think it's important to make sure that we are still considering what comes as a result of the special session.
Thank you, Joe.
Superintendent McNeil, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, thank you. And I know that, we're all reviewing the public comments, and I can absolutely appreciate, as a former principal and as a former teacher, to make this decision. However, I do have large trepidation, as I stated at the beginning, as far as the assumptions that we don't fully know while we have the governor's recommendation for the budget for fiscal year 21. That has to go through the legislature. And so I do have concerns as far as if we will have the available staff in order to conduct these models so that they are something that we're going to be able to implement and implement with fidelity. And then I will just add that I truly do appreciate the principal's perspective here, because I think it's important that the public know that our principals have absolutely taken the time to walk their buildings. And I also appreciate them because they're willing to help their colleagues. And when we talk about it at the central service level, all hands on deck, that's me going down to Limmelson and helping out with a classroom. So we absolutely mean all hands on deck. But I really appreciate Principal Walters and Principal Verdi talking about that they're willing to step out and help their colleagues. But I do have trepidation as far as making decisions tonight without absolutely knowing what our budget is going to be.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Minetto.
Sorry, I feel a little different about that. It's not just the principals that need to know, the teachers need to know so they can start getting, and you know, if they start going in those buildings and discover there really isn't room, that will come to light very quickly. But if we wait 2 weeks, then it could be, I wouldn't say too late, but it's just not as much time as teachers probably need too. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think I like Trustee Simon Holland's idea of kind of moving possibly forward with something with that written in. As a kind of a caveat, I do worry about the budget. I think there are a number of unknowns and possible, you know, shifts in direction that this could take. But you know, there's so many of these issues that have come up where we can't know what the challenges are until we move down the course and start really, you know, working on the details. And this is definitely one of those, you know, situations. There just are so many elements that are going to be so site specific, even not just based on the design of the school building, but so I do like the idea of being able to move forward with this, you know, so that we can really dig in and see what it's going to look like. You know, I think the more time we give our teachers to be ready, our site administrators to be ready, but also our families and our students to be prepared. I think we've all gotten used to a level of unknown in all of this COVID world, but I know it's hard on everyone right now to be just sort of waiting for the decision. So it's a tough one. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. It also occurred to me that, and maybe Ms. Allen can comment on this, there may be some metric of incidence of disease that would cause us to change this model as well. I don't know what that might be, and maybe that's another part of our contingency for if we were going to move forward, that that we would be approving the recommendation, but again, you do say if the district is temporarily shut down due to an outbreak. It might be shut down for other reasons. It might be shut down at the governor's directive, et cetera. And I know that would probably be tied to an outbreak, but I just want to make sure we also anticipate other contingencies. I recognize that we don't have all the information tonight. And Superintendent McNeil, I'm very sensitive to your caution about this. But waiting 2 weeks is a long time, and we may know before 2 weeks from now what the special session says, and we may not know in 2 weeks what the special session says. So just some thoughts of some other contingency. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to piggyback off what Trustee Simon Holland said. The governor's proclamation was legislature has 20 days to get this, to fix everything. And 20 days from tomorrow is July 28th, which would be a board meeting day, but it would also be within the 20-day limit of us to give public notice. So we've almost been put in a position here where we have to give 20-day notice, but they might not tell us our budget until after that point. So we may have to make a decision and come back to it, regardless of the decisions made tonight or on the 21st. I know I mentioned it earlier, but I really want to emphasize it again. If we allow families to make the choice of going distance learning at the elementary level, that in itself could free up the space that we're looking at as far as building capacity, and also allow the district with the partnership of WEA to move teachers into a virtual format. We have the plans ready anyway. We have to, because the state's requiring us to do it. So why not allow families to start in that area from the beginning? Because we might have hundreds of students in elementary, at a single elementary school that move distance learning, and that changes everything. It opens up a lot more space and it creates a lot more opportunity. By not giving a choice, we're going to be telling everybody you're coming back to school, and if you don't want to, you got to go to North Star. And some parents may just decide we're not going to do that. We're just going to go back, which is fine. But choice opens up opportunities for us to be a little bit more creative. So if we're making the decision, that's what I think we got to do. We have to give parents the opportunity to make a choice, and that will allow us to give opportunity to teachers.
Yes, and Trustee Caudell, it makes me think of the survey data that we looked at that Mr. Hayes shared with us prior to this presentation, and the amount, the percentage of families that had that hesitation around waiting until we know what the district model is prior to committing to the school year. And to your point, I do think there may be some advantages to addressing that portion, that percentage of our families by offering that. And if that offer is there, I think that can create a lot of assurance. And I'd feel confident in our elementary school teachers, in the curriculum infrastructure that's been built, and the principals really working with teachers to be able to provide productive learning experiences. We've committed quite a bit of effort in professional development to our professional learning communities, those PLC structures. And I am confident that the principals will use those PLC structures to make sure that you have a guaranteed viable curriculum for brick and mortar learning, as well as those folks that might have to have that distance learning. And the PLC will be the hub that will connect that and make that possible. So just a couple of additional thoughts around that.
Thank you very much for that input. Well, what are we thinking? Is somebody wanting to make a motion? Any more discussion or comments? Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. For the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent. So I just wanted to make sure that we put on the record. So the 20-day notice, if our calendar starts on August 10th, then our 20-day notice would be the July 21st board meeting date. And so that would be a board meeting that we would have to have in order to make that 20-day notice.
Thank you. I think what I was hearing then from Trustee Cottle too, though, is that there may be hopefully worst case scenario that the special session could go on past the 21st because of this 20-day window that the governor set. So we have a worst case scenario of the special session going to the 28th and no decision being made about the budget by the 21st, and the need for us to still make a decision about these models without knowing our budget. Is that correct?
Madam President, that's what I read, unless the district's got something different, but the legislature's got a full 20 days. They may only take 4 days, but they could take all 20.
Sure. Hopefully they wouldn't. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been noodling a possible motion, so maybe if it's your pleasure, I'll throw a motion out there, and then we can listen to public comment if it gets a second. I would move that for elementary education, the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation for an in-person learning model in which enrolled students attend school Monday through Friday, receiving all instruction within the school, and that distance learning at the school level would be provided as an option, and that this is contingent on the ability to fund, staff, and physically accommodate this model. And if it is not possible to accommodate the model, the superintendent would have the authority to move the school to distance learning, and further approve the temporary use of distance learning in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or the district is temporarily shut down because of COVID or other directives from the state.
Second.
Right, a motion by Trustee Simon Holland and a second by Trustee Minetto. I just have one thought. You had said in your motion that if it wasn't feasible due to budget or space, that they'd go to full distance learning. But would the next option be hybrid after? If this in-person model doesn't work, would the next best option be hybrid, or is that the same difference?
That's a good point, Madam President. So if it's not possible to accommodate due to funding, staffing, or physical limitations, would give the superintendent the authority to make that decision, what model to go to. And I welcome the superintendent's comments on the motion.
Oh, I appreciate that. And that was my question first, as well as, going to full distance. And then obviously, part of the concern with our elementary age is what that model would look like with parents. And so we would absolutely want to be working with our partners, our municipalities, City of Reno, City of Sparks, Washoe County, to help and support with any type of possible daycare type options.
Okay, so with that, Trustee Minetto, would you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, so the motion by Trustee Simon Holland, the second by Trustee Minetto. Trustee Cottle, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment, just thinking this through. I have a little bit concerned that constituents are going to wonder what's going on if the superintendent can just make that decision without the board. And I don't know if it should come back to us to be approved because one whole school's entire plan being changed. I don't know. I get why, because the organization moves faster when the decision makers aren't us. I get that. But maybe Trustee Simon Holland, maybe it would help me if you could walk me through it a little bit.
Thanks, if I may, Madam President. I think your concern is absolutely legitimate, Trustee Cottle, and I believe that these are huge decisions that in a normal year, we would only want the board to make. But the time it will take to get us back together to make a change, that I'm just worried about the ability to do that. Perhaps we would instruct that it be, and I don't know if Neil, if this is possible, that it would be on the superintendent. The superintendent would have the authority after consultation with the officers of the board or something like that. I don't know. I just, it's really hard to get us together and to have a meeting, but it can happen. I don't want to wait 2 weeks. That's my concern. And it may be after that 2-week period when we determine what we can do. I welcome suggestions.
Yeah, your point's well taken, because, you know, between 2 weeks public notice and the school situation may need attention immediately. So yeah, okay. I hear what you're saying. It's just one of those things we're going to have to just, it's almost like that compromise. It can't be us. We take too long to get together, I guess. So that helps. Thank you.
Chief General Counsel, did you want to add anything? Are you good?
Just wanted to pop in and out on the screen. No,
Yeah.
let me add, let me add that I don't think we could do, excuse me, a meeting of just the board executive team to make that type of decision, because then it'd be a subcommittee probably under the open meeting law, which would create an open meeting law issue. So I think we resolved it anyway, but I don't think we can go that way. It could be a communication between the president. The president does have some authority as an individual, not really that much more than any other trustee. It's more administrative. So I think you guys have resolved it anyway, but that would not work.
All right, Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm hearing, you know, both sides of that. I think what might help me, I know there is a friendly amendment. Can we read the motion again as it stands now? I hate to do that to you, Trustee Simon Holland. Maybe JJ, a little help?
JJ, are you out there? I'll give it a try if JJ doesn't have it. JJ, do you have it?
I think I have it. So we're going to try this. So the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation for an in-person learning model in which enrolled students attend school Monday through Friday, receiving all instruction within the school, or allows for distance learning if that is what the family chooses, with the plans contingent upon the ability to fully fund staff
and physically accommodate this model,
and the temporary use of distance learning in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or the district is temporarily shut down due to outbreak, and provide authority to the superintendent to determine the best alternative if required.
Just a couple of changes. Wanted to add, or I believe I said the use of distance learning at the school level as an option. Also at the beginning, it says that for elementary education, the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation. And then I changed the temporarily shut down due to outbreak. I said temporarily shut down due to COVID related issues or other state directive. I think those were the only differences that I had.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. That gives me, I wanted to just kind of get my arms around what we're saying. So basically what we're saying is we'll approve the in-person model in which all enrolled students at the school attends Monday through Friday and receives all instruction within the school unless the family opts for a school level or a site level district learning model. The temporary use of district learning in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if the district is temporarily shut down for COVID-related issues, etc.
And also that it's contingent on the ability to fund, staff, and physically accommodate this model.
Contingent upon the ability to fund, comma, staff, comma, or physically accommodate this plan, and we delegate to the superintendent the ability to make that change if necessary.
And the change would be, as we said, to some other model.
Right.
The superintendent would have the authority to decide whether it was hybrid or something else or distance learning.
If necessary, based upon not being able to fund it, staff it, or physically accommodate it.
All right, so again, we have the motion by Trustee Simon Hall and the second by Trustee Minetto. Superintendent McNeil, does that all work for you?
It does, and I appreciate that flexibility. I mean, you know, as we talk about, you know, I know that we have teachers and principals anxious to make these decisions, and I appreciate the aspect as far as making sure that we have the funding and able to, you know, in order to do this and what comes out of the special session. So I appreciate that.
All right. Well, then I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Whew, that was a big one.
Okay, thank you very much. I do want to again say thanks to Ms. Walters and Mr. Verdi for their participation. Very helpful tonight, and I greatly appreciate all of their time. So thanks to both of you. That being said,
Absolutely.
I'd like to turn it over to Mrs. Van Tress.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Thank you, President Raymond and trustee members. Sorry, it's getting late. I did want to provide you with some information as to what is happening with the Piccolo School and how we are to provide.
Stop interrupting me.
At Piccolo. Piccolo will follow similar to the elementary model. It will be in school 5 days a week. The principal Matt Burak, who's the new principal out there, has worked diligently with his staff, determined that he is able to provide the social distancing and the staffing support to cover all students in the building and be able to keep students safe and secure. The one catch will be all services will all be provided in the classroom, so students won't have to move through the building except when they're going for horseback riding or for swimming. Under those circumstances, obviously, they'll have to go to the horseback riding and the swimming pool. We are working and will continue to work with the Margaret Allen and with health services to make sure that we've got the extra protection for the our most vulnerable medical population. And as well, we will be offering the distance learning model for those families that feel there is too much of risk to bring their students back to school. So we already have those plans in place to work to bring our kids back to Piccolo School. I know that was a concern or some questions out from public comments.
Thank you very much, Jen. Appreciate that very much.
Sure, no problem. There aren't any questions about Piccolo. I will, I'm happy to turn over the presentation to
Jennifer, I do see, sorry, Vice President Taylor does have a question for you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that, Jen. Thank you. So is it is it safe then to note that when possible, I know there may be some medical limitations on when possible, those students will wear face coverings as well?
When possible. So
When
it kind of goes back to what Margaret was saying earlier, is we have to make sure that they have the ability to remove the mask. If the students aren't able, then there won't be that requirement for them to wear that.
Okay.
We'll be providing obviously extra precaution for the staff working with the students though.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I figured we needed to have some flexibility there based upon what may be their limitations.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other waving hands, so you can go ahead.
Thank you. So I'd like to turn the presentation over to Area Superintendent Lauren Ford, and she will be discussing our middle school model for starting for the 2021 school year.
Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. For the record, Lauren Ford, Area 4 Superintendent. With me this evening is Joel Peixoto, Principal at Dilworth Middle School, and a member of the Teaching and Learning Committee. And we'll be talking to you tonight about the proposals for the middle school model. A hybrid learning model in which enrolled students attend school in an A-B rotation schedule with approximately half of their instruction to be in person and half with distance learning. Certain vulnerable student groups will receive in-person instruction throughout the week. Additionally, temporary use of distance learning will be utilized in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or district is temporarily shut down due to outbreak. Some considerations that went into the middle school model. You heard Ms. Van Trest discuss Cold Springs. I do want to emphasize that Mount Rose K-8 school would be following the elementary school model. So analysis of space and available staffing at the middle school levels does indicate available space in most schools, but a lack of staffing to adhere to the state phase 2 reopening social distancing requirements, prompting the consideration of a hybrid learning model. I do want to take a moment to thank our middle school principals for walking their schools and looking at their staffing and very strategically looking at how they could make this happen for their students. All of the middle school principals looked at their buildings and their staffing guidelines. Families with known medical, social, and academic vulnerabilities may receive full-time in-person learning. This would include, but is not necessarily limited to, students being served in our self-contained special education programs, students living in transition or in foster care, students new to the country with English learner requirements. During our in-person instruction, the hybrid learning model still requires adherence to state phase 2 requirements, social distancing, use of PPE, restrictions to close contact activities, enhanced cleaning and hygiene protocols. For distance learning instruction, the following will be in place. Instruction will be supported daily by qualified certified teachers. Students will have access to devices and internet. Requirements of specialized learning must be met, and students eligible for free and reduced price lunch must have access to food. So here's an example of the A-B model, and you'll notice that for the first week of school, if you were on the A rotation, you would attend school 3 days a week. The B rotation would attend school 2 days a week. The second week of school, it's the opposite. If you're on the B rotation, you would attend school 3 days a week, and A rotation would attend school 2 days a week. We want to make sure that you're aware that this hybrid model provides middle school students with the ability to have all of their courses, elective classes, advisory classes. A lot of our middle school schools team with their middle school students, providing for that team continuity to still take place when they're in school. I think that's it on that one. Oh, we do want to make sure that parents do have that opportunity to ensure that their children can attend on an A-B schedule. So principals will work with families looking at cohorts of students to ensure that if parents want their high school student or middle school student to be on the same A schedule, that they can make that happen for students. The plan also provides for an easy flow from our hybrid model to full distance learning or to full in-person learning if we were able to do that. So that allowing that master schedule to remain allows for a free flow through all three models. So some of the pros and cons. The in-school portion of the hybrid model is the least disruptive to families. The distance learning portion may be more disruptive to families. During the distance learning portion, athletes may require transportation from their family. So if they have an athletic practice on a day when the student is on distance learning, the parents may have to transport them to that practice. The combination of in-person and distance learning may challenge continuity of learning, but we are confident in the PLC process and allowing the master schedule to remain and common prep periods to be in place. Distance learning teachers and in-person teachers can still collaborate on curriculum. Phase 2 requirements may at times result in students working independently within the school setting and being supervised by non-certified staff. So for example, on that one, we discussed some vulnerable populations such as children in transition or foster students attending every day of the week. On that B day, when they should be at home distance learning, they could be at school, perhaps in the library, having distance learning, but supervised by a non-certified teacher. They would still have access, perhaps during their teams or with their distance learning teacher, but it would be distance learning yet watched by that non-certified staff. Next slide. The other option that we looked at was the middle school in-person model. So a second option is consideration of an in-person learning model in which enrolled students attend school Monday through Friday, receiving all instruction within the building, and then temporary use of distance learning in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or district is temporarily shut down due to the outbreak. Based on our current assumptions and analysis of space and available staffing, the in-person learning model is a more tenuous consideration. In comparison to elementary schools, larger school sizes and a greater difference between typical teacher-student ratios and social distancing space limitations requires a significantly greater reliance on supervision of students throughout the day coming from non-certified staff. At the middle school level, the non-certified staff would be office staff, custodians, and if they have self-contained programming, the aides and assistants are attached to those self-contained programming, not necessarily being able to be used for this. So it would be office staff or custodians where that non-certified staff comes from. The in-person learning model requires adherence to state phase 2 social distancing and safety related measures. So we worked with our principals. They did look at their staffing and all the middle school principals met to look at the options that they had. We also worked with Mark Mathers to look at what additional staff would be needed. And you can see from this graph, both at the middle school and the high school level, we would need additional staff. So on average for middle school, they would need at least 13 additional staff members. So that would work out to be 228 additional staff members with a cost of over $15 million. At the high school level, we would need an additional 266 staff, and that would be close to $20 million. And this is based upon the 20 to the classroom teacher. So pros and cons of that in-school model. The in-school learning model is the least disruptive to families, taking into account our working families' needs. The in-person model is the least disruptive to social, emotional, and academic learning. Phase 2 requirements will result in students working independently and being supervised by non-certified staff for substantial periods of time. Large population sizes will present significant safety, management, and supervision challenges. If we have a large group of students, perhaps in the cafeteria, doing online learning, being supervised by a non-certified staff member, we could have significant behavior issues with middle school students. We all know them. They might be a little antsy at times. And then the in-person model is not estimated to be cost neutral. If we do a full in-person model with the guidelines that have been given to us at this time, we would need additional staff and an additional cost. The hybrid model is a cost-neutral model, and the principals are eager to make that work. So at this time, I do have Joel Peixoto with me. So if there are any questions that you have, we would be happy to answer them.
All right, any questions for either Principal Peixoto or Area Superintendent Board? Trustee Cottle and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I mentioned this earlier in the evening, which seems like a long time ago, that hybrid, for me, the hybrid model, it has a disproportionate impact on low income and working class families, and also a significant workload to teachers, because they will be expected to essentially educate 2 cohorts of students every day. And whether we say it won't happen or not, the families will expect teachers to give their students in the online model that day their full and undivided attention, which will be impossible because they will be teaching the other cohort of students in the classroom. And there would almost be an expectation that teachers would work way over contract time every day, which is really, that's not right. So I guess the question is, why can't the elementary school motion work for middle school, where we give families the option, which they do have with ingenuity, and we push that every family that wants to go online, go online, see how the enrollment shakes out, and then grant superintendent authority to make the call at a different site. Between North Star and Ingenuity at middle school, we could see enrollments fall enough in the brick and mortar where it could work to bring students into the building every day. And then working class and low income families don't have to figure out who's going to watch their kid during the day while they're working in their 12-hour shift. How are they going to pay for someone to watch their student? They don't have devices. Do they leave their students at home by themselves all day? These are real life decisions that these families have to make. So why can't the elementary model, the motion we just passed for elementary, be considered for middle school?
I don't know, Superintendent McNeil, did you want to answer that one? Do you want me to?
Well, I'll start. So first of all, I think a lot's going to depend, and we have that flexibility. I think part of the issue is going to be the staffing, the available staffing at the middle school level, and how we're going to be able to do that with elective and core classes. And then also I would want, as far as, in particular to a specific site, we must take into consideration transportation and what that looks like across the district for transportation. To that point, Trustee Cottle, that you bring up as far as making sure that there's equitable access around that. So I don't know, Lauren, if you want to weigh in as far as, I would probably look to Joel as well to kind of provide some input as far as what the discussions were at the committee level, why we did not come straight out and say an in-person model for middle school.
I can give an example using my numbers on site. I think Trustee Cottle's concerns are very valid, and I think that we recognize that in the pros and cons, stating that the in-person model would be the least disruptive for families. However, in looking at our numbers, and I'll give you Dilworth's numbers, I can't speak for everyone, though I can tell you that my numbers are similar to other middle schools in terms of ratios. Doing the A-B hybrid model would be the most effective at following the state guidelines and making sure that the students still receive the instruction that we want. So it's not distance learning as we've seen it for the last quarter of this last school year. So at Dilworth, we have 740 students. So anticipating that we have about 740 students next year. We have 33 classrooms at any given time, but because of prep periods, we'd have about 28 teachers on average. So that is class sizes roughly on average about 26 per class. However, we know that at the middle school level, we have class sizes anywhere from 26. I mean, that'd be a joy for a lot of the teachers, I think, but up to possibly sometimes 32 students. By cutting that in half and having the students alternate A day, B day, we'd only be working with about 370 students, which would accommodate about 13 to 14 students in a classroom, which would be more doable to space the students out 6 feet apart and allow them to attend each of their classes. So those are the numbers for Dilworth. I can say that it would be the same, similar for other sites with higher ratios. I'm thinking about my colleagues at Sky Ranch who opened their school brand new this last school year, way overcrowded. They certainly wouldn't have the spacing or the staffing. So having an A and B day alternating would allow them that flexibility to make sure that all the students are receiving instruction on another day.
And it also allows for flexibility within his master's schedule. So Joel talked about smaller class sizes, and that way we could assign certain teachers to distance learning and be solely responsible for distance learning, and then other teachers in person. So the design would allow for 2 cohorts of teachers for distance learning and in person, not increasing their workload. So the teachers responsible for in-person teaching would be doing that. And then perhaps 4th period, you're in charge of a cohort of distance learning students. Did that answer all your questions, Trustee Cottle?
Yeah, I'm just thinking it through. So what you're saying is in the AB model during the day, every teacher will not at all times be in a classroom of students. There will be a cohort of teachers servicing the students that are off-site doing virtual learning for that day.
Correct.
Okay, do we know that that's going to be feasible at all of our middle schools?
When we met with the middle school principals, they said that it is feasible, but of course we would have to work with HR, with Emily Ellison, to figure out which teachers would be responsible for distance learning, or teachers that would be able to not come back to school site, to develop those cohorts of teachers. It wouldn't be a principal-based decision. HR would work on that and then work with the principals to develop those cohorts of teachers. If after we figured that part out, that there's a need for teachers to be doing distance learning from a site, at that time, Joel would work with me and we would look at his staffing and look at his teachers and figure out which teachers could do distance learning and which could do in-person learning based upon his master schedule. We want to keep the master schedules as they've been developed since January at the middle and the high school level, to ensure that kids get that full middle school experience. We want them to have those elective classes. We want them to develop relationships with their advisory teachers, develop relationships with their teams that they're on at the middle school level. So keeping that experience still alive for them, whether they're in person or distance.
Okay, I just have one follow-up, and I guess Joel, maybe you can answer this. I'll use Dilworth as an example. So if half of your students opt for Ingenuity or North Star and they are out of this process, how does that change how you staff the building? Would you still need AB, or do you think it wouldn't matter if you only had half the enrollment you do now?
I think that's a good question. And I think it's really based on, like you said, how many families are going to opt to keep their children at home for distance learning, how many students are going to be on site. And according to the surveys that the families took, and I know that a lot has possibly changed due to the new surge in Nevada, but people want to send their students to school, and teachers want to be at school. I would imagine that because the A day and B day rotation, the teachers would plan for a live session. The students who are on distance learning would have different various options. And that's something that we talk about at a site level or as a middle school cohort when we get together. And we can talk about what's the best use of that distance learning. Is it Edgenuity? Is it using the existing pacing guides? Is it having the teachers plan rigorous instruction for live sessions, making it accessible for the students on distance learning, and also planning for a self-paced independent learning on those days. So maybe the students come to school and they receive 45 minutes of instruction, and then on their off days, they either use Edgenuity or the pacing or something created or found by the teachers for an additional 30 minutes during that time to extend their learning. I think that there's a lot of variables depending on the students that will receive, the options that the families will want. It really depends on the enrollment and how everything plays out, I think.
Yeah, so to bring it back, that's what I was thinking. Like the motion you made for the elementary was almost a wait and see. Let's see how enrollment shakes out. Superintendent can make the call, because if enrollment's down so much, AB might not even be necessary. You could essentially bring everybody back. We just don't know right now how many families are going to opt for distance learning. And we may see a higher percentage in the middle school and high school level just because of the age of the students. Ingenuity is available, and North Star seems a little more feasible for some of those families. We may see enrollments drop. I just don't want to box us into a situation that we don't necessarily need to do, because it is hard for students to stay home during the day that ultimately don't want to, or families don't want them to.
Sure, and I will tell you, just for argument's sake, even if we did have a lower enrollment and families opting to stay at home, I feel that the A day and B day hybrid model would still be the most beneficial as opposed to the in-person, just because class sizes, trying to fit 20 students or 25 students in a classroom 6 feet apart is just, it's not doable with the spaces that we have. Even in the brand new buildings, talking to my colleagues, they talked about maybe being able to fit about 15 students in the classrooms, maybe at the most. And then older buildings like Dilworth, we're talking about possibly squeezing in about 10 or 11 or 12. So even with a lower enrollment, having students decide to do distance learning full time, the A day, B day rotation would be probably the most beneficial from what we've come up with and played around with in our committees.
Trustee Cottle, could I jump in there real quick again? Deborah Beiersdorf, just want to be clear that Edgenuity at both the middle school and the high school level includes students still being enrolled at the school and supported by the school. So there's enrollment of a school and then physical attendance in the school. And then again, North Star, a student would withdraw from the school and enroll over in North Star. And then the beauty with Edgenuity as well is that if a family chose to start with Edgenuity or partway through the school year wanted to go full distance with Edgenuity, it is seamless in bringing the student back to the campus as well. So you could see a group of students once school starts, perhaps the families choose to do Edgenuity, but then bring their students back a month in, 2 months as well. So our schools would have to be prepared for that as well.
Perfect, thank you.
Superintendent McNeil, did that cover what you were going to say?
It did. I just wanted to clarify in the Edgenuity, and then I know to Trustee Cottle's concern as far as our working families, I would offer the same options when we're talking about our partners and working with our city and our county as far as providing additional options for care during the day for our middle schoolers, because I absolutely understand that concern. We want to make sure that our middle schoolers are safe when they're in the distance learning aspect of the hybrid.
Thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Lauren and Joel. You guys are hanging in there on the late shift. And so we certainly appreciate that. And all of you, I know a lot of staff members are still on, so thank you. I have a question. I understand the hybrid model, and based upon where we are now, unless we get some other, relief going forward, I do think for middle school that's the best way going forward. I am hopeful, and really believe that the partnerships that Dr. McNeil spoke of and working with agencies and municipalities and so on in the community could be of help to many of our families. Hopefully some, because I know people want to, I know other community leaders want to help. And so I do know that they're trying to do so. And I think that's a really important piece, because as a parent, you have a kid home on, Tuesday and Thursday. So what, so hopefully that will come to fruition. And I know she's working very hard on that. My only concern really here is the when on the pros and cons sheet, page 43 on that slide, on slide 43, if students are involved in athletics or other extracurricular activities and they're on the distant learning portion, they may require transportation from family. That may not be feasible, for many of our families, in particular those who are poor families, and those activities are super important to those kids. And I don't know if there's another way around that, but I would hate for those students to miss half of the opportunities.
I would agree with you, Vice President Taylor. And I think that that's something that we would have to address with Rollins Stallworth and looking at coaches. And I have confidence in our coaching staff and our teachers at the middle school level to make this work for those students. We wouldn't want them to miss out. And I know they always want them to participate in those extracurricular activities because it enhances their desire to be at school. It motivates them. And so we would have to be creative with that to ensure that students do not miss out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Because I just think it's really important. As you say, that's one of those things that keeps students engaged, keeps them working on their school, especially because half the time they won't be in the classroom. Although I certainly like the cohort it sounds to me, based upon all that I'm hearing tonight and otherwise, and I've heard from some other teachers as well in my district, that I want to commend you and everyone in the district, that they say this distance learning plan going forward is much better than the one we had before. Of course, the key word there is plan, because before we didn't really we woke up and we were in it, as opposed to now. So I want to commend you on that. I'm hearing positive feedback from the teachers and that they like this better. So fantastic. So I know that isn't the same, but especially if you can't do those extracurricular activities, it's hard to stay engaged, especially on those non-school days. So I would really hope, and I appreciate you saying you're gonna really take a look at that to work on it, because there are kids, as you know, that need these activities, that need them to stay in school, and I hate for them to miss them.
I would
Thank
agree.
you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Minetto, your hand was up earlier. Do you still have a question?
I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
I wrote myself notes and everything, and I can't figure out what the notes.
Music?
I have a few more comments, I guess. I think to be the same drum, there just is a really significant difference between an 11-year-old that's in 6th grade and, a 13-year-old in 8th grade and a 17-year-old in 11th grade, I forget, 12th grade. So, that AB, that hybrid model, I would hope moving forward that our priority really is focused on our middle school students and supporting them on those off days. I really liked the more that I learned about it in your presentation and reading the materials about the discussions that went into why AB and this every other day. We received a lot of email concerns about depression and kind of the concerns of our students not being connected when they're in these off days, and that every other day model really does, to me, seem like it's going to help keep that connection, so they aren't going a stretch of even 2 days without having contact with not just their individual teachers, but with their kind of other cohort of students. So I do like that and appreciate the thought that went into that. I know there were many different iterations to get us there. And I think Trustee Simon Holland said this hours and hours ago at the beginning of our meeting. This is just such a hard decision to make for so many reasons, as was the elementary model. You know, the things that we're weighing in these decisions, the health and the safety of our teachers and our students and their families and the really community as a whole, the economic impacts of keeping students home or sending them into the classroom. I mean, there, you know, really are the emotional and the mental impacts that it has on our students to be separated. So I hope that it's clear how much we are thinking about all of that and really looking at as a board, but also as a task force, these different components. And I do think that we aren't left with a lot of other options at this point for our middle school students. The things that would have to change from what you've discussed this evening for us to be able to be in person 5 days a week are pretty significant. And even if we could do that, we certainly have heard from our teachers that they aren't necessarily comfortable with that they aren't comfortable having a classroom full of 20 to 30 kids with or without masks, you know. So I think this is the right decision to make at this time. And I am open to more conversation and discussion, obviously, but also to the idea of giving some of that flexibility. But just want to again say that we just have to prioritize focus for middle school on those distance learning days and having supports available for them. I think the sooner we can make a decision on this and get out there and rally our community supporters, that's certainly a place that the Board of Trustees can help so that we can find those connections to make for our students to have additional supports on the distance learning days.
President Raymond, if I can make a quick comment about that. I think it's important to note that that the offsite days would still be learning days, whether it's use of Edgenuity or whether the teachers are owning that curriculum. The teachers are very hungry to get back in the classroom and work together and collaborate to look at their standards and what the students need to create a really rigorous curriculum going into the beginning of the school year. And so rest assured that the teachers are ready to start. They want to know what the plan is so they can start planning now. To look at what's been missed from the fourth quarter, what needed to be fine-tuned, and then what they really need to hit the ground running with for those lessons. So though the students would only see their teachers every other day, they would be receiving relevant and rigorous content based off of PLCs, data-driven decisions that the teachers are looking at. As a matter of fact, teachers are already participating in professional learning this summer, where they're looking at identifying standards and working very closely with the assessment department to talk about next steps with assessment. And in terms of the social emotional aspect, we've had the social emotional learning team and department with us every step of the way with this to talk about what that's going to look like. And our counselors at our middle school are also receiving training and ready to take on anything that comes at them when the school year starts to address those needs from those students from that perspective.
Thank you so much for clarifying that and making the point, taking the time to make those points. I think there is a sense out in the community that on the off days, they're just sort of, you know, independent with nothing to do. And I know that's not the case, but I appreciate your providing more context for that. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I just got a quick timeline question. Is this intended to last the school year, the semester, as long as we're in phase 2? What are the thoughts on timeline of this decision?
I think it would follow the guidance that we have right now, the phase 2 guidance. So if that was changed and it was more relaxed, then we could take that master schedule and slide right into full in-person without hesitation. And if it were to get more restrictive and we had to go full distance, we can take that master schedule, go right into full distance. So the hybrid model provides us that flexibility and fluidity. Like you had mentioned earlier, if a family says, I want to be full distance right now, they could go full distance. And then if they came back in a couple weeks and told Joel, I would like my son to come back full time, we could just do that, put them right back into full time, not full time, well, in-person AB hybrid model. So we do have that flexibility with this model.
Okay, so if we went phase 3, we go back. If the governor put us back into phase 2, we would jump back to the hybrid. My last question, because it slipped my mind, could you go over again which populations are allowed to show up to school 5 days a week? The vulnerable populations?
Yep. So we have our self-contained special education programs. We have students that are in transition or foster care. And we also have our students new to the country with English learner requirements. So some of our middle schools are newcomer centers. So those students would come every day, being in their regular classrooms one day, participating in distance learning and having direct instruction from their English learning EL teachers on the other day.
And Trustee Cottle, could I jump in there real quickly? Deborah Beiersdorf, this would also include our gifted and talented students as well, our GT students.
Okay, that's helpful. With middle schools and high schools being so large in population, I mean, how are we checking at the door to make sure, like, oh, it's a B day, you're an A student, why are you here? Because I'm gonna guess that's gonna happen a few hundred times where students will say, you know what, I'm going anyway. What are they gonna do, kick me out? So what are we gonna do if we have students that are showing up then outside of their assigned day?
Our principals have some creative ideas around that. I'll give you one example that was just discussed briefly. Nothing was decided upon, but they looked at the ways of identifying the students through their IDs. So principals are thinking about that, and they are collaborating. The teaching and learning committee and the recovery task force principals are collaborating on that to figure out what the best options could be so that we can identify students on A days and B days.
Okay, and that'll be coded in Infinite Campus?
Yes, and Bryn LaPinta is working on those cohorts of groups with Mary Martini in Infinite Campus. So we would see, here are my students that are in person today. These are my distance learning students. You could see both groups.
That's really helpful, because I know I was speaking to a school police officer and they were talking about how they'll need a way to look up who's supposed to be in school on what day, because they're not going to remember who's A and who's B.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. If I could also to tag onto the question about the vulnerable populations, when you said gifted and talented, is that magnet and pullout at the middle school level, or just the magnet program?
We would consider, so President Raymond, Deborah Beiersdorf, all of our students that are identified as gifted and talented.
Okay.
Including our students at the Institute at HUG, which we'll hear about that in the next presentation.
And Superintendent McNeil, I think somebody mentioned earlier that this hybrid model is cost neutral. So is it as dependent upon any decisions that would be made about the budget at the special session?
It isn't, and that's the reason why we wanted to put both up there as far as the hybrid model and then the in-person model. The in-person model, we've got the restrictions as far as the social distancing and the number of students that we're able to have within the building, the space within the building, and the staffing for that. The hybrid model we're able to do. Did that answer your question?
That did.
Okay.
I just wanted to put that out there in case there is interest this evening or this tonight in making a motion. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. On this same vein, I know the hybrid model is cost neutral, and I saw the numbers as to what would be required, excuse me, both middle school and high school, if you went to a full in-person 5 days a week model. How does that compare to elementary school?
So class size ratios at the elementary school are different than at the middle school and high school level. So some of our class size ratios at elementary are 1 to 17, kindergarten's 1 to 25. Our middle schools average 1 to 29. And as Joel stated, some of the class sizes get as high as 36 to 38 students, depending on the size of the classroom and the course being taught. As you know, PE classes tend to be very, very large, right? So that's what comes into play with the difference between the elementary and the middle school.
So really, middle school can be, I mean, elementary school, although it isn't cost neutral, is much more cost attainable than the larger numbers we saw for middle school and high school then.
Correct.
Because we also have the classroom size requirements at the state level for grades 1 through 3.
Right, right. Little thing called NRS.
I'll give you all a little break to think as I ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the names of individuals that have submitted public comment since we last heard from her.
We've received public comment from Denise Coverly Paxton, Amanda Jones, Morgan Dusek, Jennifer Leha, Stacy Halton, Sharon Jones, Jill Moon, Nanette Chisholm, Jennifer Tibbin, Maureen Wander, Candence Perry, Nisha Hallert, April Anderson, and Kelly Knutson.
Thank you, JJ. All right, would anyone like to possibly make a motion on this or attempt a motion? Okay, Vice President Taylor.
All right, I will give it a shot. In order to adhere to state phase 2 recommendations that for middle school education, the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation for a hybrid learning model in which enrolled students attend school in an A-B rotation schedule format, with approximately half of their instruction to be in person and half with distance learning. Certain vulnerable student groups, as mentioned, will receive in-person school instruction throughout the week, and temporary use of distance learning will be utilized in the event a student group or group of students is excluded, or if school or the district is temporarily shut down due to COVID-related issues or other state mandates.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Vice President Taylor and a second by Trustee Minetto. Is there any discussion on this item? Trustee Cottle.
No, I was thinking it through.
All right, then I will call for a vote and ask everyone to unmute, and all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for the great work. Thank you, Principal Peixoto. Thank you, Area Superintendent Ford, for hanging in there. Now we, oh, I see Vice President Taylor with her hand up too.
Here we go. Thank you. I just have a quick question. We didn't say this on that motion, and I know we needed to because it was not a part of the elementary school motion, but in any of these cases, elementary, middle, or high school, a family can opt for distance learning.
Correct.
Correct. They can opt for the distance learning program, or they can use Edgenuity or North Star, correct?
Correct. Yes.
They do have those options. On that note, if I may, and this is a good segue to our next session, we've received several emails that North Star is full and they have a waiting list and people can't get in.
So right now I'll introduce Ms. Gina Curtis, who's going to talk about our high school hybrid learning model. And she is also the area superintendent over North Star. So thank you all so much for tonight.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you, Joel.
Thanks for having me, you guys. Good to see you all.
I wasn't sure if I was supposed to say good evening or good morning, so luckily I get to say good evening. President Raymond and Superintendent McNeil and the trustees, nice to be here with you tonight. Trustee Taylor, I will answer your question, but let me introduce my main man, Mr. Hackbush from Reno High School, principal who is also on the Teaching and Learning Task Force as well. So he's been a great voice for our high school cohort of principals this past couple months. So with your question about North Star, it's a very good question. North Star is accepting all students, and there was a waiting list at one point, so there was a little miscommunication. So parents might have heard that, but we are back on track, and we are going to try to enroll as many students as possible. I know that Principal Hadley is on board with that. We have a great curriculum, and really it would be great for our elementary schools, but I do feel that our 6th through 12th grade students could benefit from Edgenuity as well, being that online program. The Pearson model and curriculum at North Star is rigorous. You know, it takes a lot. You have to have a lot of parent support. You have to be a good reader. You know, it's different than being in school, you know, the brick and mortar. So, but definitely they are on board and open-minded and ready to talk to parents, explain how it works, meet with them. They are scheduling appointments with families to make sure they understand what that looks like, because it is unique, but it is offered in our school district, and we're very lucky that we have such a strong program. So hopefully that answers your question. Yes, okay. Okay, so let's start with high school. So I feel like you guys have done an amazing job tonight listening to everyone, and I feel like we're going to end very strong. I feel like we're in a marathon right now, and we're just going to end strong, very strong. So our high school hybrid learning model, in which students are enrolled, and it's completely similar to the AB model of the middle school format. So half the students come in person for instruction and half attend distance learning on the opposite days. And of course, certain vulnerable student groups will receive in-person instruction throughout the week. And then the temporary use of distance learning will be utilized in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or the district is temporarily shut down due to an outbreak. And so the considerations with high school, and you know, when we're looking at high schools, we're looking at the age group, which is the more mature group, typically, and then the size of the school. I mean, our high schools are over 1,000, and you know, Spanish Springs is at about 2,300, 2,400 at this point. So that's our big concern, is about the size and the amount of students. So we have looked at the space and available staffing at our high school levels. We have done walkthroughs with our high school principals, but a lack of staffing to adhere to state phase 2 reopening requirements is prompting the recommendation for a hybrid learning model. Families with no medical, social, and academic vulnerabilities may receive full-time in-person learning, and this may include, but is not necessarily limited to, our self-contained special ed programs, our students living in transition or in foster care, and again, our students new to the country with English learner requirements. And so when we're talking about the considerations during the in-person instruction, and the hybrid model still require adherence to the phase 2 requirements with social distancing, PPE, restrictions to close contact activities, and then of course our cleaning and hygiene protocols. And also for distance learning instruction, the following will be in place. Instruction will be supported daily by qualified certified teachers. Students will have access to devices and the internet. Requirements of specialized learning for IEP compliance must be met, and then students eligible for free and reduced lunch must have access to food. And so when we were just considering our high school model, we really paid close attention to the master schedule of our high schools, knowing that they have been planning and working on their master schedules probably since January, February. And so we were trying to be super cognizant of maintaining the work that they've done, maintaining the high school requirements for graduation, looking at credit attainment, looking at credit accrual, looking at offering our AP courses, our CTE courses, any kind of unique classes that are offered. And so that we can maintain that structure of a master schedule with a hybrid schedule, in the hopes that if we ever did return to a regular school day, we could implement the master schedule first through sixth or seventh periods. Or if we have to keep it with the hybrid model, we can work with that as well. So again, this is the AB model that my colleague, Ms. Ford, shared with you. So it's an AB rotation. So half the kids would be on A day and half of the students would be on B day. And I think it's very fortunate for high school students to have a smaller class size. That's one perk, I think, of this hybrid model, is that they'll have really close attention with our talented and dedicated teachers to have a closer interaction with the students when they are in class. And then when they are at distance learning, and distance learning again can look different, with, if you have an anatomy class and they're teaching a class on a Monday and in person, and then on Tuesday they have work to finish. And then when they come back on Wednesday, the teachers can see their growth, their assessment, the needs of improvement, and still building positive relationships with their kids, which is crucial for our social emotional learning and our safety. And as well as having that contact with others on campus. When we look at a high school, we have our counselors who are helping our students prepare for college, creating graduation plans. We have our career tech assistants in the library. There are a lot of people in the high school environment that our students are able to interact with in this model. And then the pros and cons, of course. In-person portion of the model is the least disruptive, and the most important part is being in class and in person with our adults. And then the distance learning portion of the model may be more disruptive to families, although in the high school they're obviously a little bit older and more independent. So, but it's still a factor that we're concerned about. And then again, the athletes may require some type of transportation if their practices or games are on their off days. So that's a con, definitely. But again, our high school kids do drive, and they are responsible to do public transportation, and they have friends that they can carpool with. So there are a little bit more options than the middle school, of course. And then the combination of in-person and distance learning may challenge continuity of learning. I know that's a con here, but I also think that that independent piece of our high school students working on their own or working collaboratively with their peers when they're not in school, our students are super creative, as well as our teachers. And then our phase 2 requirements may at times result in students working independently within the school setting. And again, that's a plus or minus pro or con. Okay, wow, I feel like I sped through that. And I also, Mr. Hackbush is here for any input or questions that you might have at this time. So.
Thank you very much, Area Superintendent Curtis, and thank you for joining us, Principal Hackbush. Vice President Taylor mentioned with the last presentation, it was the late show. This is the late show.
For real.
All right, I see Trustee Kelly and then Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to ask about the how it goes from AB, one day off, one day on, and to me that makes sense, because if you go to school for a solid week and then the next week you're completely gone doing distance learning, it just seems like you would lose, you would just lose something. You'd be away from your teacher for a week, away from your fellow students for a week. And so I'm wondering if that's part of the consideration that you had for having the schedule jump back and forth, one day on, one day off, and if that had been based on any research or data or things that you had seen that showed that the less time away from school, the better it is for high school students.
Yes, actually, that's an awesome question. When we look at the ABAB model, this teachers and students are able to see each other 5 times during a 2-week period, where when we had the 2 days on, 2 days off, it's only 4 times for every 2 weeks. And it might not sound like a lot right now, but after a 9-month period, that's actually almost 18 more times in-person instruction, and just in-person relationship building too. And so it is definitely beneficial. And you would be surprised how our students do adapt to a schedule. If they are given a schedule and they have it in front of them, they adapt to it very well. And I think the 1 day off, 1 day on is still, the kids are still accountable, because when they're not in school, they're still expected to do some work and be accountable when they come back the next day. And they're able to ask questions and get that, that individual instruction and support.
Okay, that sounds great. Now, I know it's probably luck of the draw, but it would be like, I'm sure we're going to have a couple snow days, and we're going to have different things that pop up, and maybe even a COVID-19 thing from time to time. And I would see that it could be possible, again, just luck of the draw, that students maybe in the A group are at school a few more days longer than the B students. Like it just so happens that snow days fall when it's the B group more and more. So is there any consideration about what would happen if one cohort just happened to miss more school because of unforeseen circumstances, and how would that balance out as you get closer towards the end of the school year?
Another great question. And as a former high school principal, we have had this happen several times in the last 10 years as a principal, and we just adapt and make it work. I know our teachers are ahead of the game. They're such great planners. I mean, it takes a toll and it's challenging, but I think because it's a day here and a day there, it's not really like a week that we're out. They're able to manage the instruction and the support.
Great, thank you.
This is Principal Hackbush, for the record. You see that with block schedule at times as well. You'll see some high schools with block schedules, and then you also might have some adjusted schedules due to testing in the spring that you see. Sometimes there's some change and deviation on when kids are in class and when they're not. So it's pretty typical, actually.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle, then Trustee Minetto, then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. First question I have is the teacher workload question I had for the middle school group. Is it a similar situation where there'll be dedicated teachers to the students in the building and then dedicated teachers to students that are offsite?
Yes, definitely. And I know that Ms. Ford mentioned that how we will have, the principals will make a decision on the cadre of students and the cadre of teachers that will be coming in to work with them. So the cadre of students could be alphabetical. So you have half the alphabet on one day and half alphabet on the other day. And if we do have teachers, a cadre of teachers who are not coming back to work and are doing our distance learning support, and I know that Mrs. Beiersdorf talked about the algebra example of algebra, a cohort of algebra teachers, and their class sizes might be reduced. So one of them might be off during their period, and that would be the distance learning teacher on that B day or that A day. But because of the collaboration and their PLC and their planning, they're all on the same benchmark in order to support the students. But the workload should not be more for our teachers. That is definitely our goal.
Perfect, thank you. Many of our zoned high schools have special programs that students from all over the district enroll in. First question is, how does this impact special programs? And a question I got from a constituent is, are these special programs similar to Gifted and Talented, where they would show up at school 5 days a week?
When you say special programs, do you mean like CTE classes and?
Yeah, like I'm in North Valleys, but I enroll at Demonte Ranch for the arts
Their signature.
program. Yeah.
Right. Definitely. I mean, I know that hands-on curriculum is going to be challenging, and I know that our labs are going to be challenging. It's obviously a different way of teaching and learning for us moving into this new school year, but the options and availability for our students will be there. I mean, we know that that's what drives our kids and our graduation requirements and our goals for our college and career ready are still there. But definitely they will be supported.
And then they'll still be a part of the AB schedule.
Yes, and that was one of our goals when we were creating this, about honoring the master schedule. And that's what drives our kids coming to school. And so we want to honor that. Definitely.
Perfect. Thank you. My last one is we got a lot of emails from parents that have kids in high school and middle school. And how can they work out that their kids are on the same rotation, going to school on the same days, then being at home on the same day so the older sibling can watch the younger sibling. How would parents go about working that out with two different school sites?
Exactly. And I'm so proud that our district has our vertical teams in our zoned areas. So for example, working with Swope Middle School and Reno High School, I would assume that they would have a conversation and talk about how they're scheduling so that they could support their families. And if there is an extenuating circumstance that they're off days, that I am confident that our principals will do everything they can to accommodate the family's concerns.
Yeah, there would definitely be a communication chain among the counselors and the registrars during the registration process. Absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Minetto, and then Vice President Taylor, and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you. The pattern, the AB pattern that Trustee Kelly was talking about, as a music teacher, I know that the experience that I had was if I get to see the kids every day or two, they retain much better than if there's 4 or 5 days between. Or in some cases a week or something, then they, what were we talking about? They, they just don't retain. But yeah, I really like this pattern. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Principal Hack Bush and Area Superintendent Curtis. Like I said, you're on the late show tonight. You guys, thank you for staying up with us. I have 3 questions actually. First, I'd like to have just your take, perhaps as a principal or even as an area superintendent, on how do we approach the equity issue. There are even more extracurricular activities in high school for those students that won't have, if that's B day to distance learn, but it's game day, for an example. How do the cheerleaders get there, the band, or those members, even basketball team members or football or whatever you're playing? How do we, because that's a big equity issue. Yes, they do drive, but if you're in the neighborhood, or if you're in some of the outer line areas and out in Cold Springs or out in the valleys, and you may not, how do we get there from here?
I can kind of speak to that a little bit. In terms of the equity piece, we have our equity task force that's been looking for a couple of years on issues like fees, for instance. And so that work would continue. And I want to applaud our coaches, because our coaches are currently going through COVID trainings and doing some of the fall sports practices if they're approved currently. And the work that's gone in and how meticulous they're following those rules under the leadership of Roland Stallworth and our ADs at our building levels is something that I know the communication chain with parents and the student athletes on their needs is going to be critical. And then also at the site level, we have to make sure we're communicating that it should not be an access issue, because I've seen it before where we're talking about simply like the fees. You know, there needs to be fundraising. So kids, it's not a choice to play. So, you know, as well as any of the activities that we have on the campuses. So I think that would be a major focus, to the point that we actually have an equity task force ourselves that we put together for the start of the year. We have 4 committees that will go straight into action once we have direction on how school is going to look. One of them is going to be a full distance learning model, so we can always pivot to that if need be. One would be a blended model, so teachers can really start planning on what that blended piece is going to look like. Then there's going to be an MTSS, SEL kind of trauma-based practices that's going to align to the reopening, and then the equity piece, and that would be a huge component of that for access.
No, I appreciate that. That's great. That's great planning, Principal Hagbush. And I only hope that, excuse me, other schools are able to address that. That's one of the things, Madam President, I don't know how I'd like to kind of keep that on our radar, because I would hate for kids, and as you, again, even more so in high school, those extracurricular activities, whether you're in a play or debate or whatever, that keeps kids in schools, that keeps them motivated, especially now when they can't be there all the time, and some of those, issues they have after going through those last few months and not being able to be in school. Students are ready to get back, and we want to help them be there. So if we can keep that on the radar, whatever that means, so that we make sure that we aren't costing kids opportunities. At least we're doing all that we can to not cost them opportunities. So thank you for that. Second question I have is, now in each of these, I love both the middle school and high school models that having a cohort of teachers that are designated and really assigned to the distance learning. That hopefully that will be a game changer on the distance learning, and take a lot of pressure off of parents and make sure that we can move kids along, we can grow, because we had all this time to plan. Now, I know there's a lot of work, and Dr. McNeil, you might be able to answer this one, or I know you can. You may want to answer this one. We've gotten some emails on this, and we've had this conversation a little bit. So much of that is derived on, and we talk about in each of these, and some of the pros and cons is that students will have access to devices and the internet. How do we know that?
There's a lot of work going on within our school district as far as making sure that we have devices for students, and whether it's through the Education Alliance and the work that they're doing in order to provide additional devices, using some of our CARES Act funding for devices. We've got some grants. In fact, you just approved a grant tonight on the consent agenda, over $1 million worth of devices. So, I mean, we're really going to do a full court press as far as making sure that our students, and that means per family. I think part of the issue with the distance education program before is that, you may have had a family that only had one particular device, but 3 or 4 children that needed that device. Mm-hmm. And then that goes into the area too, as far as connectivity. Right. So we're investing thousands of dollars into Wi-Fi access, and then working with our partner agencies and our corporations, AT&T, Charter, but making sure that there's connection as well, not just the device, but also the connections.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. You feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to close that gap?
I am. I'm not going to go full board as far as I can't remember if it was who it was. It was so long ago. It felt like days. But I will say that I am very confident that we will get there. But it's also making sure that we can get the devices right. In time.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll go on there. You don't say you're really confident because you're pretty conservative. So you would say you're pretty confident that we would get there if it doesn't look like we will. And if there's a shipping delay, there's a shipping delay. We can't do anything about that. But we just don't want to leave those kids behind. And I'm glad you pointed out that one device in the family may not do it if you have 4 kids. Mm-hmm. And hopefully they're on. And we're saying we want them to be on the same schedule. So then that really means they need 4 devices and enough Wi-Fi, enough bandwidth for all of them to be on. So excellent. My third question on high schools is more of a general. What kind of schedule will TMCC be on? TMCC High School. TMCC has said they're going to a completely distance learning model for the fall. How about TMCC High School?
Excellent question. I have talked to Principal Kitchens, a brand new principal at TMCC High School last week, and he is working with the president of TMCC. Right now, they're going to be doing distance learning and doing a hybrid model, but they're not confident or unsure right now how the college classes are going to work for TMCC High School. So, I mean, they have a smaller population, they have a small staff. So I think they're going to be able to do a hybrid if necessary, but it might be more distance learning than they might want. So.
Well, I know it's difficult because they have some college classes, and so we don't, those are not our professors. And
right.
So, although since they aren't having school at TMCC, they can distance learning they can social distance with no problem. But they won't have any instructors, and especially those college level instructors. So.
And they've been wonderful. TMCC has been working with us and communicating and collaborating. So it's, but we're working together right now. So, okay. But nothing is set in stone yet.
Any idea of when, just so we can let those families know as well?
Yeah, I know that he is on vacation this week, so next week for sure we will be meeting. So
fantastic, thank you. So I get emails. That's one of my schools. So
right.
People ask. So
sure.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good.
Great job to you and also Principal Hackbush. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Hackbush and Ms. Curtis. Mr. Hackbush, I will not be looking for your workout on Twitter in the morning. It's a late hour, but
afternoon. It'll be in the afternoon.
Okay. Just a couple of thoughts and questions. Again, I want to make sure and give Superintendent McNeil, if this hasn't already been addressed, the opportunity to comment on whether any of this for the high school learning model is affected by any special session decisions.
No, the high school learning model should be budget neutral as far as allocations.
Okay. And then second question, I asked about it earlier, and I just want to make sure and give folks the opportunity to answer, because we didn't really answer it. We had received emails that at some schools, it's tough to ensure that the bandwidth is available at the school for all the teachers who need to be doing distance learning, pushing out material and equipment. So I don't know who has the answer to that question, but are we very confident that all of the schools have the bandwidth to do the outbound technology?
And I know that Mr. Harris, I do not want to put our brand new CIO, who's been on the job for just a couple days. I don't want to put him on the spot. So I know that Mr. Harris has been looking into that. So
yes, for the record, Rick Harris, Special Project Administrator. You caught my attention when you said that, and I emailed our team, and they're working on it right now. We'll have some answers tomorrow. I'm hoping that it's not true. You know, it's one of those things where it might be site to site, but we're working on it right now, and we're hoping to have some answers tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Rick. And I just, want to make sure we're paying attention to that, because it is a huge capacity issue on our end as well. And I appreciated Vice President Taylor's questions about the devices and the internet. I know you all are working on it. It will absolutely determine our success with this model. One of the questions we've had, just wanted to make sure it gets answered, is how we're going to enforce attendance requirements on the distance component of the hybrid model. We have a lot of parents who have said, my kid just didn't participate when it was distance learning time. How are we going to make sure that they do?
think that Dr. LaPinta is working. I know we have a meeting on Thursday about the new IC attendance piece with Dr. LaPinta. So I'm not sure if she's probably sleeping right now, but but I know that she's excited about the new process and how it's working. So I'm not familiar with it, but I know that they're moving forward with that and are working with the state. So
I can speak to a little bit of that because I've been on some committees that discuss that.
Thanks.
There may be some components with Infinite Campus where students are going to be able to log in, and that there's going to be some accountability on that piece, you know. And then when they're blended, it's going to be interesting because especially with high school, you know, and your question about bandwidth, you know, you're going to look at a asynchronous model perhaps, because, you know, when you're looking at full distance, you know, a lot of the high school kids, even the upperclassmen, you know, they may be watching siblings, they may be doing, you know, jobs. We found that they had jobs on the full distance ed, but in a hybrid model, it may be, you know, we're looking at, you know, they may be doing podcasts, reviewing podcasts, doing writing, you know, reviewing a flipped classroom model with YouTube videos. So it's going to look different. So that's why we're looking at blended learning model teams of teachers. And you know, this is really going to change education as we know it, even outside of the pandemic. And so it's going to push us in that direction to be very creative.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just a last point, which is more of a comment, because I know some of the folks who are listening have tuned in and out, or they may be listening to this later tomorrow at another time. But I just wanted to remind all of the parents and families that are listening that our effort at the board is really to balance the recommendations we've had from both our local medical society as well as the American Academy of Pediatrics to get kids back to school safely using the requirements for social distancing, face coverings and hand washing that we have implemented tonight. But we have to balance all that with our staffing and with our budget and with our physical and other resource requirements. So I want parents and folks who are listening to understand how much work you all have done to balance all of those things. And this really is science-based, it's health-based. It is the recommendation of medical professionals that we get kids back to school as much as possible, but we have to balance that with our staffing and other limitations. And this hybrid model, we all understand that it's not the perfect solution, but we're in imperfect times. And so I really thank you all and the whole team for all of the work to find that balance. I think this is the best option that we can do for our older students. Thank you.
Thank you. So should we move to our
Trustee Simon Holland? Oh, I think I have a couple questions, and then I see Trustee Cottle's hand is up. Is there flexibility within the high school model for some of our non-comprehensive high schools, such as, you know, well, Vice President Taylor mentioned TMCC High School, but also Innovations, Turning Point, and even, you know, in a sense, Incline Village High School being sort of a smaller population. And will there be, again, flexibility for those sites to, if they're able to go to full in-person, or are we, is the intention that this be for all high schools?
The intention is for all high schools to be on a hybrid model at this time, so that we're following the state phase 2 guidelines. But because I know that, I mean, Innovations is smaller, Inspire is smaller, Incline is smaller, but I think at this time we're following the same guidelines, so we're more consistent.
And I know that, yeah, I know that Deputy Superintendent, because we had actually talked about this the other day, especially for Innovations, Turning Point, and you know, Turning Point, we want to make sure that we're providing access for our students. They are in a vulnerable population. So I don't know, Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf, and then if Dr. Parks is able to speak to the Incline community.
All right, thank you, Dr. McNeil. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Parks to talk about Incline.
Thank you for the question, President Raymond. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. Yeah, in our conversation with all of our Incline principals, we want them to have the opportunity as smaller schools, if they are capable and following phase 2 guidelines, if they can, to bring back all students. I've talked to Dr. Yoxsimer. I've also talked with Mr. Zimmerman. They're confident that they could, if allowed to, bring back all their students. As you may be aware, there's a new principal at the middle school, and they are hoping that if the Incline community is given the latitude to follow phase 2 guidance and bring back all students, that the Incline community seems to be leaning that way. So I would advocate, yes, that we would want to have that opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. And then if I may, Madam President, turn it over to Jennifer Van Trest to talk about Turning Point. Jen?
Thank you, Dr. Beiersdorf. For the record, Jennifer Van Trest, Area Superintendent. Turning Point is also one of those smaller schools that will have the opportunity to come back 5 days a week with the population. It's a very vulnerable population. And so the expectation would be that we have them back full time.
And thank you, Jen. And then if we could have Area Superintendent Lauren, there she is, Ford, talk about innovations.
Just keeping you all on your toes so that you're really engaged to the very last minute.
Innovations High School is in an old office building. So the classrooms are very, very small. So in order to meet the social distancing, they would have to be on an AB model because of the size of those small, tiny classrooms. They do have some bigger classrooms, but the majority are old office rooms. So they would have to be on the AB model.
Yeah, that's sort of what I wondered. I'm very familiar with the space, and it seems it's such a cool space, but it does seem a little limited in its options. But I think also the big picture learning model offers a lot of opportunity to really utilize that, you know, independent distance learning day with some of their mentorship programs and internships. So
yes, definitely.
Great, thank you. That answers my question. My one little kind of tag on to that is, if you have this vulnerable group and including the GT students, and you have, like, let's say a program like the IB program at Worcester, where you might see a higher percentage, perhaps, I don't know, I'm just guessing. I'm trying to create a scenario where you have a population of students that majority are perhaps gifted and talented, but not the entire group. Have you talked about what that might look like if there isn't sort of that equity with everyone being able to be there for the full 5 days a week, if you have a sort of a special program like that?
I can jump in there, Gina, and if you want to follow up. So again, Deborah Beiersdorf for the record. So we've talked mostly about the gifted and talented program. So for example, at the high school level, the GT Institute at Hug High School. We have not had specific conversations, for example, about the IB program. Now, the International Baccalaureate program at Worcester is considered under the umbrella of our signature academies, our specialty CTE programs. So I would think, unless we were to have more conversation about it, that they would fall under the AB model.
Great, thank you. My last comment is, you know, having kind of talked through more of the issues around devices and internet access, this really goes across the board for all of our decisions tonight. But I'm just wondering if once we get into this and we've started, some in-person classes, if we find that there are certain students that really are just struggling with access or really can't get their hands on a device or whatever the reason might be, can principals have the ability to bring that student in under that kind of vulnerable population umbrella and try to get them in the building 5 days a week, if at all possible, so that they don't slip through the cracks more than a student that might have that access?
So again, Deborah Beiersdorf, but I'm looking at Principal Hackbush, and I'm going to turn it over to him for an answer.
Well, and I made it more as a comment. I don't expect an answer. I think just something to think about. I did phrase it with a little up at the end, so it sounded like a question, but I don't want to put you on the spot, Principal Hackbush.
Great comment, but it's a great question too.
Well, we've been doing this for years, guys, at the high school level when we're talking about, all students and getting to graduation, So we have our multi-tiered systems of support, and we meet on any students that are struggling for whatever reason. And so we're going to have plans for students in those cases. It's very individualized, and I'm sure every site is in the same boat, every high school, every middle school, every elementary school. So it's that team approach, and we would come up with a plan.
Great. Then you answered it. All right, that was it for me. I saw Trustee Cottle's hand and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just got a couple of questions that should be pretty quick. From an athletic standpoint, if a student chooses to enroll at North Star, they're still able to play sports at their zone school?
Yes.
Okay. Gerlach K-12, are they still going to be going to school Monday through Thursday, all students?
Yes, they're very small and they have the access to Edgenuity as well as small group instruction.
Perfect, thank you. And then the last question, Principal Hackbush kind of touched on this. We have a lot of high school students that use the spring as an opportunity to get jobs, and many families rely on income that high school students are bringing in working these jobs, and they may decide to pick up hours in this system. So how do we balance those needs with what we need them to do academically? How are we gonna work through that?
I would lean on our counselors who are meeting with their students as much as possible every year, frequently, to find out their individual situations and work around that. I mean, sometimes if it's a workable deal, if you're an upperclassman and they're working, they can do some creative scheduling and things like that. So that is not out of the norm of what counselors deal with typically in those cases.
Perfect, thank you, because I know that's probably going to come up again in this model. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering if we might, when we consider a motion, make it contingent on the availability of necessary technology and staffing. I'm a little concerned about our ability to have a device and internet connectivity in every student's hand by August 17th, every student who needs it. And I know we're prioritizing high school and middle school students because of this hybrid model, but I just, I think we might want to consider, again, giving the superintendent the authority to move to a different model if we don't have necessary technology and or staffing or other resources that are needed to implement this model. Just wondering if anyone else has any thoughts on that.
Vice President Taylor.
I think that would be great. I mean, that was a primary question of mine, is how do we make sure we close that gap? And certainly if we do that, and so if Dr. McNeil believes we'll have that, I think that's great. And I say, great, if you believe it, I believe it. But I like having that fallback just in case, because things do happen that are out of our control. And I think it's also important to do that for the middle school kids as well. Closing that gap, same if they don't have access to the devices and the internet access, they too will be falling behind. So something else, and then maybe picking up all of those students, as Principal Hackbush said, and making them part of the vulnerable, so they can come in 5 days a week until they get something, or something like that. But I certainly prefer that in these two cases, rather than I much more prefer that than leaving these kids behind.
Can I just say one thing though? I just want to make sure it's clear too. Distance learning on the off days doesn't mean it's on the internet. It can be an assignment that a teacher did on an A day, and when they're off days, it's not necessarily has to be on a laptop or a device. Does that make sense? So I don't want us to get fixated that when they're high school kids or middle school kids are not at school, that they're supposed to be online. They could also be doing a packet, or they could be doing math problems, or creating writing an essay. So I just want to make sure that we're not limited to just technology for the term distance learning, if that's okay that I say that.
No, I think that's important to note, because it could include the internet and other things.
Right.
I think between the 5 or 6 or sometimes 7 classes that they have, chances are pretty good they're going to have to jump on. They're going to have to log in for something.
Right. Some type of learning.
Yeah, that. So I mean, certainly it can be other types of learning. You're right about that. But at some point they'll have to log in, even if it's just to log into Infinite Campus to show that they're here, if that becomes the attendance way. And we want to make sure that they're able to do that. So, but I appreciate what you're saying, and you're right. Our teachers are very creative and will come up with stuff that will be good. But I think that if they don't have that, they still have the potential of being left behind.
Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland, I think it is a good idea. I do wonder kind of what the alternative is. I would hate to lock us into a place where if we didn't have all those devices, that we were sort of paralyzed with no ability to do anything. The alternative, if we don't have the devices by August 17th, is what, that we go to full distance learning, which then we would really need the devices, or what were you thinking there?
Well, as Ms. Curtis said, there are other ways that teaching can be provided. I want to make sure that people know we're thinking about that, and that we are giving staff, the superintendent and site staff, the ability to be flexible, that they won't just be on the AB rotation schedule as it's outlined here, without the flexibility to do other things. I grant you that there aren't a lot of other options, but it's not our first priority for people to have packets, for example. We want it to be the highest quality education that every student can have. I just want to have our formal motion, because that is what will be presented to people, and it'll be in the paper, and it'll be, talked about among families, that we do have a recognition that it does necessitate that that children who don't have the technology will have it provided to them, or we'll make some other arrangement. I guess I know that's not very specific in answering to your question, but I think it's important for us to make that acknowledgement.
Definitely, I absolutely see your point. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Simon Holland, would it be adequate to your request that we potentially give direction to the superintendent that the curriculum designed is mindful of the needs of students? so that it trickles down to the teachers that when work is assigned to go home, that it's not always work that's on a device, that I guess we're mindful of our population. So it doesn't necessarily say a different model, but it's direction that we cannot just rely solely on devices on these virtual days. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Maybe, if I might, Madam President, maybe just say, giving the authority to the superintendent to implement alternative learning strategies or something like that. And maybe I'm splitting hairs and all of that is implied, but I want to focus on our commitment to get the technology in every student's hands, but recognize that it could be a nightmare for us if they don't have the technology. And we've thought of that, and we're giving the superintendent and the school staff the ability to, to move to alternative learning strategies, something like that.
Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I just want to make a clarification as well on the definitions that we're using. A hybrid model is in the building and out of the building. It's a distance learning, but it is very different than a blended learning environment as far as the teacher providing instruction and then the students being able to go home or come back and engage with the teacher. So two different models, and I know that Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf also wanted to make that clarification. But then on the devices, I agree. We want to be very cognizant that some things as a district are out of our control as far as the time it's going to take to order the devices. Washoe County School District is not the only district that's ordering devices across this country. So I want to be very, mindful of that we are going to do everything possible. But we need, to be able to be nimble, but then also just recognize the fact that if we have back orders, that's out of the district's control. We, like I said, you all approved that grant today for the additional devices, but if we can't get the devices, then that makes it a little bit more complicated.
Do you have a suggestion, Dr. McNeil, for how we might phrase that in a motion, or does any of the staff? Because I agree, we can't have all kids who don't have technology be assigned to go to in-person instruction. I mean, as Principal Hackbush said, you all are dealing with those multi-tiered systems of support all the time, but it's not going to be available to us to have, if we have 5,000 kids at the high school level that don't have technology and can't check in.
Yeah, I guess I would lean more towards, a motion that would provide for flexibility in order to provide instructional support to students. And, the flexibility would be, we're either going to be able to have a device, or we're able to provide in-person learning, or we're going to be able to have the teacher speak to the student over the phone, similar to what Principal Hackbush was talking about, pretty much whatever it's going to take, but we need that flexibility as what that looks like.
One thing, if I could add, is, it's common practice that the beginning of every year that one of the first things the teachers do is they survey their students to find out what their technology capabilities are. And so if you're looking at something as simple as typing a paper, they may not have access. So what do you do in those cases? And you're looking at differentiation. You're looking at some flexibility. So that's what the teachers would do in the meantime.
Vice President Taylor.
maybe then what we're looking for is something on the lines of what Dr. McNeil said, and do everything that we can to make sure every student has an appropriate device, and when that and if that is not possible, then instructional supports are provided until such a time as the device is available.
Did you write that down?
Hey, that's the best I can do after 11:30, y'all.
Did anyone write that down?
JJ,
working on it.
I'm gonna ask JJ to do our public comment, and we can, when someone can noodle around with the motion.
Okay. We received comments from Margot Walden, Ron Roquez, Dale Stockton, Kelly Knutson, Lisa Alland, Jordan Rowbottom, and Robert Rank.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, well, I think we are ready for a motion if someone would like to take a shot at it.
I will.
Okay.
Well, my question, Madam President, is can that be 2 motions? I guess that's maybe a question, General Counsel.
Sure. Yeah.
Because it's going to get really kind of murky if we try to make it.
Yeah. It's fine as long as it's 2 motions related to this topic, you know, which it is. So I don't see a problem.
Okay, so I'll take a stab at the technology motion then. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to do everything possible to ensure that an appropriate device is available for all students in the Washington County School District upon the beginning of the 2021 school year. And in the event that there is a delay, that appropriate instructional supports would be provided for those students.
Second.
Okay, motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Simon Holland. Superintendent McNeil, does that cover what you were addressing in your comments?
I want to make sure, I don't know, because I was writing, somebody had asked to write down a motion, so I was actually writing down some verbiage on that. So JJ, can you read that motion again?
The Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to do everything possible to ensure an appropriate device is in the hands of all students, or the appropriate instructional supports are provided to the students until such time as devices are available.
Okay, I think I'm just trying to think that through. So let me play with this one here. Neil, can I read what I have? Is that allowed?
It's up to the board president, but we have a motion. Did we get a second on this motion, JJ?
Yeah, Trustee Simon Holland.
So, okay, that's right, we did. Sure, it's up to the board president if she wants to do it.
Yeah, I think as part of discussion, we can hear her motion.
Okay. Okay, so in order to adhere to the state phase 2 requirements that for high school education, the Board of Trustees approves a recommendation for a hybrid learning model in which enrolled students attend school in an A/B rotation schedule format with approximately half of their instruction to be in person and half with distance learning. recognizing, so here's the new part, JJ. Recognizing the extent to which the district is able to provide devices and connectivity, and to be sure adequate instructional support is provided to all students.
May I comment on that?
Yes, yes.
The reason I didn't put the two motions together is because the motion that I made, this motion is specific to high school as you read it. And the one that I made would also entail middle school.
Okay, because I thought we had already made a motion for middle school.
But not pertaining to technology. And so that's why I just put it together, because we can't go back. That's why I put it together.
Okay, so then this action is just relative to
technology.
Yeah.
And, go ahead.
I think the motion and really is a commitment from the district that we're going to do everything in our power to provide devices to our students. And if we are not able to, we will provide them with those supports. And it really would apply even to everyone if we had to go to full distance learning. That's the commitment that we're aiming to make, knowing that I mean, this is my reading of it, my understanding of it, that we might not be able to acquire those devices and in a timely manner, and we might need to look at alternatives. But this is sort of a separate, bigger motion or broader motion.
That's my
Trustee Simon Holland.
I just wanted to confirm that Vice President Taylor's motion had to do with a device being in the hands of every student. It's not saying we're going to provide a device for every single student in the Washoe County School District. I just wanted to make that clarification, and I think that was your intention, Vice President Taylor, and it was certainly my intention in seconding that motion.
If I may, Madam President?
Yes.
Yes, that was my intention, because surely some students have devices. And so we don't want to buy devices for 64,000 students just because, but we're really looking at that gap, that technology gap, and are making a commitment as a district to close that gap.
Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure I'm clear. So Dr. Taylor, is your intent to speak to high school and middle school students? Because in the motion, it was all students, so that would include elementary as well.
My intent is all students.
Okay, so all three levels.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so then after this vote, we would go back to the recommended action around high schools. Does that make sense, Superintendent McNeil?
It does. That's my understanding, is that this action is specifically for devices, and recognizing that the motion does not have connectivity into it, I don't think at this point in time.
Well, that's a very good point, Dr. McNeil.
And that may be totally out of our control.
Okay, so why don't we stay where we are at this juncture?
All right. So the motion was made by Vice President Taylor, the second by Trustee Simon Holland. I'll now call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion passes unanimously. So I'd now be looking for a motion related to the recommended action for high schools. If you make a motion, we get to end the meeting. Vice President Taylor.
I'm all about ending the meeting. I would like to make a motion. I move that in order to adhere to state phase 2 requirements, that for high school education, the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation for a hybrid learning model in which enrolled students attend school in an A-B rotation schedule format with approximately half of their instruction to be in person and half with distance learning. Certain vulnerable student groups will receive in-person instruction throughout the week. Temporary use of distance learning will be utilized in the event of a student or group of students, in the event a student or group of students is excluded, or if a school or the district is temporarily shut down due to COVID-related issues or other mandates by the state.
Second.
Right, motion by Vice President Taylor, second by Trustee Kelly. We'll now call for the vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ah. All right, I'm going to have a superintendent make her statement. First, actually, I would like to thank Area Superintendent Curtis and Principal Hackbush for making it through the late show and all the hard work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you,
You
guys.
guys had great endurance tonight. I am impressed.
They
So
have.
I want to thank Principal Hackbush and Principal Walters and Principal Verdi, you know, and Joel. Just really thank you all so very, very much. This was a long day for you, I know. It was a 9-hour meeting, but what I want to say is that 9-hour meeting, I hope, demonstrates how serious our Board of Trustees and our leadership team, our teachers and our principals on the reopening task force are taking this, the situation that we are in. I go back to March 5th when the very first case of COVID came up in the state of Nevada. And here we are on July 7th, making some extremely difficult decisions that are going to affect 8,000 employees and 64,000 students. And we're not alone in this. We have 14,000 school districts across our country who are struggling with the exact same decision points that our board had to decide upon today. At our reopening task force, our teaching and learning task force, community committees, our departments, our employee associations, our community, they are all putting the best foot forward, the best thinking for what we are in now as a global pandemic. I know that our work is not finished. We have a lot of work to do with our agencies and our nonprofits and our partners, and we will get there. I also want to emphasize that this is a shared responsibility. Our school district cannot do this alone. We need our community partners. We need our nonprofits. We need our legislators. We need our governor. We need our state superintendent. And they have all stepped up to the plate. And we know that the special session is starting tomorrow. And finally, voices need to be heard at the federal level as well. Our state is not going to be able to do this lift without additional federal funding. And so I do want to state that as much as our community can help out, get the word out that we do need additional federal funding in order to make this happen for all school districts across our state. And then once again, I just want to give a huge shout out to our teachers and our principals. We've received many comments and our community, our support staff, our reopening task force, our leadership team, and our board of trustees. It's been a long day, but just thank you for everybody.
Well, thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Those are very important things for all of us to consider. And knowing what we're headed into in the next week or possibly more with the special session, I appreciate your emphasis on funding and the importance of that funding to make all of these decisions really possible for us. So I think we're done with that agenda item. So I do have on here, and so I should double check with Superintendent McNeil. Do we need to provide you with a motion to specifically approve the reopening plans and send them to the Nevada Department of Education, which is written on my script?
Yeah, it probably would not hurt just to make sure that that is on the record, as our chief legal counsel likes to say.
Yes. All right. So just one last motion. Anybody? I'm gonna call on somebody. Trustee Cottle.
I knew you were coming for me. I move with the Board of Trustees send these approved plans to the Nevada Department of Education. Or direct the superintendent to send the plans to the Nevada Department of Education. Is that all I have to say?
For the 2020-21 school year.
For the 2020-2021 school year, hopefully not after that.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Cottle, second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Okay. 5.01 is board reports. 5.0.
No, you better not.
5.02 is our superintendent report.
I just spent 7 hours doing that. So we're good.
Almost to midnight. We can last 8 more minutes.
Yeah, should we just lag?
Oh, come on, we can do it. We can do it. We can make a record here. No? I'm seeing no's.
6.01 is future agenda item requests. Nope. Okay. JJ, 6.02 is public comment.
We received a comment from Sarah DeVault.
Okay, that just came through. Thank you. And 6.03 is our next meeting announcement. I will speak with the superintendent and we will confirm whether or not we will continue to have that meeting on Tuesday, July 21st. If not, it will be Tuesday, July 28th. And I will now adjourn this meeting at 11:54 p.m.